Chapter 651 Maybe I Can Miss You. Laxus, do you know what resonance is? Naruto grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder and showed an excited face. The sudden scene surprised everyone present. In their eyes, Naruto, as a candidate for the general, has always been calm and composed, with a proud attribute. When has there been such a loss of composure? However, for Shitun and Zifa, they know clearly why Naruto is so excited. After all, she has been stuck at this threshold for too long. As long as she crosses this threshold, Naruto may not reach the level of Hawkeye, but she may also have the qualifications to become a general. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu, with a hint of urgency on their faces. If Qin Yu can even point out the key to the path to the Supreme Swordsman. Once this matter is spread, it will definitely shock the entire sea. Sorry, I can't answer you now, but I may be able to give you an answer in 3 months. Qin Yu shook his head and said. 3 months? Naruto was stunned for a moment. She had actually expected this answer. After all, even she had been immersed in the sword for so many years, and there was no way to break through the last threshold. Not to mention Qin Yu, who was distracted and studied physical skills and devil fruit abilities to such a powerful level. Seeing Naruto's disappointed look, Zifa quickly changed the subject and said, Naruto, don't be too discouraged. There are many ways to become an admiral. If you can also try to learn the 6 secrets, which may allow you to find another shortcut. To become an admiral, in addition to the most basic military exploits, you also need strong strength as a foundation. For example, in the original work, in the battle between Supernova and Barret, Zoro and Fujitora had a brief fight. Facing the meteorite falling from the sky, Zoro used a big move to barely cut the meteorite into pieces. And Hawkeye's casual swing, the power that can be achieved by the slash, is completely superior to Zoro. This is the gap between the Supreme Swordsman and the Great Swordsman. Now, Naruto is stuck at this awkward node. Moreover, women's physical fitness is originally weaker than men. Perhaps, Naruto now is probably a little weaker than Zoro 2 years later in the original work. Momoto, don't be discouraged. This kind of man is just a smooth talker. Shitun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. I know you have always wanted to prove that you have the strength of an admiral, and you have been working towards this goal for a long time, so I have been searching for devil fruits for you. Having said this, Shitun quickly winked at the marine beside him. The latter understood and quickly turned around and walked towards the ship. After a while, he took out an iron box. Shitun, what is this? Devil fruit. Crane raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. In the Navy headquarters, as long as you have made certain military achievements, you will have the opportunity to exchange fruits. However, the fruits collected in the headquarters are nothing more than those collected by other navies. If there are any surpluses, they are sold and presented to the headquarters. In addition to some fruits that have not been recorded in the devil fruit illustrations, most of them are relatively ordinary animal series. Now Shitun suddenly turned out a private fruit, which undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. Shitun, I didn't expect you to find something good in private. Zifa was also surprised and said, but, have you identified what type this thing is? Don't forget, Naruto is the goddess of the headquarters. If the fruit ability you have is too shabby, you will become a public enemy. The Navy soldiers in the field nodded silently. Like the Empress, only by having the right fruit ability can you go further and further on the road to being a goddess. What if you get a pig fruit, a rat fruit, etc.? That would completely destroy my worldview. Haha, Teacher Zifa, you underestimated me too much. Shitun's face flashed a trace of pride, and he opened the box with his backhand, revealing a fruit that looked like a banana. However, the fruit was covered with strange patterns all over the body. This fruit has already appeared in the illustrations. It is the ancient species of the animal system, the Zubaman fruit. Zubaman? The people present were stunned. In the world of One Piece, there are still some ancient islands. Even in the small garden, there are dinosaurs. Like Zubaman, the ancient bird with scales all over its body and fangs and sharp teeth, many people have touched it. However, the ancient species sounds really strong, and the rarity is not comparable to ordinary animal systems, or even general superhuman systems. However, when I think of a beautiful woman, she is turning into Zubaman. This is definitely a ruined worldview. Ahem, Shitun, the teacher sometimes really doubts your aesthetics. Zafar coughed helplessly. I think, if you are willing to let Dao Tu take this fruit, I am afraid that all the male compatriots in the navy will not let you go. Ah! Shaitan was stunned, feeling the unfriendly eyes from all around, and he had no way to refute for a while. After all, devil fruits are already very rare in this sea. It is good to encounter 2 or 3 in a lifetime of sailing. It is harder than climbing to the sky to encounter the right one. Even an ambitious man like Blackbeard Teach, for the sake of the dark fruit, was willing to lurk in the Whitebeard pirates for decades and worked as a minion for most of his life before he had the chance to encounter it. It is enough to prove that this sea cannot let them choose arbitrarily. Shaitan, thank you for your kindness. Mamoto pushed the box of devil fruit back. You can actually keep this fruit for yourself. With the 6 physical skills you have learned, coupled with the ability of this ancient devil fruit, your strength will undoubtedly be taken to a higher level. As for me, I'll just let it go. Maybe God hasn't been fond of me yet. Shaitan was stunned. Seeing that he was rejected all of a sudden, he had no way to reply for a while. This should be regarded as Vice Admiral Shaitan's 368th rejection. No, I remember it was the 369th time. He can definitely be called the king of broken love in the navy. However, Vice Admiral Shaitan's vision is indeed not very good. If Vice Admiral Dao Tu really uses this so-called Zupenman fruit, I am afraid that many people in the headquarters will be anxious about him. The scene suddenly became noisy. Faced with Shaitan's confident confession, he failed again. The people present were obviously used to it. However, just as these thoughts emerged, the words that came out the next moment touched everyone's nerves. If God doesn't love you, maybe I do. Chapter 652 Suspected Mythical Beast Fruit. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. Shaitan failed to confess his love a moment ago. In the past year, there were at least 99 people who confessed to Dao Tu in the Navy headquarters, if not 100. But Laxus, as soon as others failed, he followed suit. It's a bit of a shame to eat. What's more, the devil fruit that Shaitan just took out was a bit shabby, but at least it was an ancient species. To compare with the ancient species, it must be at least a superhuman system, or even a rarer natural system. Laxus, what do you mean? Shaitan's face sank and he said in a hurry. Dao Tu didn't even like the ancient devil fruit in my hand. I don't believe that a kid like you would have anything rare to make Vice Admiral Dao Tu's heart beat. Faced with Shaitan's aggressive words, the Navy soldiers and generals present felt that it was a bit too much. However, in their eyes, anyone who pursues the goddess of the Navy is the public enemy of the entire Navy. What's more, they are also eager to see what chips Qin Yu has in his hand to suppress Shaitan. Vice Admiral Shaitan, you misunderstood. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and took out the remaining devil fruits in the system space like a magic trick. Seeing this scene, the people present were stunned at first, and their eyes looking at Qin Yu were a little more shocked. After all, being able to conjure a fruit out of thin air in front of them. This method is not something that anyone can do. Laxus, is this the turkey fruit that was just at the auction house? Dao Tu looked at this familiar fruit, and her eyebrows couldn't help but raised, looking a little surprised. Turkey? Shaitan was stunned for a moment, and the image of an ugly turkey flashed through his mind. He said, Laxus, you are not going to tell me that this is the attachment you prepared for Vice Admiral Dao Tu. You are insulting our intelligence. No matter how ugly my Zukuman is, it is much better than your turkey. Are you deliberately making fun of Dao Tu? The Navy present did not refute Shaitan's vulgar words at all. In their eyes, there is no comparison between ordinary animal-type devil fruits and ancient species. Shaitan, shut up, this has nothing to do with Laxus. Dao Tu scolded coldly. In the auction house, Laxus should have seen that I wanted to bid for this fruit, so he took it out now. However, I still have to thank you for your kindness, Laxus. I can't have this devil fruit. If you need Bailey, you can use my name to propose an equivalent transaction to the Navy headquarters. At the beginning, Dao Tu wanted to defeat Qin Yu and prove that he was the closest to the Admiral. So he was eager to use the ability of the animal-type devil fruit to improve his combat power. However, now that I have figured it out, as a woman, I can't get over the love of beauty. Do you really not want it? According to my inference, this should be a fantasy beast devil fruit. Qin Yu smiled playfully and said, if you don't want it, forget it. Mythical beast? The Navy present was stunned. Even Zifa and Dao Tu were no exception. After all, the mythical beast and the ordinary animal devil fruit are completely different levels. The rarity is probably not even comparable to the natural devil fruit. Now Qin Yu said that the turkey fruit is actually a mythical beast. The gap between the two is a bit too big. Laxus, stop talking nonsense here. Whether this is a turkey fruit or not, you can find out by checking the devil fruit encyclopedia. T-Pig shouted urgently. Qin Yu's actions at the moment were undoubtedly classified by T-Pig as the rivals. As long as he finds any opportunity, he will spare no effort to suppress it. No, I have also seen the turkey fruit. It is indeed a little different from the one in Laxus's hand, but I am not sure whether it is a mythical beast. After all, many devil fruits are difficult to distinguish based on their surface appearance. Zephyr frowned and looked at it carefully before speaking. As the former admiral of the Navy headquarters and the chief instructor of the Navy recruit camp, Zephyr's experience is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Momo, I agree with Zeph's opinion. Crane also nodded in agreement. We can't be sure whether this fruit is a fantasy beast, but if you really plan to improve your own strength through the ability of the devil fruit, you at least need to have the courage to make a choice. After all, the devil fruit illustration is just a reference for you. To truly decide your own destiny, you still need to control it in your own hands. Feeling the fleeing eyes that fell on him all at once, Momo was silent all of a sudden. Shitun, who witnessed this scene, flashed a trace of anxiety on his face and said, Momo, don't take risks. If this is really a fantasy beast devil fruit, it is a priceless thing. Who would be willing to give it to a woman you have never met for nothing? No, everyone is crazy about you. The hurried voice echoed in the port. Facing Shitun's words, the Navy soldiers present were also moved. After all, if a fantasy beast devil fruit and a beautiful woman were placed in front of them, they would definitely choose the former. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the bigger the fist, the harder the truth. However, in the face of all this, Qin Yu still kept smiling, as if he didn't take these words to heart at all, staring at Dao Tu quietly. I'm willing to try. Dao Tu suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes had a hint of determination, and said, Laxus, I want to take a gamble, can you let me be willful once? Take a gamble. Qin Yu smiled, in full view of the public, reached out and rubbed Dao Tu's head, and said, if as a man, you don't even let a woman have the opportunity to be willful, then it's a failure. Sometimes, it's time to cut off. Take this step, maybe you will understand more and go further in the way of the sword. As he spoke, Qin Yu handed the devil fruit in his hand to Dao Tu. The expressions of the people watching this scene changed drastically. Unfortunately, before everyone could react, Dao Tu's beautiful eyes became more determined, her red lips slightly opened and closed, and she bit it directly. Gurgle. Many people present saw this scene and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Let the goddess of the Navy eat a suspected turkey fruit. If she loses the bet, that's a phoenix turning into a raw chicken. Dao Tu, how do you feel now? He was the first to speak in a hurry. She has always regarded Dao Tu as her sister, and in this crucial moment that determines fate, he was eager to know the result. Chapter 653 I allow you to chase me. In the huge port terminal, hundreds of thousands of eyes were locked on Dao Tu. Looking at Dao Tu's confused expression, the people present were suddenly nervous. Laxus, you are really a man with no good intentions. Giving away the mythical beast devil fruit is just a joke. T-Pig suddenly shouted coldly. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared in front of Qin Yu like a ghost. The sharp blade at his waist fell into his hand and stabbed Qin Yu at an extremely tricky angle. Venomous snake stab. Puff. The sky was filled with sword lights, giving people a feeling like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. The sudden scene made the pupils of everyone in the field shrink suddenly. However, before they could react, a slender hand wrapped in flames, like a latecomer, passed through the sky full of sword lights and caught the sharp blade with bare hands. Laxus, thank you for your devil fruit. This huge power made me unable to adapt at first, and you were implicated. If possible, I would like to repay you for this favor. Dao Tu, who was standing in front of Qin Yu, had a hint of apology on her pretty face. Repay me? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, if you must repay me, you can repay me with your body. Dream on. They shouted in unison, in the field resounded. A moment ago, they saw Qin Yu, in front of everyone, reaching out his hand to their goddess head and rubbing it unscrupulously. That was already unacceptable to them. Now he was still making such frivolous and teasing remarks in public. This was simply a provocation to their entire navy. At least, in their eyes, the navy headquarters was full of talents. Only people within the navy were qualified to have a navy goddess like Naruto. I can consider your request. If your swordsmanship and strength can surpass mine, I will allow you to pursue me. Naruto smiled and said with a slightly raised red lip. The small voice, at this moment, swept the field like a hurricane. For the naval soldiers and even the generals in the field, it was a crushing blow to the depths of their souls. They had never thought that the dignified navy goddess, on weekdays, the iceberg goddess, who they dared not approach at all, would actually give such an answer. Is this permission to pursue? Naruto, are you kidding? Shitun roared. Shave. With high-speed steps, the whole figure disappeared again like a ghost. However, this time it was obviously too much force, and even the floor under his feet broke. When he appeared again, he had passed Naruto and came behind Chinyu. However, before Shitun could make a move, Naruto's figure appeared in front of him again. Shitun, I've said enough. Boom. The hot flames rushed out of Naruto's body. The violent air waves rolled back in a crushing posture. Bang! The huge impact force collided head-on with the long sword in Shitun's hand. Accompanied by the dull sound of metal collision, Shitun flew out directly like a sandbag. The navy soldiers stationed around, and even Zifa and Crane, were also shocked by the sudden breath. After retreating more than 10 meters, they stopped. However, as soon as they stood firm, their eyes turned and locked onto the sky. What is this? A trace of shock flashed across the old face of the crane withered tree. Then it was filled with excitement and shouted in a hurry. This is really a mythical beast fruit, and it is probably a legendary level. Legendary level. Zifa's expression also changed. The mythical beast refers to the existence that exists in mythology. But the mythical beast also has two different forms. Among them, the physical form of Kaido and Kurozumi Orokai has become a physical form. Like Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, are legendary forms with virtual spirits. Able to use the power of the fruit to infinitely enlarge the body and change irregularly. The flames cast by Naruto and the huge fire phoenix that appeared in the sky undoubtedly indicate this. Is it really a mythical beast? Shitun stopped his body and looked at the flames gathered in the sky and turned into a fire phoenix. After making a sharp cry, it rushed directly into Naruto's body, with disbelief on its face. It can be said that no one, whether it was Shitun or the Navy soldiers and generals on the scene, was willing to believe it. There would be people who knew it was a mythical beast devil fruit and would give it away. Hey! Feeling the endless power of the fruit pouring into her body, Naruto exhaled a deep breath, opened her beautiful eyes, and looked at Chinyu. Laxus, I didn't expect this to be a mythical beast devil fruit. I thought you were lying to me. This mythical beast fire phoenix really surprised me. However, you are giving me good things like this. It will be difficult for you to defeat me and make me pledge my love to you in the future. Really? Chinyu smiled and shrugged his shoulders. In front of everyone, he reached out and rubbed Naruto's head again, saying, You have become stronger, but there are fewer people who can defeat you. This is just right for me to have no worries. Men, are they all so domineering? Naruto smiled and broke free from Chinyu's hand, saying, Next time we meet, I will become stronger, and maybe I will become a general. It's good to be ambitious. I hope you won't be surpassed by my students. Chinyu smiled and patted Naruto's shoulder, and suddenly looked up at Shitun. However, this time, don't do it. Some things need to be solved by men themselves. I'm right, Lieutenant General Shitun. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. They knew clearly that Shitun had been pursuing Naruto for many years. Now he had found an ancient devil fruit with great difficulty. All for Naruto's heart. However, Chinyu got there first, which was undoubtedly hard to accept. Shitun. Zifa's expression changed, and he couldn't help but get anxious. However, he was soon stopped by Crane beside him. Zef, I think Laxus is right. Jealousy happens all the time. If there is no way to solve it, it will be a knot in Shitun's heart. Zifa was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looked at Chinyu, gritted his teeth and said, Laxus, I hope you can show mercy as much as possible. Show mercy? The people present were stunned. In their eyes, when Shitun and Chinyu fought, they would certainly favor Shitun. Now Zifa asked Qin Yu to show mercy as soon as he opened his mouth. Is that because Jack was defeated? Teacher Zifa, it seems that in your eyes, my students still have many shortcomings, and you underestimated them. A trace of ferocity flashed across Shitun's face. He looked up suddenly, appeared like a ghost beside his adjutant. Chapter 654 Duel with the Admiral Candidate. Vice Admiral Shitun, what do you want to do? The adjutant's face suddenly changed drastically. Since Vice Admiral Daotu no longer needs this devil fruit, there is no point in keeping it. Shitun suddenly raised his head, grabbed the devil fruit, and bit it. Puff! The devil fruit that looked like a banana was bitten off by Shitun by 1/3 and swallowed directly into his stomach. The sudden scene made everyone in the field change their expressions drastically. Everyone disperse, leave enough battlefield for them. Crane's expression changed, and he shouted hurriedly. The navy present, even the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and others, shook their bodies and quickly withdrew and retreated. Looking at this scene, Zifa sighed helplessly. He also jumped hundreds of meters away and stood with Ghost Spider and others. Teacher Zifa, I didn't expect that Shitun would also take the devil fruit. That guy doesn't like to be a landlubber. It seems that this time, he is desperate to defeat Laxus. Ghost Spider couldn't help but say. But, Teacher Zifa, do you think Laxus can really win? As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, Ghost Spider knows clearly that he is outstanding, otherwise he would not surpass them and be called a candidate for Admiral. No, I'm not looking down on Shitun. Zifa said in a deep voice, it's just that I still can't see through Laxus's details. Ghost Spider's expression changed. As one of Zifa's students, Ghost Spider knows clearly that his teacher has a sharp vision. In addition to the 6 style skills, the existence of the combined hand that specializes in evaluating the power of Tao can also be studied. That requires rich combat experience and strong strength as a basic support. It can be said that as long as Zifa takes a look, he can easily infer how strong a person is. However, at present, even their teachers can't see the depth of this young man. Could it be that the strength of Jack the Drought, one of the 3 calamities who defeated the Beast's pirates, is not the pinnacle of Laxus? Ah! The hoarse roar seemed to be transmitted from ancient times. Shitun's expression was distorted, and his muscles bulged rapidly, and a large number of scales quickly spread under his skin. Zubirdman, that is the ancient ancestor of birds, with sharp claws and strong scales. For Shitun, the first time to use the power of the devil fruit, he may not be very skilled. He has not developed any means. However, for Shitun at the moment, as long as he can greatly enhance his own strength in an instant, it is enough. Roar! Shitun looked up to the sky and let out a roar like a beast. The moment he raised his head suddenly, his scarlet eyes were directly locked on Qin Yu. You bastard, my speed is already top-notch among the lieutenant generals. Now that I have this ancient fruit, my speed and strength will be improved by several levels. I told you all this just because I hope you don't lose too quickly. 6 style secret technique, 10 burials. Bang! A low explosion sounded suddenly. The floor where Shitun was standing on the ground shattered like a spider web. The explosive power of this kick gave people the feeling that it was able to penetrate the iron plate with the power of stepping on it alone. The most important thing was that they caught the breathing reaction of Shitun in their observation haki, and there were actually 10 of them. No. It should be said that within their field of vision, there were 10 Shituns covered with scales. The sudden scene made everyone's face change drastically. Especially the Navy man who was Cha-Tun's adjutant, his face changed, and he said in shock, "Oh my god, is this the function of the ancient species? Let Vice Admiral Cha-Tun, the original 5 burials, transform into 10 burials. That is to rely on super high-speed movement to form 10 clones that are exactly the same as the real body, so as to disrupt the enemy's perception of observation haki. It can be said that as long as the opponent shows a flaw, Vice Admiral Cha-Tun can perform a fatal blow in any direction." Chang's voice echoed in the port. Cha-Tun was obviously not surprised by this kind of aside. It can be said that it should be the absolute belief in his own strength. The 5 burials were already his killer that made him invincible. Now it has been upgraded to 10 burials, and the speed is not as simple as doubling. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Cha-Tun's mind, but when his eyes fell on Qin Yu, he couldn't help but be stunned. Facing the 10 killing moves that were surrounding him and could attack at any time, Qin Yu, who was in the middle of it, slowly closed his eyes in front of everyone. This inexplicable scene made everyone in the field change their expressions slightly. As a participant in the battle, Shaitan suddenly came to his senses and roared wildly. What an arrogant guy, dare to despise this lieutenant general. 10 burials, shave and kill, combined kill. Buzz. There was a slight sound in the air, and the 10 figures entrenched around overlapped in front of Qin Yu in an instant. The powerful aura was like the moment when a frenzy exploded. The armed color domineering had already covered the katana. There was no fancy at all. At the moment of stepping heavily, the ground shook violently, and the katana in his hand turned into a sharp and unmatched posture. The afterimage stabbed towards Qin Yu's chest. The sudden scene was as fast as thunder. At this close distance, there was no way to hide. It can be said that no matter whether it was Zifa or he and others, only a thought flashed through their minds. Take it hard. Bang. The dull sound of air piercing suddenly sounded. The sharp sword energy directly penetrated the air and brushed Qin Yu's skin. The mist stab directly spanned dozens of meters away and pierced the huge soap tree. Accompanied by a dull collapse sound, it was directly broken in half. However, facing this scene, the pupils of the people present suddenly contracted. Looking at Qin Yu with his eyes closed, his eyes were full of disbelief. Just now, Qin Yu was in the fast as thunder attack, and he did not simply move to dodge. Instead, he used the 6-style physical skills to use the paper-painted body to turn his body into a willow catkin moving with the wind to dodge. Seeing this scene, Shaitan was startled at first, and then roared again. Damn guy, I'm going to stab you into a hornet's nest. Puff puff puff. With a stern roar, Shaitan, who was close at hand, stabbed out like a frenzy with the sword in his hand. However, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times. No matter how frantically Shaitan attacked, Qin Yu in front of him was like untouchable catkins. Let his violent attack like a rainstorm be completely useless. Chapter 655. A punch that doesn't know the weight. No. No, there's no way, why can't my attack touch you? Shaitan roared like crazy. 6-style secrets heavy iron slash. Buzz. The sound of the sword rang like thunder. The moment the muscles in Shaitan's right hand suddenly swelled like a rock, it burst out with even more powerful strength. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he chopped Qin Yu in the waist with a mighty force. Bang! The thunderous explosion echoed. The collision was no less than that, and huge wind and dust were rolled back. The rock layer under his feet collapsed as if it could not bear the weight. Did it hit? The sudden scene shook everyone. Without time to think, they hurriedly looked at the battlefield. The scene made everyone's pupils shrink again. Qin Yu's eyes were originally closed, but they had opened. The sharp slash did not hit the target, but was clamped by the 2 fingers covered with black scales without deviation. Looking at this extremely accurate counterattack, and the figure just floating in the wind like catkins, the scene fell into a brief silence. Ghost Spider couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, Teacher Zephyr. This can't be the means of predicting the future that Mr. Garp once showed. Just with the simple 6-style paper drawing, it can actually perform a means similar to the natural devil fruit, which is ineffective for physical attacks. Yes. Zephyr suddenly woke up and said, I didn't expect that this kid not only practiced the 6 styles to the extreme, but also practiced domineering to an extraordinary level. The means of predicting the future, looking at the Navy headquarters, there are very few people who can do such a thing. Next, I'm afraid Shaitan will lose. After this, everyone's nerves tightened. Shaitan also woke up suddenly from his trance. The clenched sword in his hand shook suddenly, trying to break free from Qin Yu's tightly clamped left hand. However, before he succeeded, he saw a playful smile spreading rapidly on Qin Yu's face. Sorry, I caught you. Originally, this move was just a guess, but with Vice Admiral Shaitan as my opponent, I can use it without any scruples. Qin Yu smiled warmly. The moment the 5 fingers of his right hand clenched suddenly, the scales quickly turned black, and the next moment, a blood-red mysterious pattern quickly spread. With the help of the powerful body load given by the half-dragon transformation, coupled with the combination of armed color domineering and domineering color domineering, the limit of the lightning power that can be accumulated can be quickly increased to the extreme. It can be said that at this moment, the move Qin Yu used was completely copied from Luffy's 4th gear method. Using domineering to enhance the body's tolerance, accumulate lightning crazily, and form a more powerful move. In an instant, it exploded in one breath. Red thunder. I don't know who exclaimed. The crackling red lightning burst out on Qin Yu's right fist. The air flowing around seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. An indescribable breath spread quickly. "Shaitan, run away!" Zifa's expression changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry. The sudden scene made Shaitan's nerves tense. Feeling this terrifying breath, Shaitan had no time to think about it, and directly abandoned the sword in his hand, turned around and ran away quickly. At this moment, he pushed his own physical skills and the power of the devil fruit to the extreme. Facing the terrifying breath just now and the scarlet lightning, the breath of death swept Shaitan's whole body. It can be said that at this moment, for Shaitan, running away is not a shame, but a desire to survive. "I say, can you be faster than lightning?" The indifferent voice sounded behind Shaitan. Facing these words, like maggots on the toe bones, made Shaitan's nerves tense to the extreme. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could the speed he was proud of be faster than thunder? Buzz! The air was vibrating, and Shaitan subconsciously raised his armed color domineering and the power of the devil fruit to the extreme. Feeling the death feeling behind him like an invisible devil's hand, he didn't have time to think about it and looked back suddenly. Red lightning was like a tide. The air and space along the way seemed to be pierced. Facing this thunder-like attack, there was no way to hide. 6-style secret flowing Sakura Ming Yu Lei. Boom! A punch was thrown. The whole world was like a huge earthquake. The crimson lightning under crazy compression exploded in an instant. The four-sided sky, everything in sight, was occupied by blood. The violent airflow was like a hurricane rolling back. Endless lightning arcs ravaged the whole world. In an instant, the people present only felt that their vision was taken away. When they reacted, the air currents flowing in the sky and the earth gradually calmed down. On the battlefield, two figures were still standing in the same place. Qin Yu's fist, which was covered with black scales and scarlet patterns, still maintained the posture of punching. However, this punch just brushed past Shaitan's head. The dock behind him and the 5 naval warships anchored on the coast, 2 of which disappeared without a trace. The reefs in the distance and the sea surface were directly blasted into a vacuum zone by a punch. The sea surface with a radius of 1 kilometer completely turned into a funnel-shaped deep pit. The power of a punch is so terrifying. Looking at this scene, not to mention the naval soldiers, even veterans such as Zifa couldn't help swallowing their saliva. "I'm sorry, this is the first time I've met someone I can fight with, and I don't know how heavy this punch is." Qin Yu smiled warmly and retracted his fist. However, 2 warships were destroyed. "I hope you won't mind, Mr. Zifa." The 3-color domineering aura quickly converged like a tide, and the scales on his right hand also disappeared directly. It can be said that Qin Yu was still very satisfied with this punch. According to his inference, it should be able to reach 50% of the power of the king's fist. Of course, this is still Qin Yu's deliberate control. If the entire dock is covered, 5 warships are also destroyed, it will be difficult for Zifa to explain. "Ahem, Laxus, you are being polite. As long as there are no casualties, the destruction of 2 warships can still be offset by my authority." Zifa suddenly came back to his senses. He took a look and was completely lost. Shaitan, who stood there like a statue, sighed in his heart. As a former admiral of the navy and a chief instructor for decades, anyone who is not blind can know clearly. In this battle, Qin Yu defeated Shaitan with a punch that was not light or heavy. However, for Zifa, what he cares most about is Qin Yu's use of domineering. Chapter 656 The Navy's Attention. The huge dock fell into a dead silence. Seeing the sea and the dock disappearing like a big bowl, the people present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. While staring with wide eyes, they were still full of disbelief. It can be said that this attack was completely beyond their cognition. Especially the Navy soldiers and generals who were originally stationed on the 2 missing warships. Their faces were as pale as white paper. If they were on this ship just now, it might not only be the ship that disappeared, and their lives. The power of a punch was so terrifying that even the dignified general candidate Shaitan was frightened and fled. With this move alone, I am afraid that those voices of dissatisfaction in the Navy will completely disappear. "Okay, Ghost Spider, take Shaitan down to rest. Crane, help report the things here." Zifa retracted his thoughts and took the lead to speak. Hearing this, Ghost Spider looked at Crane and didn't say much. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Shaitan's arm while he was in a trance. "Hey!" Shaitan suddenly came to his senses, broke free from Ghost Spider's hand, looked at the messy dock, and exhaled a deep breath. He turned back to look at Qin Yu and said, "Laxus, you won this battle, but next time I will give full play to the power of the devil fruit and defeat you fairly." After saying this, Cha Tun didn't even look at Daotu, turned around and quickly jumped towards the warship anchored in the distance. Facing this public setback, it can be said that Cha Tun now wants to find a dog hole to crawl into, let alone continue to stay here. Looking at this scene, Zifa sighed heavily and said, "Laxus, I'm sorry for causing you trouble this time. But I want to know, did you use Qi to activate your body and enhance your attack power?" As soon as these words fell, whether it was Zifa, or Daotu and Crane standing by, their eyes all turned and fell on Qin Yu. In the application of Haki, in addition to observation Haki and armament Haki, there is another way to use it, which is to use Qi to activate oneself to increase one's reaction, endurance, and speed. However, this method requires a lot of Haki. For ordinary people, it is already very good to be able to achieve full body armament Haki and reach the level of telepathy with their own Haki. Not to mention, it is very difficult to carry out all the Haki. The so-called activation of Haki. Unless the amount of Haki you have can really reach the level of such casual squandering. Otherwise, everything is nonsense. I guess so. Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. This method, in fact, does not appear in the one-key full-level system, when the three-color Haki is full level. It's just that Qin Yu relied on his many years of combat experience and the knowledge he learned in the Naruto world to try to develop a move. Of course, the most important thing is that Qin Yu saw the results of Rayleigh's training of Luffy in the original work. It can be said that all of this is completely indispensable. Is it really Haki activation? It seems that I still underestimated you. Zifa's expression changed, and then he smiled and patted Qin Yu on the shoulder. Actually, this time I came in person. In addition to seeing you, I also plan to invite you to join the Marine recruit camp in advance. Invite. Ghost Spider's face changed slightly, and he said, "Teacher Zifa, have you forgotten the bet between Lord Laxus and Admiral Akainu? Now you rashly invite Lord Laxus to join the Marine recruit camp in advance. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate." At this point, Ghost Spider's face couldn't help but have a little more apology and said, "Lord Laxus, don't misunderstand, I have no other malice, it's just this matter." "Hehe, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, don't be nervous, I know what Teacher Zifa means." Qin Yu laughed dryly. "I think Teacher Zifa is worried that after I defeat Jack, Kaido of the Beasts will target me and even attack me. He wants to invite me to join the Marine recruit camp in advance, as a new instructor, to take advantage of this blessing. But I won't agree." Qin Yu knew Zifa's idea early on. No. It should be said that Qin Yu had already guessed Kaido's thoughts. However, Laxus is only one of Qin Yu's identities. At present, the strength of the main body has been restored to the level of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Qin Yu believes that if he really faces Kaido, he will not be afraid. As for the blessing of the Navy, for Qin Yu, this will only be a layer of restraint. "Laxus, you don't want to?" Zifa's face changed suddenly. "If you are worried about Akainu, I can help you deal with it. I still have some say if I risk my face. If it doesn't work, count the old guy Sengoku, and at worst, drag Garp into the water." Looking at Zifa, who dragged the Navy Admiral and the Navy hero into the water with his mouth. Everyone present was stunned. This is just for one person. However, looking around the field, only the stronger people clearly understand the importance of Qin Yu to the Navy headquarters. "Teacher Zifa, you really don't need to do this." Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. "Kaido is very strong, but I am not a weak person. I still have my own journey ahead, so you don't need to worry. If nothing happens, it's getting late, and I should leave too." Zifa was silent. Looking at Qin Yu, who was stubborn, he sighed helplessly and said, "Laxus, since you have made up your mind, I won't persuade you any more. If you have any problems, use this Den Den Mushi to contact me. Our Navy headquarters will give you the greatest support." "Golden Den Den Mushi?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, and undoubtedly seemed a little surprised. Even the Navy soldiers and generals around him were no exception. In their cognition, this is the most advanced communication encryption Den Den Mushi. It can contact the Navy headquarters in any time period within 24 hours. Looking at the Navy, having this golden Den Den Mushi is also an important position. "Laxus, just take it, otherwise Zifa will be restless and unable to sleep. He rarely spoke. Seeing this, Qin Yu didn't want to force it, so he took the den mushi and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zifa. See you in 3 months. An, smoker, let's go." After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and left. However, just as he took half a step, he saw an unexpected figure blocking him. "You're not going to leave like this." Dao Tu smiled, took out a casual robe with her backhand, handed it over, and said, "Brother, come back alive, sister is still waiting for you to defeat me in Kendo. It's not that easy to chase me." Chapter 657 Ace's New Stepping Stone. Oh my god, what do I see? Is this a disguised confession? If it were me, I would have refused to leave long ago. Tisk. Do you still need to wear a sailor suit when you have such a strong strength? The scene exploded at once. Facing Dao Tu's rare initiative, it was far beyond the cognition of these navy men. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that Chitun was not here, otherwise he would probably fall to the ground in anger. "Thank you very much, see you in 3 months, I hope you don't waste this fruit." Qin Yu smiled warmly. In front of everyone, he reached out his hand again and gently rubbed Dao Tu's head. However, this time Dao Tu did not dodge, looking at Qin Yu's hand, and shrugged slightly. In front of everyone, he happily accepted Qin Yu's head pat. With Qin Yu's departure, the depressing atmosphere that enveloped the port dissipated with the wind. "Okay, everyone, pack up and escort Drought Jack of the Beasts Pirates back to the Navy headquarters. Next for us, it is a challenge." Zifa retracted his sight, looked at the 3 remaining warships in the port, and gave orders in a deep voice. Just now he was boasting that it was no big deal to have 2 ships destroyed by Qin Yu. However, if you really count them, the 2 advanced warships are also very important for the navy that has suffered successive defeats. When he thought about going back to report and explain to Zhang Guo, his temples were still swollen. "Dao Tu, you seem to be in a good mood, but I hope you don't get too excited and do something out of line." He glanced at Dao Tu and said, "That kid is not as simple as imagined. Most importantly, the strength of the headquarters has been severely damaged. You accidentally got this fantasy beast devil fruit. I hope you can master it as soon as possible." "Sister He, what do you mean?" Dao Tu came back to her senses, glared at He and said, "Do you think I will definitely lose to that guy? Eden trademark T forget, I now have the Fire Phoenix fantasy beast fruit, I can try to impact the position of Navy Admiral, 3 months later, I will make that guy look at me with new eyes." "Look at me with new eyes? You should think about how to explain you're leaving the fleet without permission when you go back." Sister Crane, can trademark T you help me?" "No." 3 days later, along with the news of the Sabayati archipelago, it spread quickly. The Express newspaper sent by the big news Morgans spread throughout the Grand Line and the 4 seas. In the New World, on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and frowned. "Dad, is your expression because of Laxus, who defeated Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters of the Beasts Pirates and was hailed as the Navy trademark S Supernova?" Marco was also holding a newspaper, and he obviously saw the same news. "Marco, you should know that Jack is not an ordinary guy. He was able to defeat that madman. He is not a simple guy." Diamond Jaws couldn't help but interrupt. As one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is the leader of the 4 emperors. He obviously has had many conflicts with Kaido, the madman. It can be said that as the main force of the Whitebeard pirates, they often fight against the 3 disasters. Now this old opponent was defeated by a newcomer with the strength of the navy. For these old people, it is undoubtedly a bit embarrassing. "Marco, I think you should find out the information about that kid, right?" Whitebeard suddenly spoke. For a while, on the huge deck, thousands of eyes were locked on Marco. Feeling the gazes from all around, Marco's face flashed a trace of hesitation, and then he sighed and said, "Dad, I know you do this to find a new stepping stone for Ace. However, after my investigation, this kid, like the skeleton demon, has an unknown origin, as if he jumped out of the rock. The first time he was found was in the East China Sea rogue town, where he had fought with Admiral Aokiji. The second time he appeared, he had killed Crocodile. At this point, Marco's face showed a trace of worry, and he said, "Now that he has appeared for the 3rd time and defeated Jack the Drought, his strength is still unknown. If Dad rashly arranges him to be Ace's opponent, I'm worried." "Marco, are you worried that Ace will lose? Whitebeard said in a deep voice. It seems that you still don't understand one thing. Ace is Roger's son, and he is also my Whitebeard's godson. With the support of the two of us, I don't believe he will fail. Don't forget, he is now receiving training from Rayleigh. Once he masters the three-color domineering, his strength will far exceed that kid. The low voice, like thunder, reverberated on the deck for a long time without being able to dissipate. Faced with this scene, Marco's face sank, and he was about to say something but stopped. A low sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Soon, Ace's jet boat was seen approaching rapidly on the sea in the distance. He himself had already flipped in the air and landed on the deck. Dad, I brought you wine. Ace sat on the deck with a huge wine jug on his back and said, Brother Marco, thank you for your concern. However, Dad is right. As the son of Whitebeard, I will definitely clear the obstacles for Dad and help Dad become the Pirate King. As for Laxus, I will defeat him personally, and then go to the skeleton demon. Looking at Ace, who suddenly appeared in his ambitious words, a smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. He immediately grabbed the wine jug, raised his head and took a sip, then laughed and said, Good wine. Ace is right. As my son of Whitebeard, I must have this confidence. Defeat the so-called Navy Supernova and step on the skeleton demon. They are just stepping stones for our Whitebeard pirates. Looking at Whitebeard, who burst into laughter, Marco sighed helplessly and said, Ace, you can have this idea. Both Dad and we feel relieved. However, if you want to fight him, I'm afraid you have to hope that the kid can survive in Kaido's hands. I heard that the kid has rejected Kaido's invitation. Reject Kaido's invitation? Ace was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Marco, isn't it just right that he refused? If he can become an admiral, I will defeat him, which will be a disgrace to the Navy headquarters. If I can defeat the so-called 5 Emperors skeleton demon under the feet, at that time, the prestige of our Whitebeard pirates will rise. Chapter 658, Movements in All Directions. Looking at Ace, whose face was full of heat, Marco could not help but remain silent. For Ace, who has Roger's son and the first supernova. At the beginning, Marco, as the think tank of the Whitebeard pirates, also valued Ace as a fresh blood, just like Whitebeard. It's a pity that the current situation and style undoubtedly made him a little unsure. In particular, when Whitebeard chose Laxus as Ace's new stepping stone, Marco was obviously a little uneasy. What if, like against the skeleton demon, it was a Waterloo before the battle? For Ace, who is still a newcomer, it is simply a nightmare. Gurgle gurgle. The voice of Den Den Mushi suddenly sounded, breaking the atmosphere on the deck. Before they could react, a hurried voice had already sounded in the Den Den Mushi. Captain Marco, something bad has happened. Kaido, the beast, led his troops to attack the fleet of the Navy escorting Jack the Drought, and a battle broke out in the SUSC. What? The faces of Marco and others changed drastically. They had expected that Kaido would not give up. But they never thought that he would attack the Navy's fleet so quickly. Isn't the SUSC in Red Hair's territory? What will that guy do? What if the Navy uses this route to deliberately cause the 4 emperors to fight internally? Kaido, that madman, will never give up. Marco asked urgently. The existence of the 4 emperors is the main factor that checks and balances the Navy headquarters. Don't forget that there is also a most mysterious world government behind the headquarters. It is the emerging force of the Revolutionary Army that is entangled. However, the Celestial Dragons have been able to control the world government for more than 800 years, and they don't believe that there is no means to keep it. It can be said that Marco, as the think tank of the Whitebeard pirates, still hopes that the balance of power of the 4 emperors can be maintained. The 4 emperors' Red Hair Shanks seems to have received the information. In the fight between Kaido the Beast and the Admiral on the ship, Kaido intervened and finally took Jack the Drought away. Another part of the Den Den Mushi came with a hurried reply. Hearing this, Marco secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The red-haired brat still likes to be an ugly man. I didn't expect that he went to the East China Sea and not only lost an arm, but his strength increased so much. After taking a sip of wine, Whitebeard said, I really doubt what kind of a place the East China Sea is. Not only Roger can escape from this place, but also the madman Garp, and now even the red-haired kid is going to go there. I really have to go there if I have a chance. In the original work, the East China Sea is called the weakest sea, but as Whitebeard said, it is also a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden. If the identity of the Revolutionary Army Dragon is also announced, the fact that the Golden Lion Shiki is also lurking in it will also be exposed. This weakest sea may become a legendary sea. Dad, don't forget Ace, who also walked out of the East China Sea. Jaws said with a smile. However, this time, the Navy also handed Jack over to Kaido, so didn't they lose all their remaining face? Lost all. Marco laughed dryly and said, Jaws, you still think things are too simple. Sengoku is an old fox. He chose the route to the SASC because of Red Hair's temper. If we simply meet Kaido, it will be a fight to the death. With Red Hair's appearance, the Navy can still save face in the name of face and escape unscathed from the encounter with 4 emperors. This way, we will lose less face. Faced with Marco's analysis, the people present nodded silently in agreement. Marco is right. Whitebeard also nodded in agreement, saying, however, Kaido, the madman, has rescued Jack, so Laxus may have a headache next. I really hope that he can survive Kaido's hands, so that Ace will have a chance to reach the top. On the other hand, Dressrosa. King's Highland. A figure swept through the void and finally fell into the Imperial City. Young master, you are finally back. With a bunch of snot and a cane, Toribo looked at the figure who landed first. Toribo, seeing your impatient look, it seems that the matter has been investigated. Doflamingo said with a smile, sitting on the chair with his legs splayed. As the king of the underground, he is also one of the 4 emperors, an ally of Kaido, and holds the most core secrets of the celestial dragons. It can be said that Doflamingo has a huge say in this sea. Young master, Virgo has sent back the news. Toribo took out a stack of information and handed it to Doflamingo. Oh, that kid actually has such a bet with Akainu. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Even Zifa and Sengoku have been identified as the next candidates for the chief instructor of the Marine recruit camp, and they have extraordinary physical training methods. It seems that the Navy has gained an extraordinary existence this time. At this point, Doflamingo flashed a teasing smile on his face and said, however, it seems that Daotu's devil fruit really slipped out of our hands. If that lunatic Kaido knew that we had the mythical beast devil fruit and had not traded with him first, I'm afraid that guy would come to us and commit suicide. For this remark, Toribo's face could not help but change. Their Don Quixote family often dealt with Kaido, the beast, and of course they knew how serious this guy with a terrible drinking habit would be once he got drunk. Young master, how should we deal with it? That kid took our devil fruit with his bare hands. Toribo said in a deep voice. To be able to become the king of the underground, Doflamingo's means are also not comparable to ordinary people. Even the spy can be placed above the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. If Luffy, who has the aura of a pig's foot, had not been underestimated, he would probably not have been defeated. That kid and the skeleton demon are both guys of unknown origin. I heard that they met in Alabasta. Try to check if they have any relationship. Doflamingo said with a dry laugh. As for that guy, he got our devil fruit, so of course he needs to pay some price, but we can't show up easily, let others go. Young master, you are right. We have come this far, and we need to be cautious at every step. Trepo quickly agreed. That guy has already gone out to sea. Who knows if he can be useful this time, otherwise it would be totally not worth wasting that devil fruit. Chapter 659 The long-awaited second stage of training. On the Grand Line. 3 huge pirate ships are surrounding a single-masted sailing ship. However, there is a commotion on the huge ship deck. Run away quickly, these are all monsters. Madman, this is completely crazy. Damn, those who can drag ships forward in this sea full of sea kings are all monsters. That bastard guy actually proposed to rob this ship. The guy on that ship is the one that Kaido is looking for, the Navy supernova who defeated Jack the Drought with a bounty of 1 billion. Terrified calls rang out one after another among the pirates. The 3 leading pirate captains with a bounty of more than 50 million now have the heart to die. However, on this sea, there is no place for them to escape. There is only the bow to the stern. Standing at the end of the deck, looking at the azure sea ahead, but hiding endless dangers. Hundreds of pirates stopped at once and hurriedly turned back to look behind them. Bang! A figure broke through the water and landed on the deck. When he looked up slightly, the wet clothes and the green headscarf on his head were extremely annoying. This is so green. During this period, except for swimming and killing sea kings, I have forgotten the taste of killing. Zoro looked up suddenly, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment he suddenly attacked. One sword-style flame-flying dragon. Buzz! The blue sword energy rushed out like a raging tide. The sword came out and turned into a sharp streak, like a flying dragon across the sky, directly passing through the entire pirate ship. 6-style moon step sea walk. Bang! In the endless deep sea, Sanji, who was wet all over, rose directly from the sky. A trace of hot fire flashed on the eyes covered by the drooping hair. The moment the right foot suddenly half-raised, a hot flame burned up. Devil Wind kicked the finishing touch. Puff! With one heavy step, ripples were stirred in the air. Sanji slammed down towards another pirate ship like a meteor. His right foot was wrapped in hot flames, without any fancy moves. He chopped down towards the deck below. Boom! 2 dull collision sounds were heard like a bang. The pirates on the third ship changed their expressions in an instant. The first pirate ship was cut in half, and the second pirate ship was kicked in the middle. The power of the blow was so terrifying. Is this a dream? Gear 3 Bone Ball Giant Pistol. The belated shouting sounded again, and the huge shadow in the sky expanded rapidly. It instantly enveloped the ship below. The next moment, there was no fancy moves. The huge fist quickly enlarged in the pupils of the pirates. Accompanied by the dull explosion, the third pirate ship was directly smashed. For a moment, screams resounded throughout the sea. Broken wooden boards were scattered all over the sea. Witnessing this scene, Smoker and the other 2 who stayed on the deck of the ship had a trace of unwillingness on their faces. You don't need to be unconvinced. Next time you encounter pursuers, you can take action. Chinyu sat on a chair and watched all this. It has been a month and a half since he left the Sabayati archipelago. Because he openly refused the recruitment of Kaido, Chinyu often encountered some blind pirate groups during this period. However, as pirates who have never been to the New World, they don't understand what the gap in strength is. Moreover, this gap cannot be made up even by numbers. A person who can defeat a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion is not something that 10 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million can deal with together. Of course, not all pirates who come to die are Kaido. The pursuers sent by Kaido. There are more other blind pirates. They were attracted by Chinyu's single-masted merchant ship and wanted to kill and rob. Unfortunately, every time they approached, they would find a strange phenomenon. 2 people and a bear were pulling the boat, and 3 people stood on the deck and stared at them with fiery faces. It felt like the identity of the prey had been switched. However, what made them flee the most was that they recognized Chinyu's notorious identity as a supernova in the Navy during this period. Teacher, after these 3 pirate ships were destroyed, I don't know when the next time will be. Smoker couldn't help saying. He looks older than Chinyu, but during this period, he saw the training method that Chinyu carefully formulated for Zoro and the other 2. And after the 3 people's strength improved rapidly, Smoker called him teacher all the time, and he was very happy. It was completely a jingle. Senior Smoker, Teacher Laxus said that this kind of insignificant battle should be left to me. Anne suddenly spoke. Compared with her 1.5 months ago, there is a hint of tenacity in the depths of Anne's beautiful eyes. There is even more of a sense of women being as good as men all over her body. Okay, brother Smoker, these little shrimps are really not that important. Zoro turned over in the void and landed on the deck, with a hint of heat in the depths of his eyes. Don't forget, 1.5 months are up, and we will receive the second stage of training next. The second stage of training? The faces of the people on the deck suddenly became a little hot. After the first stage of training, they are more interested in the second stage of training. If you have to use a word to describe it, that is fanaticism. Teacher, are we going to start now? Luffy hurried forward and said. I can't wait to become stronger. When a powerful pirate has become a One Piece. Luffy, you said, be careful of your grandpa, come again. As a navy, he couldn't help but spit. Do you want to play again? Come here, who is afraid of whom? Look at the 2 who lifted their sleeves again. Ai Yin sighed helplessly and stopped in the front of the 2. If you don't want to participate in training, go and don't hinder us in the second stage. It's numb. However, I hope you can maintain this attitude in the second phase of training. Bebo, bring up the things I prepared. Got it, teacher. As soon as he said this, Bebo, who was obviously thinner, quickly turned around and entered the cabin. Chapter 660, Training Methods that Subvert Cognition. The huge deck fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on the cabin door. They were eager to know what Qin Yu was preparing for the second phase of training. Squeak! The closed cabin door was pushed open. The figure of Bibo, who was obviously thinner, appeared in everyone's pupils again. However, the scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. Teacher, isn't this a broken sea stone handcuff? How did you take it out? Luffy couldn't help asking first. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were pried open, and their eyes were locked on Qin Yu. If they remembered correctly, these sea stone handcuffs were obtained in the Sabayati archipelago not long ago. Yes, this is sea stone. Qin Yu patted the dust off his body and stood up suddenly. It is also the second stage training of you 3 devil fruit users. Using sea stone to train devil fruit users is simply a fantasy for outsiders. However, as a reincarnated Qin Yu, he remembers it clearly. In the original work, Luffy and Kid were imprisoned in the Rabbit Bowl in Wano country, wearing sea stone handcuffs. They were still able to fight and compete in strength. In the end, Kid, who had been imprisoned for a long time, was able to slip out of the Rabbit Bowl under the eyes of many artificial devil fruit users after wearing sea stone handcuffs. This is enough to show that sea stone has a restraining effect on devil fruit users. But this restraining effect can be resisted by their own strength. It is precisely because of this speculation that Qin Yu set it as the second stage training plan. Teacher Laxus, can we still move after wearing this thing? Smoker's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. Faced with this question, everyone present obviously had this idea, and their eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. After all, in their cognition, sea stone is the nemesis of the devil fruit ability user. Haha, you are still too young. Qin Yu laughed dryly, picked up a sea stone handcuff directly from Bipo's hand, and reached out to grab it. The sudden scene made Smoker and others nervous all of a sudden. But however, in their eyes, Qin Yu, who is also a devil fruit user, did not fall to the ground. Isn't it strange? Qin Yu smiled playfully and said, in the usual cognition, devil fruit users will be restrained by sea stone, but the restrained power is only the devil fruit. Although it also has an impact on the body, when the strength reaches a certain level, the restrictions of sea stone on one's own strength and 3-color domineering will be infinitely weakened. At this point, Qin Yu clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand slightly, and the black ink armed color domineering quickly covered the entire arm. With a sudden step, the whole person disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had come behind Zoro. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. No. It should be said that this has subverted their cognition. In their cognition, once a devil fruit user touches sea stone, it is a fish on the chopping board. Is it very unexpected? Qin Yu smiled and handed the sea stone to Luffy. When he subconsciously took it, he fell to the ground like a deflated balloon. No, I feel like I can't lift my strength. Zoro, please save me. Luffy said weakly. This is indeed the real sea stone. If they were still suspicious of the sea stone handcuffs in Qin Yu's hand a moment ago, then Luffy's attitude now undoubtedly broke the only remaining doubt in their hearts. In this world, there are really fruit ability users who can ignore the influence of sea stone to a certain extent. Of course, only Qin Yu knows that he only has the dragon-killing magic given by the system, not the fantasy beast thunder dragon fruit. Let alone sea stone, even this sea can't play a role in him. He did this just to make Smoker and others more convinced of his training. Teacher Laxus, are you saying that as long as we adapt to sea stone and restrain our bodies, it means that our own strength has broken through the limit? Smoker couldn't help asking. Once you can do what the teacher does, and still fight under the restraint of the sea stone, can you aspire to be the admiral? There was an inexplicable urgency in the hurried voice. As a member of the Navy, the admiral is the most important evaluation standard of their strength. Teacher, can I become the Pirate King? Luffy also said weakly. Looking at the two ambitious guys, Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, do you really think that the Admiral and the Pirate King are cabbages on the street, and you can get them by talking? However, if you can successfully pass this training, I think you will not be far from the goal. Next, I have prepared 5 standard sea stone content handcuffs. You start with 20% and try to fully adapt to it within a month. Got it, teacher. Smoker and Luffy echoed hurriedly. After Qin Yu signaled Bibo to distribute the sea stone handcuffs, he looked at Anne and said, haven't you written down the key points yet? In fact, these training methods are easy to copy as long as you master the method of cutting sea stone. The most important thing is that you are unique students with great potential and resilience. At this point, Qin Yu rubbed Anne's head and said, there is still a long way to go in the future, and you need to master it well. Ah! Anne suddenly woke up, closed the handbook in her hand, and a strange look appeared on her pretty face, saying, Teacher, your words give people the feeling that you will leave at any time. You will not suddenly leave us one day, right? In Anne's eyes, the invitation from the chief instructor of the Navy headquarters and the recruit camp is a supreme honor. It is also the only one in the Navy who can, in a sense, be as important as the position of Marshal. It can be said that no member of the Navy can resist this temptation. Haha, this kind of thing is beyond your little head. You should try the 20% pure sea stone training first. Qin Yu smiled and turned his hand to buckle a sea stone handcuff on Anne's wrist. The sudden scene made her body feel like an electric shock. Under the feeling of weakness, she stumbled and fell directly into Qin Yu's arms. Chapter 661 The Key to the First Swordsman. The softness of the hand and the squeezing of the floating ball made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows and subconsciously look into his arms. Sitting in the arms of a woman without being disturbed, that is something that even a saint cannot do. Anne, you have grown up. Qin Yu sighed faintly. Ah, grown up. Ian was startled and said weakly, Teacher, during this time on the ship, I have grown up thanks to your care, but I am still a long way from the growth that the teacher expects. Ian hopes that the teacher can support and guide Ian more. Looking at Ian with a sincere face and fiery eyes at the moment, Qin Yu came back to his senses and couldn't help coughing dryly. At this rhythm, Ian is undoubtedly a big misunderstanding. However, looking at the Navy, Ian is a goddess. Her figure and appearance are also first class. If she grows up again, I am afraid that she will lack balance. Of course, Qin Yu did not point out this beautiful misunderstanding. Supporting Anne, after sitting on a chair nearby, looked at Zoro and Sanji. This glance immediately made the two of them tense their muscles and be alert. Okay, you don't have to be nervous. The sea stone training method is useless to you, so I have prepared other training for you. Qin Yu looked at Zoro calmly. Zoro, I want to know what you think of first when you are on your way to the position of the world's #1 swordsman. What do you think of? Zoro was stunned and said subconsciously, Hawkeye my hawk, only by defeating him can I become the world's #1 swordsman. In the original work, this is Zoro's lifelong wish. You are wrong. The simple 3 words were uttered, which made Zoro stunned. Looking at the indifferent Qin Yu, he couldn't think of where he was wrong for a moment. It seems that you still don't know where you are wrong. Qin Yu said calmly, use your strongest means to attack. The strongest means? As soon as these words fell, all the people present turned their eyes and locked onto Qin Yu, with a hint of heat in their eyes. It can be said that as long as they boarded this ship, they often sparred with each other. But whether it was Zoro or Luffy, they had not fought with Qin Yu once. If they were to ask who was the opponent they wanted to challenge the most, it would be Qin Yu. Teacher, I have been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Zoro's face showed an undisguised heat, and he said, I don't know why you said I was wrong, but I will let you know that this period of time is not as powerless as the first time we met. Really? Qin Yu smiled a little, and said, I allow you to release the weight on your body and do your best. If you can touch the corner of my clothes, I can take you to see Hawkeye. Hawkeye? Zoro was startled at first, then his face showed joy. He grabbed Suezu and Sandai Kaititsuo around his waist with his backhand and said, Teacher, what you said makes me excited. Originally, this move was intended to be used to cut Luffy, but now in order to see Hawkeye, it seems that I have to use it in advance. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of several heavy objects falling to the ground suddenly sounded. The weight on Zoro's body fell on the boat, and feeling the long-lost lightness, Zoro couldn't help but take a deep breath. The tense muscles slowly bulged like a rock, and under the protruding blue veins, a huge force quickly moved around Zoro's body. It can be said that at this moment, Zoro clearly felt that his strength had improved by several levels. A fighting spirit quickly passed through the depths of his pupils. He took the last Wado Ikimonji and put it into his mouth. After tying the headscarf tightly, he said, Teacher, be careful. Don't let me touch the corner of your clothes. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing in the eyes of everyone. A small voice came out of Zoro's mouth. The moment he raised his head suddenly, both his hands and the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth were quickly covered by the armed color domineering. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you even awakened the armed color domineering, but if this is your trump card, it will disappoint the teacher. Dashiki, since you are back, lend me Shijer. Got it, teacher. Dashiki's voice suddenly sounded. Soon she was seen turning over from the small boat moored next to her and landing on the deck. The Shijer in her hand was directly handed over to Qin Yu. Looking at Dashiki, who looked like Kuina, Zoro was startled at first, and a trace of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes. An indescribable breath spread rapidly with Zoro as the center. Ghostly aura? Qin Yu felt this breath, met Zoro's sight, and said, do it. 3 simple words, swallowed and spit out. Zoro, whose muscles had already been tensed to the extreme, suddenly moved. The Snow Walker and the 3rd generation of Kaititsu in his hands turned quickly like a windmill. 9 mountains and 8 seas, there is no me who is endless. The low chanting, mixed with a sense of awe, originally, the ghostly aura that penetrated the body, rose rapidly at this moment. When these words were finished, the people present knew clearly that Zoro's aura would rise to the extreme. However, just as this thought came to mind, the next moment, Dashiki's voice suddenly sounded. You lose. The inexplicable words made Zoro's expression slightly startled, and the movement of his hands also paused for a moment. Before he could react, a stern breath of death swept over his body like a hurricane. Boom! The golden light was like a tide, as fast as thunder, and instantly captured Zoro's sight. No. It should be said that everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the moment when the pores of their bodies stood up, it was as if they had walked through the gates of hell. When they came to their senses, the explosion from the sea in the distance had already come. The water splashed down like a rainstorm, soaking everyone on the deck. There was no time to think about it, and everyone's eyes turned in unison, hurriedly past Zoro, and fell on the sea surface hundreds of meters away. Blood kept rolling out. A huge sea snake that was lurking in the sea and was waiting for an opportunity to attack was cut in half. The sea surface was split open, and the sea water was still pouring back. Seeing this horrifying scene, an absurd word flashed through everyone's mind. Too fast. So fast that he didn't even know he was being cut. I lost. Zoro's 3-sword style secret technique had already stopped. Looking back at the sea that was gradually returning to calm, his face was full of disbelief. Thinking of the bold words just now, he wanted to find a dog hole to crawl into. Chapter 662, the 3rd gambling goal. Lost just like that. Everyone present was stunned. Not to mention Zoro, even everyone who was full of blood and wanted to fight Qin Yu was no exception. In their eyes, Zoro would definitely lose if he challenged Qin Yu. However, the speed of this defeat was too fast. It was so fast that people felt caught off guard, as if a basin of cold water was poured on their heads. Is this the gap? Tashiji, thank you for your sword. Qin Yu returned Shiyu to Tashiji with his backhand and looked at Zoro, who was still full of disbelief. After this period of time, after Qin Yu's training like pulling up the seedlings to help them grow, Zoro did become stronger. However, in the original work, it was Zoro 2 years ago, not the one who was cheating 2 years later. Old teacher, why did I lose? Zoro suddenly woke up and asked anxiously, why can't I even take a single move? As soon as this was said, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and their eyes were all locked on Qin Yu. During this period of time, Zoro's monster-like training toughness and perseverance, as well as the improvement of strength. They all knew it clearly. Now it is hard for people to accept that they will lose. I am not deeply involved in kendo, but my kendo belief is speed. The world's kendo is only fast and unbreakable. Qin Yu looked at Zoro lightly and said, what is your kendo belief? My belief? Zoro was stunned. All along, what he pursued was to defeat Hawkeye my Hawk and win the title of the world's #1 swordsman. He never thought about this at all. It seems that you haven't figured this out yet. Qin Yu didn't feel surprised and continued, your secret may really have a strong power, but I hope you remember what it means to be ruthless and talk less. When you were chanting just now, I could kill you 10 times. You have to remember one thing, if you can't even figure out your own beliefs, and you can't even simplify your sword moves, what you have learned is just a trick, not a killing trick suitable for survival on the sea. At this point, Qin Yu looked up at the sky and said, if you also participated in the Navy's encirclement of Wald's Battle of Walver, and finally faced the huge meteorite falling from the sky. Perhaps, after you finish chanting, You think about cutting the meteorite in two with one knife, but what I have to do is to cut the meteorite into pieces with one knife. If one knife doesn't work, I still have enough time to chop the second knife, the third knife, and so on. Do you think you still have time? The slightly long voice echoed on the huge deck, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Whether it was Zoro or Luffy, their expressions changed drastically. Every profession has its own specialty. However, we must also find the right direction to work hard. In the original work, Zoro's belief is to cut. There is nothing in this world that cannot be cut, so put all your strength on cutting it in two. It is for this reason that when fighting Barrett, facing the meteorite falling from the sky by Fujitora, he became helpless. If it weren't for Hawkeye's timely action, Zoro might have been wiped out. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Zoro exhaled a deep breath, and after coming to his senses, he lay on the ground, lowered his head and bowed to Qin Yu. Faced with this sermon, Zoro had no way to refute it. At least, he thought that he had already improved several levels, and he couldn't even stop Qin Yu's move. Okay, the training is just starting now, you get up first. Qin Yu said lightly. He knew clearly that teaching is just a matter of time. Sometimes talking too much will backfire. Teacher, I got a record clock in a nearby tavern, but they said that the island is very weird. Dashiki took out a record clock and said, it only takes half a day from here to the destination. Teacher, where are you going? Luffy's eyes lit up and said, is there any delicious food? For Luffy's questioning, the people present may not be foodies. But facing Qin Yu's next destination, they are obviously very concerned. After all, during this period, they were chased by the pirates under Kaido, the Beast, and all the invaders were sunk. However, it is less than 1.5 months away from the battle with Admiral Akainu. If we continue to sail, it may be delayed. Don't worry, this time I go to find the third student who is betting with Akainu. Qin Yu smiled and patted the dust on his body, and glanced at the record clock in his hand. The third one? The people present were stunned. They had always believed that Qin Yu would select enough members from among the people on the ship for the gambling battle with Akainu. They never thought that Qin Yu had already selected the third person. Teacher, I can actually fight. Smoker couldn't help but say. However, as soon as he said this, Qin Yu quickly shook his head and refused. I said that I would not choose someone from the Navy headquarters to fight. If I choose you, I will break my promise. Qin Yu said lightly. What's more, the third person I want to choose is also related to Zoro's training. If Zoro can defeat the third person, his strength is enough to be called a great swordsman. Me? Teacher, what opponent did you choose for me? Zoro was stunned. Originally, he was still immersed in failure. He never thought that he would have follow-up training. Okay, be alert. As for what kind of opponent, you will know when you see it. Qin Yu smiled and patted Zoro on the shoulder, looked at Dashiki and said, let's set off now, and try to reach the destination before dark. Got it, teacher. Dashiki agreed and said, set sail immediately, Zoro, Sanji, and Bappo's training will be temporarily suspended, and try to reach the destination before nightfall. Got it. As the crowd responded, the single-masted ship quickly chose the right direction and sailed away with the wind and waves. On the other hand, not far from the Fossa Sea, there is a huge island port. As a transit station for pirates, the huge dock gathers 7 or 8 pirate ships to load and unload goods. On the calm sea, a huge pirate ship quickly emerged in the distance. As the distance approached, it was quickly shortened. The ridiculously large size of the ship and the pirate flag fluttering in the wind made the faces of the pirates carrying goods on the dock change drastically. It's the ship of the Beast Pirates. The huge size of the pirate ship is probably the main ship. A pirate captain exclaimed first. Oh my god, isn't the main fleet of the Beast Pirates in the New World? How could it run to the first half of the Grand Line? How can we survive like this? Chapter 663 Kaido, the Beast, in person. The huge pirate ship came against the wind and waves. In just a few minutes, the huge pirate ship with a length of hundreds of meters finally approached the port. The fluttering pirate flag was rustling, and on the deck, there were dense figures. There was also a huge figure like a hill, holding a wine bowl in his hand, looking up and pouring the wine into his mouth, and then throwing the wine bowl on the port with his backhand. Looking at such a barbaric scene, the captain of the pirate group present squinted his eyes, looking at the figure with his back to the sun, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he moved his Adam's apple with difficulty, swallowing his saliva. Some people even cried out in surprise. Yes, it's the new world, Kaido, the beast, one of the 4 emperors. He actually appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. A pirate cried out in shock. However, he saw a cold light shooting out and passing directly across his throat. As blood spurted out, the pirate stared with wide eyes, looking at the person who took his life, who turned out to be his captain who he called a brother. Lord Kaido, Iron Hook, failed to discipline the children properly and disturbed Lord Kaido. A middle-aged man with his right hand amputated and connected by an iron hook was the first to kneel on the ground with a plop, in fear and panic. We, the Iron Hook pirates, have been sailing in the first half of the Grand Line for 7 or 8 years, and we are very familiar with the nearby waters. If Lord Kaido, as long as he speaks, we will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. If the Lord can recruit us and join the beast's pirates, it would be the best. As soon as these words fell, the pirate captains present also followed suit. In the first half of the Grand Line, these pirate groups had a bounty of tens of millions, and they were considered to be the dominant ones. But in the second half of the Grand Line, they were just cannon fodder. Now, they have the opportunity to meet Kaido, the king of beasts, and get a chance to join his team, so of course they don't want to let it go. Shut up, don't bother me with the alcohol, or I'll smash you to death one by one. Kaido burped and jumped out on the deck. Bang! The moment his feet stepped on the dock, a low roar was heard, and the dull power swept through the entire dock as if there was an earthquake. Facing this scene, the pirate lying on the ground was almost scared out of his wits. At this moment, he wanted to bury his head in the floor. However, facing all this, Kaido didn't care at all, and walked into the depths of the island with a drunken step. The entourage brought on the ship hurriedly jumped up and followed quickly. The remaining members who stayed on the ship, after watching Kaido's figure leave, looked at the people on the dock with interest. Boss Kaido, the tavern in front is the source of this information intelligence. The Batman who followed Kaido was the first to speak up and remind him. However, Kaido did not answer this. He walked to the door of the tavern with a few steps and pushed it open. What came towards him was the noisy voices and the smell of alcohol. For pirates who wear their heads on their waists, wine, sex, money, and anger are their most important gold mines. Have you heard that not long ago, Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters and the strongest combat force under Kaido, the 4 emperors, was defeated by an unknown supernova of the Navy headquarters? In the next month and a half, he sank all the pirate formations under the pursuit of the beast pirates. I have also heard about this. I heard that there are no less than 10 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Dozens of other blind pirates have also been eliminated. It can be said that in just 1.5 days, the Navy supernova Laxus has made a name for himself in the first half of the Grand Line. Do you think that all the supernovas nowadays are so scary? Not long ago, even the world government extended an olive branch to Ace the Fire Fist, inviting him to become a Shishibukai. Later, it was reported that he was accepted by Whitebeard on board and became the captain of the 2nd Division. I heard that the position of the captain of this division has been vacant for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that Ace the Fire Fist would be selected. Tisk, you are still talking about Ace the Fire Fist now, it's too outdated. If you let me say, the person who is most similar to the Navy supernova Laxus on the sea during this period is Uchiha Chinyu, who planned the prison break and impel down and is known as the Skeleton Demon. In the Battle of the Navy's encirclement of Wald, he defeated the 3 admirals. Now he is offered a bounty of 2.2 billion berries and is known as the new 5 emperors. From obscurity to the current notoriety, the Navy supernova is very similar to the Skeleton Demon. In time, he may really become a great admiral. The beast's pirates don't know how to end. Chaotic voices rang out one after another. Facing the huge body that suddenly pushed the door open and entered, it was obvious that the people present were unaware. Only those drunken pirates who were about to leave found that someone was blocking the way. Hey, why don't you get out of the way quickly and don't block the captain's way? Or are you scared by the 90 million bounty on the captain's head? A drunken pirate said as he raised his head and looked at the mountain in front of him. The scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly, and the smell of alcohol that rushed to his forehead disappeared in an instant. Yes, it's Kaido, the 100 Beasts. He cried out in shock, and the words came out of his mouth uncontrollably. Before he could react, a hand as big as a millstone grabbed his head. He clenched his 5 fingers suddenly. Bang! The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. The head with a bounty of 90 million was crushed like a watermelon on the table of many people at this moment. The headless body fell heavily on the floor with a dull collision sound under the scalding blood. The sudden scene made the huge tavern fall into silence. The moment everyone's eyes fell on Kaido, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they cried out in shock. Yes, it's Kaido of Beasts himself. He won't come for the Navy supernova Laxus who is active near the sea area. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the people present changed drastically. They never thought that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, had not been active on the sea for more than 10 years. Now he actually took action for a Navy supernova. This means the beginning of a dead end. Kill all the people here. Kaido suddenly spoke, paused, and added, no, leave no one alive, the guy who knows the next destination of that kid will be killed, and the rest will be killed. If I find out that this news is false, I will definitely smash him into a meat paste. Chapter 664, Destroying the Rules of the Sea Game. Bang! The wolf-toothed club in Kaido's hand slammed down on the floor. The dull sound of the collision echoed, indicating the beginning of the killing. Some pirates fled. On the way here, many pirates also witnessed all this and chose other ports and ways to break through. Facing the personal arrival of Kaido, the King of Beasts, in the first half of the Grand Line, this information spread at the fastest speed. For a while, after a month and a half, the entire Grand Line was once again completely boiling because of this incident. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters. In the huge meeting hall, dozens of naval generals gathered here. Facing this urgent call, it can be said that everyone present had question marks on their faces. It was only 2 months since the last siege of Wald. But the purpose of the emergency call was clear to everyone present, which was obviously different from this time. Moreover, at one time, even the generals who were on patrol were urgently called back. This overturned their cognition. Although the naval generals present were all stationed in the headquarters, it seemed that they had more freedom than stationed in the branch. However, this freedom also brought with it the security issues of patrolling the Grand Line and ensuring that the member states were free from pirates. Now under the emergency call, even this most basic task was temporarily abandoned. The seriousness of the situation was probably beyond their cognition. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, do you know the reason for this call? A major general couldn't help asking. The eyes of the people present turned in unison and locked on Hua Shaishan. However, soon they saw the latter shaking his head, extinguishing his cigar, and said, everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I also received the call temporarily and don't know the ins and outs of the matter. The 3 admirals have arrived, so you don't have to be nervous. Admirals? The dozens of naval commanders present turned their eyes again and fell on the corridor. Soon they saw Akainu, who was walking in front, walking quickly with a gloomy face. Yo-yo, it seems that something big has happened this time, but don't look at me, I don't know what happened. Kizaru said with a crooked mouth. On the way here just now, I also met Marshal Sengoku, he should be here too. As he spoke, Kizaru sat down in his old seat. As soon as he crossed his legs, he saw Sengoku, who looked livid, rushing over with Garp and Crane. As soon as he came to the first seat, Zhangguo spoke first before he sat down. Okay, I believe everyone is still confused about why I urgently summoned everyone this time. Not long ago, Vice Admiral Momosegi left his post and let Drought, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates, attack their fleet, and even let a lieutenant colonel fall into Jack's hands and become a hostage. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that Laxus happened to be in the Sabayati archipelago and defeated Drought Jack. At this point, Zhangguo looked around the field and said, although Drought Jack was hijacked by Kaido on the way to the Impel Down prison, it also minimized the damage to our Navy headquarters. However, we still overlooked one thing. As the one who defeated Drought Jack, Laxus became the target of revenge by the Beast's pirates. Not long ago, in the first half of the Grand Line, in the Fursa Sea, a main battleship of the Beast's pirates appeared. The main battleship of the Beast's pirates? The expressions of the naval commanders present could not help but change slightly, and Hua Shaishan was the first to speak. Marshal Sengoku, the main battleships of the Beast's pirates have always been active in the New World. The members who are qualified to use the auxiliary fleet are the 3 calamities, the 6 Flying Six, the Barbarian Tyrant, and those so-called pillars. They suddenly appeared. Are they planning to chase Laxus? At this point, Hua Shaishan paused and said, Marshal Sengoku, you urgently summoned us to find someone to support Laxus. After Zifa's personal invitation, Akainu's proposed bet, and what happened in the Sabayati archipelago. The naval commanders present knew clearly how important Chinyu was to the current naval headquarters. However, facing the conclusion of the fire burning the mountain, Akainu's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, "Marshal Sengoku, is it worth mobilizing so many troops for just one battleship? Is it ridiculous to urgently summon all the naval generals of the headquarters? You are a little confused. If the 5 elders know about this, I'm afraid you will be blamed." The stern voice fell, and the dissatisfaction mixed in the words was not concealed at all. However, facing Akainu's tit-for-tat, the naval generals present were silent. They knew the importance of Chinyu to the naval headquarters. If the final support candidate was selected and the order was issued instead of wasting time on emergency summons, they would not refuse. However, if Sengoku really made such a fuss because of a battleship from the Beast's pirates, it would undoubtedly be difficult to convince the public. Sensing the atmosphere that suddenly changed, Zhangguo's face darkened slightly, and he said, "Akainu, I know you have a big prejudice against Laxus, but if it is just a battleship, whether it is the 3 calamities or the 6 flying 6, no matter how they chase and kill, I will not be overly partial to Laxus, but the person who appeared in the Fusa Sea this time is Kaido, the Beast." Kaido, the Beast? The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the huge office, and it could not be dispersed for a long time. The faces of dozens of naval generals present, including Akainu, also changed drastically. The 4 emperors, they are the existences that can cause earthquakes in the sea with a stomp of their feet. "Marshal Sengoku, do you mean that Kaido is hunting Laxus?" Ghost Spider said in a hurry, "The 4 emperors personally hunted down our marine headquarters people. He would not be ashamed, but would also destroy the war agreement we have tacitly agreed to in private. Isn't he worried that our marine headquarters will have a full-scale decisive battle with the Beast's pirates? As the top force on the sea, except for the crazy group of the Revolutionary Army, no one is willing to tear the face with the marine headquarters and lower themselves to hunt down. After all, if the main force of the 4 emperors hunts down the generals of the Navy will let the admirals squat at the doorsteps of the 4 emperors every day in retaliation. The final result is that the whole sea will probably be in chaos. Unless they are really determined to go to war, no one will play like this. Now Kaido's actions undoubtedly make people feel that he has broken the rules of the game in the sea." Chapter 665 I have been waiting for him for a long time. The huge meeting hall fell into an inexplicable silence. The eyes of all the people present turned and locked onto Sengoku. Their most urgent thought now was to find out how to face the challenge of Kaido, the Beast King. What exactly did Sengoku, the Admiral of the Navy, plan to do? However, before Sengoku could speak, Akainu on the side spoke first. "Marshal Sengoku, you summoned us so urgently. You are not planning to let our Navy headquarters go to war with the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, for the sake of that arrogant Laxus when the Navy headquarters is weak. Do you know that if the war breaks out, the already weak Navy headquarters will be directly hit hard? Once that time comes, what ability will we have to maintain the peace of this sea?" As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the huge conference room changed again. Akainu's words seemed very arbitrary, but they were not without reason. After the defeat in the encirclement and suppression of Wald, the current Navy the headquarters can't afford to fail again. Not to mention, they are going to fight against Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. That's like a nightmare. Asshole, Akainu, do you mean to watch the members of the headquarters die without saving them? Sengoku shouted in a deep voice. Don't forget, Laxus was targeted by Kaido because he rescued our members. If people outside knew that our Navy headquarters didn't save our own people, it would probably chill the hearts of everyone present. The faces of the Navy generals present changed slightly. In their eyes, Akainu was not wrong in his overall view. However, Sengoku was also right in terms of friendship. If the person being hunted down by Kaido this time was one of them present, I believe no one wants to see such a thing of watching people die without saving them. Marshal Sengoku, do you mean to think that the Navy headquarters must destroy our Navy headquarters for an arrogant person who has not officially joined the Navy? Akainu stood up suddenly. The hot magma flowed on the surface of the body, and a tense atmosphere spread from the heart. Seeing the scene that seemed to force the palace, everyone's nerves were tense. Okay, you guys are arguing here, what's the point? What if that kid doesn't need your help? Garp put his feet on the table, picked his nose and said indifferently. As soon as these words fell, the tense atmosphere disappeared instantly. As Garp said, if Qin Yu doesn't need it. They are messing around here, it's useless. Zhangguo, I also think what Garp said is right. Let's contact Laxus about this matter first. Tsuru also spoke up and said, what's more, we are too far away from the Fursa Sea. It will take several days to get there now. If possible, try to let Laxus escape back to the New World. After all, there are many forces here that can check and balance him. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Tsuru's words obviously convinced many people. Akainu's face sank, and the hot molten magma rolling on his body was completely restrained. He sat upright on the chair and said, humph, facing Kaido, the beast, I think he will definitely ask for help. I advise you, if you can get in touch with him, let him roll back to the vicinity of the Navy headquarters as soon as possible, so that Kaido, the beast, may have some scruples. Akainu, shut up, if you don't say it, no one will blame you. Zhangguo snorted coldly and said, if you are worried about losing the gambling battle in a month, I won't blame you. You. Akainu was suddenly angry. Looking at the two people who were almost strangling each other, he sighed helplessly, took out the emergency den mushi left by Zephyr, and dialed it directly. Gurgle gurgle. The call of the den mushi suddenly sounded. The oppressive atmosphere in the field was immediately dissipated. The attention of everyone in the field was locked on the den mushi. Moshi Moshi, this is Laxus, is there anything urgent for Zephyr teacher? Qin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. When he left the Sabayati archipelago, Zephyr gave Qin Yu an emergency den mushi for easy contact. I am he, this is the den mushi that Zephyr gave me temporarily to contact you. He spoke first. She knew very well that if she handed the matter over to Sengoku, Akainu would definitely think it was unfair. So he still planned to handle it personally. It turned out to be Vice Admiral He. I think calling me at this critical moment should be about the beast pirates, right? Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose and went straight to the point. Crane was startled at first, then smiled and said, so Laxus, you have been mentally prepared for a long time, knowing that the people from the beast's pirates will come to your door. However, I know that you are skilled and courageous, and your strength is also very good, but you must listen calmly to the next thing, and then give an answer immediately, so that we can properly solve the matter. The nerves of the people present were gradually tense. After all, Qin Yu's answer will affect the fate of their Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Crane, just say it directly if you have anything to say, no need to beat around the bush. Qin Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, Crane exhaled a deep breath and said, since, Laxus, you are already mentally prepared, I can only say it directly. Beast's Kaido wants to kill you, he has come to the Fusa Sea in person, I think with his ability, he will find you soon. Now we want to know, what countermeasures do you have? The slightly long voice fell, and the nerves of everyone in the field were suddenly tense to the extreme. Everyone's eyes turned in unison and locked on the den mushi. It felt like crossing an endless distance, eager to see the changes in Qin Yu's expression now. You mean, Kaido, the beast, is here in person? Qin Yu suddenly spoke, paused, and said with a smile, I've been waiting for him for a long time. Thank you, Vice Admiral Tsuru, for telling me the information. The simple reply made the huge meeting hall so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In their guess, Laxus, as a junior, heard the information that Kaido, the beast, was coming for his head. Even if he was not frightened to kneel down and ask for help, he should have been confused. However, now Qin Yu gave them the feeling that he was talking about something very ordinary. Laxus, you are not afraid? That's Kaido, the beast. Jean. Guo was the first to lose his temper and asked anxiously. Chapter 666 Height Difference Causes Mistakes. Afraid? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, so Marshal Jean Guo is here too. It seems that because of my affairs, I am afraid that you have made a big fuss. But it's just Kaido of the beasts. I have been waiting for a long time and have long wanted him to test his sword on me. If there is nothing, then hang up first. Luffy is shouting that he wants to go ashore. Luffy? Garp's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and he didn't care about the boogers on his hands. He grabbed the den mushi and shouted urgently, Laxus, did Luffy obey your training? If he doesn't obey, don't look at me, just beat him to death. Grandpa, Am I your biological child? Why do you have to treat me like this? Bah, you are not my biological child, your father is my biological child. My father, who is my father? Luffy's shouting was also heard in the Den Den Mushi. Hearing this question, Crane endured the boogers that might be stained on the Den Den Mushi, and quickly hung up the call with the Den Den Mushi. Crane, what did you do? Let me talk to you for a few more words. Hearing the busy tone coming from the Den Den Mushi, Garp couldn't help but complain. Shut up. If you keep nagging, you'll even bring that guy up. By then, your grandson will not only shout about being a pirate, but he might even run off to join the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku glared at Garp and said, also, in the future, you are strictly prohibited from picking your nose when entering the meeting room. No, it should be within my sight, absolutely not. No, this is your senbei, do you want to eat it? Garp pulled out the finger stuck in his nostril, took out a senbei from his pocket, and handed it over. Get out, you disgusting guy. No, why did you steal my senbei again? Looking at Sengoku who was about to explode, he looked helplessly at the Den Den Mushi that he didn't want to put away, and said with a dry cough, okay, Marshal Sengoku, don't worry about Garp now, I want to know what your plan is. Chinyu has already given the answer. Not only that, he didn't plan to ask for help from the Navy headquarters, nor did he think about escaping. Instead, he said as soon as he opened his mouth that he had been waiting for Kaido to appear from the beginning. He even said arrogantly that he would wait for him to test the sword. If you don't hear it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? For a moment, in the huge conference room, dozens of eyes turned and locked on Sengoku, even Akainu was no exception. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Sengoku's expression changed, and he sighed heavily and said, forget it, since that kid has made a decision, I, as the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, also need to consider the overall situation. If Laxus can get back to the Navy headquarters in time, we will do our best to protect him. If he insists on challenging Kaido, then the next thing will be his own fate. No matter what the result is, it's all in his own hands. After this, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, everyone's face still showed a trace of confusion. After all, in their eyes, facing Kaido, the so-called King of the Sea, Laxus, who is known as the supernova of the Navy headquarters, has no confidence to confront him. In this kind of thing, if you are not careful, you will be hammered to death. At the same time, 1,000 meters away from the destination, the Kingdom of Ruins, a sloop is sailing around the island, looking for a shore to dock. Chinyu, standing on the deck, looked at the Den Den Mushi in his hand and smiled. He never thought that after defeating Drought Jack, he could attract Kaido, the beast. As his strength gradually recovered, it became more and more difficult for him to shake the world and gain turbulence value. Even defeating a pirate like Jack with a bounty of 1 billion could not stir up many waves in this sea. This undoubtedly drove Chinyu to target the 4 emperors. Now Kaido's appearance undoubtedly allowed Chinyu to verify his thoughts. If this can save more turbulence value, he doesn't mind paying homage to the 4 emperors. Teacher Laxus, Vice Admiral Tsuru just contacted you urgently. Is there anything important? As a member of the Navy, Anne knew clearly what the golden Den Den Mushi in Chinyu's hand meant. However, as soon as the voice fell, a slap came to her face, directly hitting her smooth forehead. You little gossip, what can happen with me here? Chinyu looked at Anne who was covering her forehead, smiled and rubbed her head, and said, wait a minute, I will go ashore with Zoro, you drive this ship, take Sanji to the next destination, what you have to do is to leave him on the island. Then, go to the Sabayati archipelago and wait for me to meet you. We leave by ourselves. Anne was startled and said, Teacher, won't you go with us? If there is any problem, I can find Teacher Zifa, he will definitely help you. Looking at the orders Chinyu gave them, Anne obviously smelled something wrong. She has not graduated from the Navy recruit camp yet, but it does not mean that she is really a naive person. Okay, girl, why do you always mention old man Zifa's name? You are my trademark time for you, my student, to grow up. Chinyu smiled and patted Yin trademark's shoulder, saying, Earl, good things must come to an end. Sooner or later, you will have to take charge of your own business and go out to sea to perform tasks alone. This is the first task that the teacher has left for you. If I don't trademark see you in the Sabayati archipelago, I will spank you. Having said that, Chinyu looked at the roundness with interest. Ah! Aeon subconsciously cried out softly, her cheeks slightly red, and she moved her body awkwardly. Her eyebrows slightly raised, met Chinyu's gaze, tiptoed slightly, and leaned forward towards Chinyu. The sudden scene made Chinyu startled. Is this a forced kiss? However, before he could react, Aeon obviously underestimated the so-called cutest height difference. At present, the character template of Laxus is at least more than 2 meters in height. Aeon's current height is only about 1.6 meters. If she can touch her chin when she stands on tiptoe, it will be good. Teacher, we are here. Dashiki's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, footsteps were heard coming from the cabin. Aeon, who was originally planning to tiptoe with a passionate heart, was startled at first, and then she was completely awake under the hot head. She quickly raised her slender hands and grabbed Chinyu's chest. Chapter 667 Hawkeye's Pet. What are you doing? No, Aeon, what are you doing with your hands? Dashiki's voice sounded again. Looking at Anne, her hands, like a pair of dragons going out to sea, just pressed on certain positions, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Facing Dashiki's questioning, Anne was startled at first, then screamed, turned around with a red face and ran away in a hurry. Looking at Anne, who hid in the cabin in a blink of an eye, Chinyu came back to his senses, reached out and rubbed Dashiki's head, and said, Dashiki, I think you are also very interested in this island, you should go with me. Can I go too? Dashiki couldn't help but be startled, and said, I thought that teacher, you only have Zoro in your eyes. For Dashiki, she was the first person to meet Chinyu in this small group. She was like a veteran anyway. Unfortunately, as time went by, there were more and more people on the ship, and everyone's strength became stronger and stronger. This made Dashiki feel that her sense of existence was gradually weakened. Okay, girl, don't be jealous. I have handed over the next voyage to Anne. Something else will happen next. Just follow my orders. Chinyu smiled and scratched Dashiki's nose. Something else happened? Dashiki was slightly startled, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Facing what Chinyu said and the scene that just happened, it was undoubtedly wrong. Teacher Laxus, we have moored the ship. What is ahead? After Zoro tied up the 3 sabers, he also came to the deck. Looking at the dilapidated forest that was gradually getting darker and shrouded in mist, a sense of loneliness and desolation came towards him. This is the Ruins Kingdom where Hawkeye my hawk is located. Chinyu did not hide it and looked ahead indifferently. He did not use his observation haki, but the keen sense honed by long-term fighting has captured the covetous eyes around him. Hawkeye my hawk? The world's greatest swordsman? Zoro was stunned, and looked at Chinyu with disbelief. Half a day ago, Chinyu promised him that as long as they met in the fight, he would take him to see Hawkeye my hawk. However, Zoro never expected that he would be defeated before he finished chanting the secret technique in his confident swordsmanship. I thought there would be no chance to meet Hawkeye so soon, and I never thought that I would arrive at the island where Hawkeye was. However, this excitement just emerged in Zoro's mind, and the next moment a more important thing suddenly came to his mind, saying, Teacher, you said before that you were looking for the 3rd student to fight, wouldn't it be Hawkeye? That guy is the world's #1 swordsman. I'm afraid he will become a student. Speaking of this, let alone Zoro, even Tashigi beside him couldn't help but look at Chinyu. In their eyes, it is impossible to accept the world's #1 swordsman as a student. If they really agree, it will probably be considered a shame by every swordsman in the entire sea. Hehe, who is my 3rd target, you will know when the time comes. Chinyu patted Zoro's shoulder and said, let's go, time is running out. I hope that guy is on the island. In addition to accepting people, I have another thing to ask him to help. As for Kaido, the king of beasts, there is a possibility that he will come to seek revenge in person. Chinyu still needs to make more preparations. With Laxus' character template, there may be no way to defeat or even kill Kaido. But at least Kuroba doesn't want to give up this important opportunity. At the same time, in the distant sea, a pirate ship quickly turned around and left. The pirate standing on the bow deck also quickly dialed the Den Den Mushi. Chinyu didn't know all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The 3 of them jumped onto the coast under Chinyu's guidance. Looking at Anne in the cab, he nodded and immediately set sail. Zoro couldn't help but look back at the woods first. When he thought of meeting Hawkeye my hawk could not wait to step out when he met him. However, as soon as he stepped into the bush. Before he could react, Dashiji's urgent call came first. Be careful! Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a sharp arrow with cold light suddenly lit up in the dark. It shot towards Zoro head-on. Looking at this sudden scene, Zoro's expression changed slightly, and he grabbed the third generation of demon cutters at his waist with his backhand, and the famous sword was instantly unsheathed. Dang! The sound of metal collision suddenly sounded, and the incoming sharp arrow was directly knocked away and inserted diagonally on the tree trunk not far away. However, before Zoro could react, a black shadow flashed behind Chinyu like a ghost. The sharp blade raised in his hand was even more cold, and it chopped down towards Chinyu head-on. In the dim moonlight, you can vaguely see which hideous face. You chose the wrong opponent. Chinyu smiled and nodded, looking at the sharp blade that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, and suddenly moved. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. The attacking sharp blade was instantly clamped tightly by 2 fingers 1 inch away from Chinyu. The sudden scene made the pupils of the attacker shrink, and his face was full of disbelief. No. It should be said that the animal that attacked was full of disbelief. Is this a baboon? Zoro was stunned. The baboon in front of him subverted his cognition. Not only was he wearing leather armor, but he was also holding a weapon. And the sneak attack just now could be regarded as fast, accurate and ruthless. The human-like baboon is a native animal of the Kingdom of Ruins, and it is also the pet of Hawkeye my hawk. After hesitating for a moment, Chinyu chose a relational adjective for the relationship between Hawkeye and baboon. In fact, this can't be blamed on Chinyu, who had to explain it deliberately. A grown man stayed on a deserted island, living with a group of human-like baboons. If there is such a day, after being single for a long time, everything you see will be handsome. It is hard to say, the evil fire will come, and the chrysanthemum will tighten. It feels like the chrysanthemums are blooming all over the mountain. Woo woo woo! The baboon cried out, and he quickly drew his knife and turned around, intending to escape. If you want to leave, I'm going to let you lead the way. Chinyu's right hand 2 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the sharp blade with cold light broke with a sound. The next moment, as Chinyu turned his wrist, the sharp blade made a stern sound of breaking through the air and rushed straight to the baboon's chest. Puff! Scarlet blood spurted out, which was a bit annoying under the moonlight. The baboon who attacked by surprise, the moment his muscles were tensed, fell straight behind. Bang! Dust was stirred up, and Zoro and Tashigi were stunned by the sudden scene. Teacher, did you kill Hawkeye's pet? Chapter 668, The Kingdom of Ruins. No. Chinyu glanced at the fallen baboon and said, Hawkeye's pet won't die so easily. Will not die. Zoro and Tashigi subconsciously looked at the fallen baboon. The baboon, like an idiot, suddenly sat up. He extended his index finger and smeared some saliva in his mouth, and smeared it on the wound on his chest. After watching the baboon's coquettish operation, the baboon shouted again, and Zoro and Tashigi were stunned. Where did you learn this? Can saliva heal wounds? Zoro exploded. Even Tashigi's cheek muscles were twitching. Could this human-like baboon's behavior be imitating Hawkeye? Okay, now is not the time to complain. What's coming next is a real test. Chinyu patted Zoro's shoulder and looked at the dense forest in front of him. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of eyes that lit up in the darkness. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around them, Zoro and Tashigi's nerves suddenly tensed. Teacher, is this the training you arranged? Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji into his mouth with his backhand and said, this seems a bit too simple. Simple? Chinyu smiled playfully and said, then I'll leave it to you. Don't lose the teacher's face. There will be more good shows later. After saying this, Chinyu walked out on his own. Hawkeye. Zoro was slightly startled. In his eyes, after defeating this group of baboons, the last part should be on Hawkeye. Thinking of this, Zoro's eyes couldn't help but get hot. Roar! The roar sounded suddenly. The baboons hiding around all jumped up at once. Their huge bodies cast dark shadows, and the various weapons in their hands made people feel dizzy. However, all the eyes of the baboons who jumped up turned at once, all locked on Chinyu. In their eyes, the human who could easily defeat the first probing baboon should be the most dangerous existence. It seems that having too strong a sense of presence is also a mistake. Chinyu nodded lightly and looked around, and his observation haki rolled back like a raging tide. Under the siege from all sides, Qin Yu stepped out. Boom! The golden lightning exploded like a raging tide, turning into a stunning light, and shot out in the airtight joint attack. With the baboons looking confused, he went straight through the dense forest and rushed to the depths of the island. Dashiki, it seems that we have been underestimated by these beasts. I will lead the way and you cover me. Long tied his headscarf tightly, biting the Japanese word and said. Ryu Sakura blade back swift slash. The cold light was like a tide, and the flowing cherry was entangled. Dashiki stepped down suddenly, and the shaving of the Navy 6 styles was performed to the extreme. During this time of following Qin Yu, Dashiki had seen all kinds of strong men. She was no longer the silly and innocent girl a few months ago. Facing the battle, the decisive killing attitude, and the self-awareness of the inherent physical deficiencies of women. The route taken by Dashiki was undoubtedly to follow Qin Yu's only speed. Bang bang bang! The cold light flashed, and the three baboons just stood firm after failing to sneak attack Qin Yu. Then they felt a chill on their backs, and the attack had already hit. However, as Hawkeye's pet, Dashiki obviously showed mercy and only attacked with the back of the knife. In a blink of an eye, the three baboons fell directly to the ground, rolled their eyes, and fainted directly. Dashiki, who attacked, did not stop at all, and her figure was like a ghost, quickly flashing behind the next target. That feeling gave people the illusion that she was like a wolf among sheep, and she was simply as good as a man. Don't be stunned, you are holding the teacher back, I won't wait for you. Dashiki's voice floated. It immediately woke up Zoro from his trance. He hurriedly looked at the back that was quickly passing by. Thinking back to the heroic words just now, Zoro's face was a little embarrassed, and he suddenly clenched the famous sword in his hand and muttered unwillingly. If I could join the teacher's army earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't be so passive, right? This reminded Zoro of his frequent defeats when he was a child. On the other hand, in the central castle of the Kingdom of Ruins. In the old palace, the light of the candle was shaking. Two figures sat opposite each other. Hawkeye took the teacup in his hand and took a sip, then looked at the fierce-looking baboon king in front of him. I have nothing to teach you. It is a bit difficult to display the domineering power. Given the racial gap between us, it is difficult for you to understand it. Hawkeye put down the teacup in his hand and said lightly. In this relic kingdom, besides him, there is a group of human-like baboons. Although, this group of baboons has almost human intelligence. However, compared with humans, it is still lacking. As for the huge baboon king in front of him, which is as big as a hill, he is the one with the highest talent and the strongest strength among the baboon group. The only thing that makes people feel pity is that no matter how hard Hawkeye guides and demonstrates, there is no way to improve the strength of the baboon king again. To the level of the fur tribe he has seen in the past. Someone has landed on the island. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. After the Ruins Kingdom was destroyed in the war, it was occupied by him. After losing the natural enemy of humans, the human-like baboon group also grew rapidly. Normally, Hawkeye would cover the entire island with his observation haki at all times. Only when he rested at night would he relax a little. He never thought that someone would rashly go to such a desolate island and knowing his existence. Woo woo woo. The baboon king screamed a few times, obviously understood what Hawkeye meant, and stood up on the ground. Do you mean to leave it to you to deal with it? Hawkeye looked at the baboon king who nodded repeatedly, and didn't continue to speak. His expression suddenly changed, and he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly pulled out the black knife on the back of the chair. Buzz! The black light was like a tide, bringing a harsh sound of the knife. Under the lock of the observation haki, Hawkeye chopped directly at the baboon king. The sudden scene made the baboon king stunned. With a slightly inferior mindset to that of humans, it was undoubtedly unable to understand why Hawkeye, who had been treating it like a brother just a moment ago, would draw his sword against it. However, facing this sudden attack, the baboon king could only follow his body's combat consciousness and quickly reached for the copycat black knife on his back. However, the moment he touched it, the empty feeling made the baboon king stunned. As a great swordsman, his combat power is probably above his weapons. Now that he has no weapons, isn't he just a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered? Chapter 669 The Real Purpose. The sudden scene made the baboon king stunned in place, unable to react. The only thing he could do was to watch Hawkeye's black knife quickly enlarge in his pupils. Whoosh! The unexpected sound of breaking through the air sounded behind the Baboon King. The familiar huge black knife, surrounded by lightning, stabbed directly at the black knife in Hawkeye's hand at a tricky angle. As soon as it hit, it was like a lightning shooting, making people feel dizzy. Bang! The dull sound of metal collision echoed, and a strong explosion and wind and waves rolled back under the lightning and sparks. Hawkeye's expression changed slightly, and he quickly pulled back the black knife in his hand. At the same time, the armed color spread rapidly, quickly covering the black knife. After doing all this, Hawkeye turned his eyes and fell on Qin Yu, saying, using the power of lightning that bursts out in an instant, forming a huge impact of the stab, this is an attack method to destroy the blade. I didn't expect that the Navy supernova Laxus, who caused a lot of trouble in the city, would appear in a deserted place like mine, and he is also a kendo master. Hawkeye is in a remote place, but the source of intelligence is also well informed. What's more, Qin Yu used Laxus, this character model. The storm in the Sabayati archipelago is no worse than any other major event. Hawkeye, you are making fun of me. My sword moves are nothing but a show of skill in front of you. Qin Yu smiled warmly and threw the huge black knife in his hand to the confused Baboon King. In its simple thinking, it was impossible to figure out the huge black knife it was carrying. Why did it fall into Qin Yu's hands? You are too modest. Watching Qin Yu return the huge black knife, Hawkeye also put away the external armed color domineering and sheathed the black knife. He walked straight to the bar, took out a clean cup, poured the freshly brewed black tea into it, and said, during this period, the Navy headquarters has suffered a series of setbacks and lost too much face. Your sudden rise is an unexpected variable for the sea. However, I heard that you are being hunted by the beast's pirates. You suddenly came to the Kingdom of Ruins. It's not as simple as just looking for me, a pirate, to complain. Or did the Navy headquarters ask you to bring me the so-called 7 warlords of the sea treaty? At this point, Hawkeye shook his head and said, I have already made efforts to encircle and suppress Wald, so I don't need to obey any of your conscription orders in the next year. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, if Tyrant Bear is the most obedient errand boy, Crocodile and Doflamingo are unruly, then Hawkeye is the one who likes to slack off the most. He must come every time there is a conscription order. He came on the field and waved his sword twice before leaving. He didn't kill anyone, nor did he use real kung fu. But it made people feel that there was nothing to find fault with. Therefore, looking at the Navy, or even the world government, it was hard for anyone to find fault with him. Don't worry, I came here just to borrow the Baboon King from you. Qin Yu took the black tea, took a sip, and looked at the ferocious Baboon King behind him. You want to borrow it? Hawkeye was stunned. In his eyes, Laxus went to the Ruins Kingdom with great effort, probably to avoid the pursuit of the beast's pirates. Now he suddenly asked him to borrow the Baboon King, which undoubtedly made people feel intrigued. Hawkeye, don't be surprised. Qin Yu turned his head and said, I heard what you said just now. The Baboon King has an extraordinary learning ability and imitated everything you learned in your life, but the 2-color domineering is a threshold for him. Unless he has the animal type, fantasy beast type human fruit, it may be able to open his spiritual wisdom and his strength can be further improved. But, as far as I know, the human fruit has been taken, so it is difficult for the Baboon King to learn the 2-color domineering. Human fruit. Hawkeye was slightly stunned and said, I didn't expect you to know all this. Since you know that the Baboon King has limited potential, why do you still want to get it? The Baboon King did imitate my lifelong swordsmanship, but without the premise of domineering, his strength on the sea can only be compared with that of an ordinary rear admiral, which is not very useful to you. In Hawkeye's eyes, imitation and deep acquisition are 2 completely different definitions. Imitation is just a form without spirit. Only by deeply understanding a person's sword heritage can Hawkeye's sword power be brought into play. Hawkeye believes that the young man in front of him will definitely not be unaware of this. What others can't do doesn't mean I can't do it. Qin Yu put down the teacup in his hand. I believe that the Baboon King should be the descendant of the fur tribe. He has been trapped on this island for too long. With such a high talent, don't you think it's a pity to stay here? The most important point is that you should have heard why the Navy headquarters made an exception to recruit me. The slightly long voice echoed in the hall and could not be dispersed for a long time. The years of existence of the fur tribe are similar to those of humans. At least, not many people know how many years Zo has lived. Similarly, no one knows how many fur tribes have walked out of Zo. No one knows how many descendants are bred outside. However, according to Qin Yu's guess, with such a high talent and strong combat power, the Baboon King may have a blood relationship with the Fur tribe. With this little relationship, Qin Yu can try to borrow the talent of the Bone King's bloodline remodeling to let the Baboon King return to his ancestral state. It seems that the news from the Navy headquarters is not false. No wonder even Zifa is eager to recruit you into the Navy recruit camp to replace his position. Hawkeye put down the teacup in his hand and said, however, it shouldn't be that simple for you to help me train the Baboon King like this. As a Hawkeye who has been sailing alone in the sea for a long time and can still survive to this day and has reached the top of the world's #1 swordsman. He knows clearly that there is no free lunch in this world. Hawkeye, you are a smart man. Qin Yu smiled and patted the dust on his body, saying, Kaido of the beasts will catch up with me soon. Facing him, I don't have any chance of winning now, so I hope you can guide my kendo, or fight with me. Fight with you? Hawkeye seemed a little surprised. He never thought that Qin Yu's real purpose was to imitate some kendo fur from him like the Baboon King. The most important point is that he was able to remain calm even when being chased by Kaido, the king of beasts. Looking at the entire ocean, I'm afraid only Qin Yu could do this. This confidence and courage is truly remarkable. Chapter 670 The Key to Victory. In the hall, there was a dead silence. The Baboon King was angry that Qin Yu had taken his black knife without authorization. However, as Hawkeye said, the Baboon King has an IQ second only to that of humans. At the same time, it is also possible that he has the blood of the Fur family, so he vaguely knows that the conversation between this strange young man and his father is related to his baboon's life. Intuition tells it that if it can seize this opportunity, there may be huge changes. Thinking of this, the Baboon King couldn't help but stand up and look at Hawkeye. Do you want to go with him? Hawkeye met the Baboon King's sight. It can be said that he was not surprised by all this. Seeing the latter nodded heavily, Hawkeye sighed and said, I didn't expect that you could even convince a beast. I know you are planning to take advantage of my swordsmanship, but I don't care how much you have learned from a fight. At the same time, I will not help you in the pursuit of Kaido, the beast. If you die, it's because you are not as skilled as others, and you can't blame others. Hawkeye my hawk, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has enough strength to allow him to run rampant on this sea. However, he also doesn't want to be followed by a group of little tails. Don't worry, if you put your hope on others, do you think I can still joke with you here? Qin Yu laughed dryly, patted the dust on his body and stood up, saying, however, next, when I'm not here, I hope you can take in my stupid students, they are all good swordsmen. Students? Hawkeye was slightly startled. Just now, he was just thinking about being on guard against Qin Yu, and completely ignored the vigilance on the island. When he came to his senses, he quickly swept away his observation haki, and his expression changed slightly. Let's go out and take a look, they are all interesting children. Qin Yu turned around and walked out of the gate first. The Baboon King also quickly followed. That posture was obviously like a slave of 3 surnames, forgetting Hawkeye's past teachings. Looking at the 2 figures leaving quickly, Hawkeye's cheek muscles twitched slightly, and he felt that a girl should not be kept. However, what he cared about most was that Laxus knew that Kaido, the beast, was chasing him. At the same time, why did he stay here and ask him to teach swordsmanship when there was no way to win? Could it be that a simple fight would increase his chances of survival? Or is there another backup? With these messy thoughts, Hawkeye my hawk carried the black knife yet on his back and walked out of the gate quickly. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw unconscious baboons lying in a mess in the dilapidated castle yard. 2 slightly panting figures stood in the field. I killed 365 baboons, you killed 364, I won. Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji, not caring about the sweat on his forehead, and said in a hurry. Unlike the original work, Zoro is now under Qin Yu's command and has learned the armed color domineering. So the overall strength has improved a lot. For these baboons, it is not a problem. The most important thing is that in this duel, Zoro has been holding back for so many years, unwilling to lose, and forced a small universe explosion, and forcibly snatched the last baboon. No, there is one last one, and the winner can be decided. Tashigi took a look and trembled slightly. Looking up at the gate of the castle entrance, after passing the familiar figure, the first thing that came into view was the huge Baboon King who was nearly 6 or 7 meters long. The huge black knife and the leather armor on his body made Zoro's pupils shrink slightly. However, what shocked them even more was the last figure that came out. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk. In 3 minutes and 50 seconds, you defeated more than 700 baboons. It seems that your strength has improved during this period of time, which makes me very happy. Chinyu looked at Zoro and Tashigi calmly. However, your next opponent is not Hawkeye, but my new student, the Baboon King. New student? Zoro and Tashigi were stunned. They had just separated for a short 3 or 4 minutes, and they had taken in the most powerful human-like baboon on the island. This speed is so fast that it makes people doubt life. Roar! The Baboon King suddenly hammered his chest with both hands, and with his fangs protruding, he opened his mouth and roared. Looking at the Baboon King who directly admitted his identity in the blink of an eye. Hawkeye my hawk's cheek muscles were twitching. If it weren't for the fact that Chinyu was there, he would have wanted to beat the Baboon King hard. Teacher, do you think this is the last opponent between Zoro and me? Tashiki took a look at Hawkeye and spoke first, is it one-on-one? If it is one-on-one, I am worried that it is a bit unfair. For a swordsman, especially in front of the world's #1 supreme swordsman. A 1-on-2 swordsmanship competition is a shame that is humiliating to the sword. Not to mention Tashiki, even Zoro felt ashamed. 1-on-2, as new students, you all have the swords I gave you, but the Baboon King already has the imitation Black Knife Knight, so I will give you a chance. Chinyu looked at the Baboon King indifferently. 1-on-2, perhaps it is an insult to the sword. However, for Chinyu, the Baboon King has always stayed in imitation and could not take the most critical step. There is still a defect in wisdom. If the blood of the Bone King is successfully reshaped, once the defects of the Baboon King can be corrected make up for it, then the accumulation of strength will probably have a qualitative change. At that time, it would be difficult for Zoro and Tashigi to take advantage of each other. Teacher, this seems a bit inappropriate. Zoro was anxious. However, Tashigi soon stopped him and said, this is the teacher's decision. As a student, I hope you don't doubt it. If I were you, I would adjust my breathing and recover my strength to deal with the next battle. Don't forget, no matter how many baboons you defeated before, the Baboon King in front of you is the final basis for winning or losing. Facing the solemn Tashigi, Zoro was stunned. Recalling the fight with Chinyu not long ago, it was just as Tashigi said. As a teacher, Chinyu must have seen something that they couldn't see. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a decision. For a while, Zoro, who was originally dissatisfied, fell into silence, and then slowly calmed down his breath and prepared for the battle like Tashigi. Are these your two students? They have good eyesight. Hawkeye looked at Chinyu and said, however, the strength of the Baboon King is very good. He has also imitated what I have learned throughout my life. But based on this alone, it is probably difficult for him to win over your two students. This may be a bit disadvantageous for the Baboon King. Chapter 671 The Transformation of the Baboon King. As the teacher of the Baboon King, he has been with it for a long time. For Hawkeye, it would be strange if he had no feelings. In the original work, his concern for the ghost girl can also be reflected from time to time. However, as a century-class steel straight man, Hawkeye's thinking is difficult to bend, and it is impossible for him to persuade softly. However, if Hawkeye has to watch his younger brother suffer in front of others, not only is it unfair to the Baboon King, but Hawkeye's face is also a bit embarrassed. After all, the two swordsmen's apprentices are fighting, and for Hawkeye, this is also an indirect fight between him and Chinyu. Woo woo woo. Faced with Hawkeye's kindness, the Baboon King was the first to grin and roar, obviously thinking that he was underestimated by Hawkeye. Watching this scene, Hawkeye felt that his kindness was taken away by the baboon. He resisted the urge to punch him, glared at him, and said, well, you guy, it seems that you don't even know who your teacher is in the future. Wait a minute, don't wink in front of me if you suffer a loss. Gurgle. Zoro and Tashigi couldn't help but look at each other. In their eyes, Hawkeye was a serious and unsmiling existence. This kind of iron-like attitude was the first time they saw it. If it weren't for the feeling of Hawkeye's restrained and sharp aura. With Chinyu as a witness, they thought they had gone to the wrong door. However, Chinyu insisted on letting the Baboon King fight them 1-on-2. This kind of confidence surprised Zoro and Tashigi at the same time. There was also a feeling of being looked down upon by their own teacher. Teacher, we are ready. Zoro clenched his two swords with his backhand and pointed them at the ground. Tashigi, who was standing by, did not speak, but her highly concentrated spirit made her feel sharp. This made Hawkeye, who was standing by, take a closer look. He received the news in advance through a special channel and knew why the Navy headquarters had made an exception to recruit Laxus to join the Navy headquarters. However, hearsay is not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. At least, in his eyes, the two students in front of him were already very good just by their rainbow-like momentum. This made Hawkeye a little worried about the Baboon King. Well, it seems that both of you are determined to win, and you should also feel that you are looked down upon by the teacher. Chin Yu smiled and patted the Baboon King's arm, saying, however, I still warn you, don't be lucky against any enemy. As my new student, Baboon King, please give me the gift first. At present, the realism of the character templates of Bone King and Laxus has reached more than 60%, so it is not a problem to share low-level skills. What's more, blood reshaping is the innate magical power of Bone King, and it is not difficult to perform it. When he thought of this, Chin Yu's eyes fell on the Baboon King, and he snapped his fingers casually. Dang! The scarlet magic circle, without any warning, was constructed and extended under the feet of the Baboon King. It was so fast that it condensed in the blink of an eye. When a pungent smell of blood filled the air, there was an impulse to make people sick. The moment the magic circle was successfully constructed, it was like blood flowing and coming alive, turning into a large net and directly rushing towards the Baboon King. Roar! As soon as the scarlet blood touched the Baboon King's body, it was seen roaring hysterically. The baboons that were originally unconscious around were startled by the violent roar in an instant. As they stood up, their eyes fell on Chin Yu. Then, some baboons with a body size of 4 or 5 meters jumped up first. In an instant, in the wasteland, even in the entire forest, more than 700 human-like baboons that were originally defeated by Zoro and Dashiki rushed towards Chin Yu like a torrent. The scene of the sudden attack made Zoro and Dashiki's faces change drastically. They were able to defeat these baboons mostly by relying on dividing and breaking. Now they are gathering into a torrent and launching an attack together. The destructive power and difficulty of the battle are not just the sum of 1 plus 1. Simple. The two looked at each other and were about to make a move to block 1 or 2, but Chin Yu moved. Bang! With one step down, the powerful domineering aura rolled back like a raging tide. Wherever he passed, the baboon that passed first, its flying posture suddenly stopped in mid-air. The next moment, his eyes rolled down, and he fell to the ground in mid-air. The torrent coming from behind also seemed to be electrocuted at the same moment, and his whole body stiffened, and finally fell to the ground, and he fainted happily again. For a moment, the huge wilderness and the forest, the huge movement of the previous moment, disappeared in an instant. Looking at the more than 700 baboons that fell to the ground after a face-to-face encounter, Zoro and Tashigi couldn't help but look at each other, and then a trace of bitterness appeared on their faces. The moment before, they were still complacent about defeating the baboon group. Looking at Laxus as a teacher, he just glared at him and swept the whole place. This gap is too big. As expected, he has the domineering aura of a king. Hawkeye's eyes lit up slightly, but he quickly came to his senses and said, Laxus, what are you doing to the Baboon King? In Hawkeye's eyes, the blood-colored pattern Chin Yu created casually was too different from everything he knew. It couldn't be explained by his knowledge at all. Feeling the murderous aura that Hawkeye locked on him, Chin Yu didn't take it to heart and said, Don't worry, the Baboon King is also my student now. I just gave it a gift. It's only beneficial and harmless to it. If, afterwards, you think that I harmed it, you can pick up a knife and chop me. Roar. The Baboon King, who was in the blood, seemed to be responding to Chin Yu's words. While roaring to the sky, the blood wrapped around its body quickly converged into its body like a tide. When the last trace of blood disappeared, the huge body like a small mountain, with blue veins all over the body, all shrank in an instant. When the blood moon-like eyes suddenly opened, the breath that usually made people burst into tears disappeared at this moment. Deep in the pupils, there was a trace of clarity. Looks like good luck. Chin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, patted the Baboon King on the shoulder and said, Adjust your breathing and digest the current situation at the same time. I believe you can do it soon. The inexplicable words made Hawkeye and Zoro slightly startled. Looking at the Baboon King staring at Chin Yu for more than 7 or 8 seconds, he nodded heavily and sat cross-legged. Compared with the wildness and brutality just now, it is obviously a different feeling. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, this was the same Baboon King, they probably wouldn't want to believe that the scene in front of them was real. Chapter 672 Are women worse than men? The vast wilderness fell into a dead silence. Looking at the Baboon King, who seemed to have changed into a different baboon, not to mention Zoro and Tashigi, even Hawkeye was no exception. However, looking at the Baboon King, who sat down as if nothing had happened, Hawkeye's expression changed several times, and he still gave up the idea of asking. Rather than guessing at the status, it is better to ask the Baboon King later. Thinking of this, Hawkeye looked at the Baboon King again, left a few words, and turned to walk into the castle. I'll prepare some drinks for you. Looking at this situation, the Baboon King still needs some time, you should also take a rest. Looking at this scene, Zoro and Tashigi's fighting spirit that penetrated their bodies suddenly restrained. After looking at each other, Zoro could only sit down and rest. However, after hesitating for a moment, Tashigi still walked quickly towards Chinyu. Teacher, I want to know, in the sword way, are women really not as good as men? Tashigi was silent for a moment, and took the lead to ask. As soon as these words fell, Zoro's nerves were immediately tensed. After all, this question was often mentioned by Kuina a long time ago. If Zoro didn't know the importance of this question when he was a child, then after living for so many years and growing up to this level, Zoro clearly knows whether there is a gap between men and women. Now that Dashiki mentioned this question, Zoro's nerves were even more tense, and he was eager to find a definite answer from Laxus, his teacher. Regardless of whether Dashiki is Kuina, she can comfort her unwillingness that day. Dashiki, are you upset? Chinyu reached out and rubbed Dashiki's head lightly. Dashiki has long been accustomed to the teacher's love of patting her head. Faced with this rhetorical question, Dashiki hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. In the previous fight, she had taken the initiative at the beginning. Later, Zoro was able to overtake and finally win by a narrow margin, which undoubtedly exposed Tashigi's weakness more obviously. As a woman, the gap between her wrist strength, physical strength, endurance, and overall physical fitness with men will be significantly widened once it lasts for a long time. In the last competition just now, Tashigi's wrist was obviously trembling. The thorn that had been left in her heart was provoked. If I say that there is indeed a difference in physical strength between men and women, will you be disappointed? Chinyu pulled his hand back. After seeing a hint of gloom flash across Tashigi's face, he said, do you see the human-like baboon on the ground? Do you think that human strength and endurance can be stronger than baboons? If they are stronger, how will you win? Since you won, what was the reason for your victory? Skills, speed, experience, thinking, etc. You should know that there is not only one way to win, but a combination of factors, which converge to form the final result. At this point, Chinyu patted Dashiki's head and said, there is a saying in my hometown, dripping water wears away a stone, and softness can overcome hardness. The slightly long voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth. Whether it was Zoro or Dashiki, even Hawkeye, who came out with red wine, could not help but change his expression slightly, and looked at Chinyu with a little more disbelief. As a supreme swordsman, Hawkeye has a deeper understanding of the way of swordsmanship. When he heard these words, he knew more clearly what kind of understanding this was. This boy is not simple. At least, Hawkeye thought that he could not reach this height at this age. A drop of water wears away a stone, and softness can overcome hardness. Dashiki opened her red lips and muttered, her eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, the clouds on her face disappeared, she smiled and bowed, saying, Teacher, thank you very much. I have thought clearly about my own way of swordsmanship. I would like to ask the teacher to continue to guide me in the future. It's good to understand. Get ready. I think the Baboon King should have finished it. Chinyu rubbed Dashiki's head again and looked at the Baboon King beside him. Originally sitting cross-legged, the huge body like a meat mountain, at this moment, the tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. The scarlet blood color faded in the pupils like a tide, and the tyranny that usually occupied its temperament disappeared in an instant. It gave people a feeling of calmness and humanity. Such a weird scene made Hawkeye frown, feeling confused. Dashiki, do you really understand? Zoro couldn't help asking. As a person with a poor sense of direction, he needs to be tempered by actual combat to understand the true meaning more easily. You can say you understand, or you can say you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense. The Baboon King is ready. I feel this is a hard battle. Don't hold me back. Dashiki responded lightly, her eyes locked on the baboon king who was walking out with big strides. For a moment, the atmosphere in the vast wilderness changed suddenly. Zoro also put the Wado Ikimonji into his mouth and tied the green on his head tightly. Hey! The turbid air was slightly exhaled, which seemed a bit harsh in the dead silence. The moment the three pairs of eyes suddenly met, the accumulated fighting spirit was instantly detonated. Bang! With a big step, the whole ground roared like thunder. The baboon king took the lead, and his huge body like a mountain did not feel cumbersome at all. Like a streak of silk, it instantly closed the distance of dozens of meters and appeared in front of Zoro and Dashiki. The huge black knife in his hand suddenly flipped over, bringing a stern sound of breaking through the air and slashing down. With one move, pure power was released, and even the oncoming strong wind made the skin feel stinging. Facing this sudden attack, Zoro's pupils shrank slightly, and the muscles of his arms suddenly tightened, and they instantly swelled up like a balloon. 2 Power Gang Luo, Tiger. The three swords overlapped, and the next moment they collided with a huge black sword, yet in a posture that was not inferior at all. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed like thunder. Under the release of huge impact force, a strong wind was formed and rolled back. Zoro, who was at the bottom, took the attack head-on, and his body was obviously shorter, and he lost in strength. Before he could counterattack, Zoro suddenly found that Tashigi, who was standing beside him, had disappeared. Zhanshiu Piaoxiu. A crisp cry suddenly sounded. A ghostly figure appeared behind the baboon king without any warning. The shijir in his hand, without any fancy, poured down on the back of the baboon king like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. The sudden scene made Zoro's expression slightly changed, and even Hawkeye was no exception. Chapter 673 Unexpected Growth. Puff puff puff. The blade light like a rainstorm of pear blossoms poured down like a tidal wave, directly covering most of the back of the baboon king. Looking at the head-on collision with Zoro, a completely different attack method. Hawkeye showed a trace of shock. This trace of shock, in addition to the extraordinary comprehension ability of Dashiki. More importantly, as a teacher's discernment and teaching. Without the correct guidance, Dashiki might still be trapped in the idea that women are worse than men. Instead of choosing a path that belongs to him. Roar! The baboon king felt the dangerous breath coming from behind, and before he could think too much, he let out a low roar. He swung the black knife clenched in his hand towards his back. Bang! The air seemed to be broken as the knife came out. The powerful slashing force, at the moment of squeezing the air, turned into a sharp vacuum slash. It collided with the blade light falling from the sky of Dashiki. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and the collision was no less than that, directly detonating a large number of strong wind blades. Dashiki, who was deep in the air, was the first to be attacked by this breath. With a torch-like gaze, his observation haki was pushed to the extreme. He clenched Shiyu tightly with his backhand, and his slender hands flew like a butterfly, accurately blocking the oncoming attack. Clang clang clang! As the crisp metal collision sounded, the moon under Dashiki's feet stepped forward and distance yourself again. If you miss the first attack, you can distance yourself again and wait for an opportunity. This is the fighting method that Dashiki specially thought of to deal with this kind of power opponent. Seeing his attack being blocked in an instant, the black knife in the hand of the baboon king was clenched again. Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the 9 Megatama slowly turned. The moment the scarlet blood quickly occupied the pupil, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was forced to cross the boundary by him. The baboon king is praised as an existence that imitates Hawkeye all his life. It can be said that it is more of an opponent for Hawkeye to practice swordsmanship. Perhaps, before the bloodline is reshaped, there is no way to comprehend the true meaning of Hawkeye's swordsmanship. However, it is now reborn. Therefore, Chinyu wants to use this fight to copy everything about Hawkeye's swordsmanship from the baboon king. Then use the one-key full-level system to achieve the degree of complete grafting. Bang! Backhand is a knife. The huge black knife in the baboon king's hand struck out again. However, this time, its huge body suddenly turned like a gyroscope. The air squeezed around it, torn by the sharp blade, turned into a sky-wide sword aura, like a storm of sword blades. It formed an indiscriminate intensive slashing. Dashiki, who had just retreated 7 or 8 steps, changed his expression slightly, and the shiu in his hand was quickly covered by the sudden rise of armed color. The next moment, without any hesitation, he slashed down head-on. Cut Shia, cut the sky. Bang! The huge sword aura slashed out with the sword force and collided with the oncoming sword storm. Facing the current intensive offensive, Dashiki obviously changed his way of dealing with it. He chose to collide with strength and quantity. Zoro, who witnessed this scene, blocked the attack with 3 swords 1 or 2 times in a row. The moment he raised his head suddenly, the armed color domineering was also spreading rapidly. The 3 swords instantly turned into the color of black steel. With sharp eyes, they locked onto the Baboon King, and both hands suddenly clenched the hilts. Hey! With a breath of turbid air, Zoro knew clearly that to solve the dilemma in the field, the first thing to do was to completely reverse the initiative of the Baboon King. 3 swords flow, blue dragon song, flowing water. Bang! The blue light was like water, and the sword light was like a river. In an instant, Zoro seemed to turn into a streak of silk, and appeared in front of the Baboon King in the blink of an eye. The famous sword in his hand chopped down with unparalleled force. Bang bang bang! The sword blades along the way were instantly shattered. In the storm of sword blades, a hole was torn and chopped directly to the back of the Baboon King. If this attack really hits, I am afraid that the Baboon King's huge body will not be able to bear it. Sure enough, in a 1-on-2 situation, no matter how powerful the Baboon King was, he was obviously a little overwhelmed. Even Hawkeye's nerves were tense all of a sudden. Full body armed with haki. A deep voice suddenly sounded. These slightly awkward words made the Baboon King feel like he was speaking with a sweet smell. Not to mention Zoro and Tashigi. Even Hawkeye, who was closest to him, had his pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was full of disbelief. Not long ago, he was still troubled by the Baboon King's inability to understand haki, and thought that his eldest disciple would not be able to go further unless he had some opportunity. He never thought that after just 10 minutes, this baboon brother not only spoke with a sweet smell, but also shouted with full body armed with haki. Is this a joke? Buzz. A slight vibration in the air suddenly sounded. The surface of the Baboon King's body, the black ink armed color domineering, the moment it spread rapidly, gave people a sense of indestructible metal. The next moment, without any fancy, he raised his hand to block Zoro's attack. Boom! The dull thunder-like collision sound suddenly echoed. The huge impact force rolled back like a tidal wave, and the 3 fighting figures finally pulled away again. Zoro and Tashigi, who were also shocked, were revealed. At this moment, they finally knew why they found a feeling of being completely different in the Baboon King. This was the transformation of the Baboon King, and his IQ was opened. Most importantly, the Baboon King, under the influence of Hawkeye, had already imprinted the knowledge points of domineering in his mind. But being able to remember and knowing how to use are 2 completely different things. At present, Chinyu helped the Baboon King reshape his bloodline and open his spiritual wisdom. This undoubtedly allowed the Baboon King, who had accumulated a lot of experience, to take the most important step. Looking at the Baboon King, who was like black steel under the moonlight. The Baboon King, who was like an iron tower with a black metallic color. The atmosphere on the scene changed slightly. If we continue to fight like this, I don't know when it will end. The Baboon King's eyes fell on Zoro and Tashigi. With a low voice, he suddenly clenched the huge black knife with both hands. This is the strongest slash I can perform now. I hope you can take it safely. The Baboon King spoke sweetly again. The moment the 10 fingers of both hands clenched suddenly, the armed color domineering on the surface of the body quickly converged, and poured into the black knife in his hand like a frenzy. The moment the black domineering aura covered the blade, an indescribable breath spread out. There was even a trace of black arcs splashing out. This is the precursor of the flow of cherry blossoms. Looking at this scene, Chinyu couldn't help but be a little surprised. In his calculations, it was already good enough that the Baboon King could understand the basic use of haki. Now he almost mastered Ryuhu. Then the next strongest slashing is even more worth looking forward to. Chapter 674, Hawkeye's Gift. The huge ruins battlefield, accompanied by the breath of the Baboon King, like a tide, climbed to the extreme step by step. The huge black knife clenched in his hand exuded an indescribable breath. Chinyu's eyes lit up. At this moment, it seemed to capture something. However, Chinyu needs to find the final answer to all this in the next battle. Such a strong breath, it seems that the teacher did not choose the wrong student. Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji tightly, and clenched his hands slightly. He was going to recite a poem and read the skill bar in his mouth. However, Thinking of Chinyu's personal teaching not long ago, the idea in his mind was instantly annihilated. When masters fight, life and death are just a moment. What Zoro has to do is to grasp this moment well and infuse his own, endless will into the attack. Thinking of this, Zoro closed his eyes in front of everyone and activated his clumsy observation haki. Watching this scene, Dashiki exhaled a deep breath. With her clenched hands, Shijir spun a stream of flowing cherry blossoms. The next moment, with her beautiful eyes wide open, the aura emanating from her body quickly adjusted. Chinyu, who witnessed this scene, was startled at first, and then couldn't help laughing. He knew clearly that Dashiki had come out of confusion and had mastered her own fighting style. Roar! A wild roar like thunder came out. The muscles in the Baboon King's hands bulged like rocks, and the next moment, the tightly clenched black knife suddenly swung out without any fancy moves. Black knife Liu Kong! Boom! With one blow, the entire space in front seemed to be shaken. The power accumulated in the huge black sword suddenly vented out, turning into a black streak, and crushed towards Zoro and Tashigi. Watching this scene, Chinyu's eyes became brighter. If he remembered correctly, this should be the sword pressure. It is also the difference between Zoro and Hawkeye in the original work. Unexpectedly, the Baboon King relied on brute force and the advantage of weapons to barely perform it. Feeling the huge energy coming towards him, Zoro, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and the light in the depths of his pupils surged. The three swords gathered into a line like a phantom. 3 swords secret 3000 worlds. 6 styles secret paper painting martial body flowing cherry black iron slashing shiu. The cold and delicate shouts rang out in unison. The shiu wrapped in flowing cherry in Dashiji's hand was instantly unsheathed. Compared with Zoro's endless attack, Dashiki's focus is obviously on relying on the advantage of women's lightness and agility to perform faster, more fierce and sharper IAI slash. Bang! 3 slashes collided with each other without any suspense. Under the thunderous explosion, while the violent air wave rolled back, the slashing blades shot in all directions like a rainstorm. The surrounding trees and abandoned rocks, as well as the broken stone pillars outside the castle, were the first to be affected. Facing the aftermath of the incoming attack, Hawkeye also took out the black knife and blocked it. Only Chinyu still stood there, with a pair of blood moon-like eyes and 9 megatama spinning wildly. Combining everything in front of him with his own abilities and swordsmanship, he quickly blended it together. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have learned the Black Blade Night Flowing Sky. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have learned the 3 swords flow secret 3000 worlds. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have learned the paper painting martial body flowing cherry black iron slashing time rain. The ethereal prompts of the 3 systems echoed in Chinyu's mind. Feeling the complicated information flow, Chinyu did not browse it immediately, but closed his eyes and quickly deduced it. Hey! The powerful collision wave rolled back for 7 or 8 seconds before it completely calmed down. Wait until the dust in the ruins dissipated. The 3 figures still stood in the same place. Starting from the center of the collision, a series of hideous gullies spread rapidly like claws. Hawkeye took another look at the Baboon Queen, secretly relieved, and said, "Okay, this battle is a draw, so let's stop here. If we continue to fight, there will be no winner. Laxus, what do you think?" After the voice fell, Chinyu slowly opened his eyes, looked up and looked far away, and said, "Hawkeye, follow your decision. Next, they will be handed over to you. It seems that our battle will be left for later. That guy has arrived early. That guy is here." Hawkeye's expression changed slightly. He just wanted to know the result and ignored the vigilance around him. Most importantly, Chinyu used a method similar to Enel's, using lightning combined with his own observation haki, and the range that can be covered is far beyond the island of the Kingdom of Ruins. Once someone appears within a dozen miles, Chinyu can clearly sense it. "Teacher, what's coming?" Zoro's hands trembled slightly, and he took off the Wado Ikimonji from his mouth and said, "Why don't you let me handle it?" The just concluded battle was obviously not enough for Zoro, who had just figured out the endless faith of Kendo. "Kid, that's not an opponent you can deal with now, stay here," Hawkeye said lightly after taking a look at Zoro. It can be said that after watching the battle with his own eyes, Zoro's fighting style and will are very similar to his philosophy. Just based on from the look in his eyes, Hawkeye believed that Zoro was a very good swordsman. The only pity was that Chinyu met him first. "Isn't he an opponent I can deal with?" Zoro was slightly startled. Before he could ask, he saw Hawkeye turned around and walked into the castle. 7 or 8 seconds later, he walked out again. However, this time he had a wooden box covered with dust in his hand. This wooden box is 1 meter long, with all kinds of strange patterns carved on it, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression. Looking at your empty hands, you should not have prepared any weapons. Originally, this thing was intended to be given to that guy, but I didn't expect that he would lose an arm in the East China Sea in the end. This time it's a bargain for you. Hawkeye threw the wooden box to Qin Yu. It's been a long time since I met someone who can fight. Come back alive and return the things to me. Don't forget that you still owe me a fight. Looking at Hawkeye, who has always been taciturn, suddenly became a chatterbox. Qin Yu was also a little uncomfortable. However, as Hawkeye said, opponents are hard to come by. Especially like-minded opponents are more difficult. Looking down at the heavy wooden box in his hand, Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, "Thank you very much." Roar. The sound of dragon roar suddenly sounded like thunder. The originally bright night sky, like a gathering of wind and clouds, emerged with large leaden clouds. Under the flow of lightning, a huge black shadow quickly shuttled through it. Facing this sudden scene, Zoro and Dashiki's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 675 Kaido's Personal Arrival. Roar. The sound of dragon roar, mixed with the smell of piercing clouds and cracking rocks, rolled away. The huge black shadow quickly shuttled through the leaden clouds. Before everyone could react, a huge dragon head rushed out directly in the dense leaden clouds. Under the blood moon-like eyes, the 2 dragon whiskers gave people a feeling of fluttering in the wind. His eyes were fixed on Qin Yu, crossing endless time and space. "Laxus, you little brat, I finally found you." The short words rolled and spread like thunder. Looking at this huge figure and exaggerated appearance, Dashiki and Zoro's faces changed drastically. It can be said that they are no longer ignorant people who have just come out to sea. After experiencing the riots in the Sabayati archipelago, they clearly know the origin of the giant dragon in front of them. Kaido, the beast. This is one of the 4 emperors of the New World Sea, the admiral of the beast pirates. Now, in order to avenge Jack, he came from the New World in person. Committed to attacking a junior, if you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Teacher. Zoro was anxious. However, as soon as he blurted out the words, he was pulled down by Hawkeye. There is a deserted island northwest of this island, where you can go. As the master of the Ruins Kingdom. Hawkeye didn't plant a flag here to declare sovereignty, but he didn't want to vacate the nest and let Qin Yu and Kaido fight here. After all, after this brief contact, Hawkeye knew clearly that the boy in front of him was not as simple as he seemed. Once the battle started, it was unimaginable what the result would be. Otherwise, Hawkeye would not take out the treasure at the bottom of the box and bet on Qin Yu casually. "Got it, then I'll go first." Qin Yu smiled indifferently. After looking up at Kaido, he said, "Since you are here, follow me and don't cause trouble for others." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu's body was full of lightning, turning into a streak, shooting towards the deserted island pointed by Hawkeye. Facing Qin Yu's actions, if it was the usual time, Kaido would definitely ignore it and attack first. But looking at Hawkeye my hawk standing in front of the wilderness castle below, in front of the title of the world's #1 swordsman, Kaido could only snort unhappily and temporarily put away his willfulness. His huge body suddenly swung down and chased after Qin Yu. Looking at the 2 figures leaving quickly, Zoro and Dashiki couldn't help but look anxious. They knew clearly that Qin Yu didn't let them intervene just now because he didn't want them to be involved in this matter. "Let's go, I think you also want to watch the battle, but you must not take action without my approval," Hawkeye said coldly. "Once you take action, the agreement between me and that guy will be invalid. Kaido wants to kill you, but I don't care." Hawkeye is not afraid of Kaido, but when he thinks of his crazy way of thinking, Hawkeye doesn't want to be targeted by a madman with his suicidal temperament. "Don't worry, if that time comes, we are not afraid of death." Zoro sheathed the 3 famous swords, turned around and chased after him quickly. Compared with Zoro, Dashiki remained silent. But the determination in his beautiful eyes undoubtedly showed his intention. "I'll go too," the Baboon King said awkwardly. He sheathed the huge black knife and quickly followed. For a moment, Hawkeye was the only one left standing in the huge ruins of war. Alas, where does that guy get his charm from? These guys are not afraid of death. I don't want to help you clean up your ass. Don't die. Hawkeye sighed helplessly and quickly followed. Outside the island of the Kingdom of Ruins, 7 or 8 pirate ships gathered quickly from all directions. At the same time, a 2-masted sailing ship in the style of a newsbird was also approaching quickly. As the first person in the New World, Morgans, the first-hand news intelligence, was obviously standing on the deck of the sailboat. It can be said that after getting the information that the Beast's pirates were chasing Laxus, Morgans, the big news, used the so-called news sense to capture that this incident was not simple. He directly asked someone to control the headquarters and rushed across the sea to the nearby island. Half a day ago, after receiving the information that Kaido, the Beasts, had come in person, he hurried over. Editor-in-Chief Morgans, Kaido, the Beasts, flew out from the deserted island ahead, and it seems that Laxus is in front of him. A news practitioner was the first to shout in a hurry. They're out. Morgans looked anxious, and quickly snatched the telescope and said in a hurry, didn't those 2 guys fight? This is big news, broadcast it quickly. The Navy Supernova and the Beast's Pirates Grand Admiral Kaido meet. What kind of sparks will be created? I really want to know. Hey, even Jack, one of the 3 calamities, is here. Didn't that guy feel embarrassed last time? Looking at the editor-in-chief who was full of nonsense as soon as he opened his mouth. The journalists on the deck almost blocked Morgan's mouth. They didn't want to be targeted by the Beast's pirates, a group of crazy people. Boss Jack, what should we do now? In the distance, 7 pirate ships gathered together. On the deck of the leading ship, Jack looked far away with a gloomy face and said, you bastard, you dare to attack me. Catch up with Kaido at full speed, I want to sink that kid into the sea. Go to the island. Sci-Fi-Side's face changed, and he said anxiously, Kaido boss said that we should not hinder him from recruiting that kid. If we rashly go to the island, I'm afraid that Kaido boss will be unhappy. For the moody, drunk Kaido who spit out foul language. He was waving a mace and bowling. The people present had no tendency to be abused. Bastard, do you mean that you are afraid of Kaido boss, but not afraid of me? Jack's face sank and he roared angrily. Whoever dares to disobey me, I will cut him in half. I will sink that kid into the sea with my own hands. Even if he kneels down to beg Kaido to join the Beast's pirates, nothing will change. The rolling voice was full of awe. Looking at Jack, who suddenly burst into childishness, Sci-Fi-Side had a stiff expression and could only turn around to give orders. As Jack's confidant and also a member of the Beast's pirates, he knew clearly that the Beast's pirates had nothing much, and the most were lunatics. If he didn't go, he would probably be killed. With Jack's order, the 7 pirate groups had no choice but to speed up and rush to the deserted island. For a while, what happened in the Fursaw Sea quickly spread throughout the Grand Line under Morgan's broadcast. Chapter 676 Shocking Meeting in the Sea. New World, Unknown Sea, Beehive Island. As the nest of the former great pirate overlord Rox, after the Battle of God Island. With Rox being killed by Garp and Roger, the once glorious Rox pirates completely collapsed. After the branch, Whitebeard, who was known as the strongest man on the sea, became the owner of Beehive Island. The huge Moby Dick was anchored on the coast. A tower-like figure stood on the bow deck, looking down at the 2 people fighting below. Dad, something big happened, do you need to tell Ace? Marco hurried in the cabin with a den mushy. The captains who were scattered around, drinking and sleeping, reacted one after another, and looked at Marco unexpectedly. As the captain of the first team, he was the strongest person on the ship after Whitebeard. They rarely saw Marco showing such an anxious look. Brother Marco, what happened that you can't tell me? Ace's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, a scorching vortex of flames exploded on the coast. After turning into a flame that shot up into the sky, Ace's figure shot out from it and finally landed on the deck of the ship. Rayleigh, who was still sparring, reluctantly stuck the iron rod into the ground, took out the wine bottle and took a sip, then boarded the ship. Rayleigh was a little helpless about Ace's laziness in the middle of the game, but he also wanted to know what exactly happened that made Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard first team, show such an anxious expression. Feeling the eyes on him from all sides, Marco subconsciously looked at Whitebeard. Just say it if you have anything to say, we are all family. Whitebeard said with a little displeasure. In his eyes, except for Rayleigh, everyone else in the field was his godson. If there is any secret, it will create more barriers in this family. Looking at this scene, Marco sighed helplessly and said, I just received urgent information that the madman Kaido appeared in the Fossa Sea. I remember that the Fossa Sea is in the first half of the Grand Line. Would that madman go to such a remote place? Is he planning to commit suicide again? Whitebeard frowned and said, revealing a trace of confusion. If this is what you call urgent information, Marco, I am a little unhappy. Dad, this matter is not as simple as you think. Marco hurriedly explained, a month and a half ago, the little devil named Laxus in the navy was in the Sabaody archipelago. Defeated Jack the Drought, one of the three calamities. That guy Kaido, the beast, not only rescued him personally, but also met with the navy brats on the island where the 7 warlords of the sea Hawkeye Mihawk was located in the Forza Sea. As soon as these words fell, the people present were stunned at first, and a trace of disbelief appeared on their faces. Even Rayleigh was no exception. Marco, what you mean is that Kaido, the beast, personally went to trouble a junior, isn't this a disgrace to the 4 emperors? Whitebeard's expression darkened and he said sternly. As one of the 4 emperors, he has lived for many years. In Whitebeard's eyes, nothing is more important than reputation. If it weren't for his honor, in the original work, red-haired Shanks persuaded again and again, and also boarded the ship to meet Whitebeard in person. Stopping Ace from chasing Blackbeard alone would not have been sternly rejected by Whitebeard. At present, as the leader of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard undoubtedly feels ashamed of Kaido's actions. Most importantly, Kaido of Beasts personally took action. What if he destroyed the stepping stone he chose for Ace? For him, he didn't want to see it. What is the reaction of the navy? Whitebeard said in a deep voice, that kid has the strength to defeat one of the 3 disasters, Jack the Drought. Once he really joins the navy headquarters, he will definitely be able to shine. It may not be impossible for him to become a general. With the character of Sengoku, he will never let that guy be recruited or killed by Kaido of Beasts. Now Kaido is willing to travel thousands of miles to personally fight. If Sengoku insists on protecting that kid, it may lead to a full-scale war. Rayleigh lost his patience. He never thought that after the separation of the Sabaody archipelago, Chinyu's ability to toss around has actually improved to this extent. Rayleigh is right. Kaido, that madman, is not the one who will suffer losses. Don't forget that behind him stands Odin's Wano country and that bastard Orokai. The main force under his command is 60,000. Whitebeard echoed in a deep voice. And those affiliated pirate groups, count the troops among the 4 of us, and there are more than that guy Lingling, probably up to 150,000. As one of the 4 emperors, the threshold to join Kaido is very low. As long as you are an animal-type devil fruit user, or are willing to try taking artificial devil fruits, you can get Kaido's protection. Moreover, among the 4 emperors, the style of the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates is completely unreasonable, burning, killing and looting. Instead, it attracted many vicious pirates to follow. Just now, when I got the information, I also contacted the spies in the navy. Marco explained hurriedly, half a day ago, the Navy Marshal Sengoku held a supreme meeting to decide whether to use all the strength of the Navy headquarters to protect Laxus. He even confronted Admiral Akainu, and finally Chief of Staff Tsuru gave the decision to Laxus to calm the dispute. The kid's answer was to solve it alone. What? The expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Even Whitebeard was moved. In their eyes, the 4 emperors are equivalent to their father Whitebeard. Laxus, who is now known as the Navy's supernova, actually gave such a crazy answer. Is there really a solution? Or is he just stupidly going to die? Brother Marco, what is the result? Ace was the first to lose his temper. Not long ago, he lost the stepping stone of the skeleton demon. If even the new target is as crazy as the skeleton demon and is hailed as the new 5 emperors, how can he compete? Ace, don't worry, Morgans is broadcasting the big news now. It seems that Kaido just met that kid. It is still unknown how things will develop. Marco took out a denden mushi with his backhand. Seeing this scene, Ace didn't have time to think about it, and quickly reached out to grab it and turned on the denden mushi projection. The sound of the radio waves and the picture constructed by the equipment on the ship instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the ship. Compared with the ignorance of Whitebeard and others, Rayleigh was also confused. He was one of the people who knew clearly the true identity of Laxus. But according to his calculations, Chinyuli should not reveal his identity at this time. He refused the support of the Navy, so how to get away from Kaido's eyes next? Chapter 677 give you two choices. With the start of Morgan's dimensional version of the live broadcast, the entire Grand Line was stirred. Facing the four emperors Kaido, committing themselves to chasing a teenager, most pirates felt ashamed. But they could only think about it in their hearts. After all, Kaido is the four emperors, and he can do whatever he wants. It's not something that ordinary people can change. However, compared with this kind of thing, they are more concerned about facing Kaido, the beast who does not play by the rules. How will this Navy supernova who is famous in the Sabaody archipelago respond to it? In the Navy headquarters, in Marineford, a dense crowd of Navy soldiers and generals gathered in the square. Originally, they had heard about the Navy headquarters' urgent call for all the generals stationed at the headquarters. However, they never thought that such a big mistake would occur after half a day. An urgent news broadcast on one side directly blew up the Navy headquarters. Faced with this kind of thing that cannot be covered by paper, Zhang Guo completely gave up the idea of stopping it. After all, some things, such as if you insist on stopping it, it will backfire. Laxus, you can't die. Zhang Guo stood in front of the French window in the office, looking at the projection in the distance, and sighed. Damn Akainu, I will definitely go to that guy and make him understand what can be done and what can't be done. Zifa's voice sounded without warning behind him. Looking at the teacup that was crushed in his hand, it was enough to explain his mood at this moment, which could not be described in words. Haha, Zifa, you old boy, I remember you are older than me, and half of your body is buried in the grave. Garp, who was picking his nose on the side, laughed. That madman Akainu didn't like to listen to your lectures when he was in the boot camp. Now that he is a general, if he still lets you scold him, then he has changed his personality. However, you two old men don't need to worry too much here. I think that kid feels very similar to someone. Very similar to someone. Zifa was stunned at first and said, who is it? Garp, your wooden head, when will you know how to think about things? You are a wooden head. Garp glared at him, but soon he was discouraged and folded his hands and said, this kid looks like a meticulous person like the skeleton demon and Uchiha Chinyu. I don't know which guy threw this monster into the impel down. If I had met him 10 or 8 years earlier, I could have accepted him as my grandson. Grandson, why does this sentence sound a bit familiar to Whitebeard? That old guy always shouts about looking for a godson. Zifa snorted unhappily. However, Laxus and the skeleton demon are not the same kind of people. Don't talk nonsense here, old man, or I'll pull out your tongue. Looking at Zephyr, who was suddenly aggressive and protective, Garp rolled his eyes and was about to say something, but the square below had become noisy. There is a picture. The kid named Laxus finally met Kaido, the beast. Oh my god, how huge is this body? It is completely different from the dragon we know. It is said that the devil fruit taken by Kaido, the beast, should be a mythical beast. The strength of the four emperors is not something you can understand. The only thing we can do now is to see what the kid Laxus is capable of. However, confronting the four emperors head-on may result in bad luck. The scene suddenly became noisy. This made Zephyr and others lose their patience and quickly walked to the balcony to look at the projection of the Den Den Mushi in the distance. On the screen, a huge deserted island appeared. In the leaden clouds in the sky, a huge dragon-shaped body was entrenched. The dragon head stared with angry eyes, and a momentum that was not angry was generated from the heart. His eyes turned suddenly and locked on the figure below, which was very different from him. For a moment, an inexplicably oppressive breath was generated from the heart. Boss Kaido, leave this kid to me. If he hadn't attacked me last time, I wouldn't have been defeated. Let me sink him into the sea. Jack's roar suddenly sounded. Soon, the leading pirate ship rushed directly to the shore. That savage posture was exactly the same as the usual style of the beast pirates. As soon as the pirate ship docked, Jack's huge body jumped out from the bow deck and stepped heavily on the shore. When he saw Chinyu, Jack's honest face showed an unconcealable fierce taste. Little devil, die! Jack roared, and his huge body seemed not to be a burden at this moment. He stomped down suddenly, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and rushed straight towards Chinyu. The sudden scene instantly tensed everyone's nerves. They never thought that Kaido, one of the three calamities, couldn't help but attack as soon as he appeared. However, this can't be blamed on him. Since the incident on the Sabaody archipelago, the title of Drought Jack has become a shame for the sea. Most importantly, after this matter was reported back to Wano country, there were many scoldings from the two big guys. The grudges have been accumulated for a long time, and for Jack, now is the best opportunity for revenge. Stop! Kaido's roar suddenly sounded. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the dragon claws covered with scales fell from the sky and swept directly towards Jack. Boom! The sudden scene made Jack unexpected. No. It should be said that no one present expected that Kaido, one of the four emperors, would use force against his subordinates. With the dull sound of collision, Jack's huge body was thrown directly like a sandbag and hit the rocky mountain dozens of meters away. Bang! The rocky mountain collapsed. Jack's huge body rolled on the ground several times before it stopped. Looking at Jack in a mess, the people present were confused. Originally, they were looking forward to watching Kaido, the king of beasts, beat up the Navy supernova. They never thought that they would beat their own people as soon as they came on the field. Stupid guy, stand aside! Kaido roared angrily. The huge dragon power rolled back without reservation at this moment. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and even the nearby sea area rolled up huge waves. Witnessing this scene, even the pirates on the 7 nearby pirate ships turned pale. However, Kaido was not as good as the pirates on the ship, and Jack, who fell to the ground, his eyes turned and locked on Chinyu. On his body, he spoke again in a deep voice. Kid, I heard that you have the devil fruit ability of the animal-type mythical beast thunder dragon form. I, Kaido, have always valued talents. Now I will give you 2 choices. Chapter 678 Learn from Whitebeard to recognize his son. 2 choices. The thunderous voice turned into a frenzy and rolled back. Whether it was the pirates watching on the scene or the people who saw it all through the live broadcast, they couldn't help but show shock on their faces. They didn't expect that Kaido, the beast, would not only beat his own people as soon as he appeared, but also give Laxus a conditional choice. Is this the result of valuing him? The inexplicable scene instantly tightened everyone's nerves. At this moment, they were eager to see what choice Kaido, the beast, would give, and what actions Laxus would take without any support from the Navy. Navy kid, no matter what you did in the past, I will give you 2 choices since you have the rare mythical beast fruit. Kaido spoke again. 1. Surrender to me, I will give you a seat in the 6 Flying Six, and at the same time retain the opportunity to challenge the 3 calamities. As long as you can defeat them, you will become the second only to me in the beast pirates. 2. I will beat you until you are convinced. The stern words came out. Compared with the first choice, the second one is obviously simpler and more brutal. But no matter which one, it is enough to show that Kaido, the beast, values this supernova in front of him. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Chinyu. Fight! The simple 2 words came out. At this moment, it was like thunder, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. In their eyes, Chinyu not only did not have the support of the Navy. He is just a Navy supernova, how can he challenge Kaido, the king of beasts? This is undoubtedly a way to seek death. What an arrogant guy, but it is because of this that I have the opportunity to sink you into the sea. Jack's roar sounded like thunder. The huge body that was originally lying on the ground suddenly turned over, and instantly exerted the power of the devil fruit to the extreme. The huge mammoth body gave people a heavy and unparalleled feeling, and the black ink-armed color domineering quickly covered the whole body. 2 pillar-like thighs stomped on the ground suddenly, and the earth shook violently. A large piece of sand and dust was rolled up, intending to crush Chinyu across the air. However, this idea just flashed through Jack's mind. No. It should be said that the scene that just emerged in the minds of others shook everyone's nerves. The sand and dust splashing all over the sky seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible big hands. A flash of lightning, a body covered with scales, like thunder, instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and appeared in front of Jack. Facing this annoying fly, Chinyu knew clearly that only by beating it hard and scaring it will he understand what it means to give in. Starting with a big move. This is Chinyu's fighting style. Jack, didn't anyone tell you that you will die quickly if you are armed with haki? Chinyu suddenly raised his head, revealing a ferocious smile with scales all over his face. When his 5 fingers were clenched suddenly, not only did the air make a sound of breaking, but even the lightning was detonated at once. The space along the way gave people a feeling of being stirred by an invisible big hand. Dragon Slayer's secret flowing cherry thunder dragon king's collapse fist. Boom! A punch was thrown. Like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, it brought a deafening taste. The space along the way seemed to be pierced. Compared with the last time, Qin Yu even pushed the lightning chakra mode and the 6 styles to the extreme. It can be said that this time, Qin Yu not only wants to defeat Jack, but also wants to sink him into the sea with one punch. The distance is so close that there is no way to hide. No. It should be said that with Jack's huge body, he is completely like a target. Facing the thunder, there is no way to avoid it. The only thing he can do is to watch Qin Yu's fist quickly enlarge in his pupils. Bang! The thunder-like explosion exploded. The rolling thunder and light waves exploded at the moment when they were accumulated to the extreme. Endless lightning, like a raging tide, poured out, with a posture of 10,000 pounds, directly hit Jack's body. Accompanied by the release of huge power and the explosion of the power of lightning. The whole world was instantly shrouded in dazzling light. The wind and waves rolled back, and endless explosions and waves rolled like a tide. After all the wind and thunder dissipated. When the dust in the sky was gone, a figure covered with dragon scales came into view first. The huge body of Jack disappeared at this moment. I saw a huge deep ditch appeared where Qin Yu's fist went, and it spread directly to the coast hundreds of meters away. Wherever it passed, everything was razed to the ground. It can be said that the punch of the violent thunder just now completely destroyed 1/10 of the deserted island. It felt like Jack, the drought disaster, was sunk into the sea by a punch. Hey! After finishing all this, Qin Yu exhaled a deep breath, suddenly looked up at Kaido, and said, "I'm sorry, it took a little time, but I finally sank the annoying person into the sea. However, I think that clumsy guy has the blood of the Fighting Fish clan. I shouldn't let you rush to rescue him." The small voice swept the whole place like a hurricane at this moment. Crazy! Facing Qin Yu's calm posture, he punched Jack into the sea. Although this punch seemed to be a trick, it knocked Jack into the sea. But looking at the whole sea, who could have done it? The moment before, Kaido of Beasts threatened that as long as Qin Yu agreed to join the Beasts pirates, he would have the strength to challenge the 3 disasters. Now Qin Yu has not joined yet, and has sunk Jack of Drought into the sea. No. It should be said that this blow defeated it for the second time. If the first time was based on tricks and luck, then what was the second time based on? To put it another way, even if it was a trick, it was an irrefutable result. Well, good kid, I didn't expect your potential to be so strong. Kaido of Beasts was startled at first, then burst into laughter. Seeing you like this, I really want to recognize you as my godson like Whitebeard did. Whether it's courage or strength, even the way you speak and do things, you are exactly the same as me. If I didn't remember clearly how many sons I have, I'm afraid I would think you are my illegitimate child. At this point, the smile on Kaido's face gradually faded, his eyes condensed again, and he said in a deep voice, "However, looking at your temper, I'm afraid I really have to beat you to submission. Don't worry, for someone I like, even if I break your hands and feet, it's child's play for a user of the mythical beast devil fruit." Chapter 679 How to Break the Turtle Shell. In the huge ruins, the dust gradually subsided. Whether it was the 7 pirate ships watching or the people who saw the fierce scene just now through the live broadcast, everyone's face turned pale at once. They had heard about the rumors in the Sabayati archipelago, but they never thought that this scene would be so fierce when they saw it with their own eyes. Although Qin Yu looked a little disgusted with sneak attacks. However, on the battlefield, victory or defeat is the most important. Especially between pirates and the navy, there is only life and death, without any ambiguity. It can be said that Qin Yu's punch simply subverted everyone's cognition. Especially the scene where Kaido just proposed to follow the example of Whitebeard to accept a godson. It gave people a feeling of being caught off guard. If you have to say that this is a different treatment, it is enough to show that Kaido's emphasis on Qin Yu is too abnormal. Well, good kid, this punch is really refreshing, and it has the style of the old man in the past. Zeph laughed loudly, his face full of excitement. It can be said that from the moment he knew Qin Yu was being hunted by Kaido, Zeph planned to go to support him. Later, he learned that Qin Yu refused all help and planned to face Kaido alone. In addition to being shocked, he felt more frustrated about what Kaido did. Now he can see Qin Yu's unexpected victory, sinking Jack into the sea with one punch. The evil spirit in his chest was slightly vented. "Zeph, don't be happy too early, it's time to start." Garp's voice suddenly sounded. Zifa, who was standing in the front, also grabbed the metal guardrail at once. The force was so great that the guardrail was almost flattened. For a moment, the three people's eyes returned to the screen again. Moved. There were no words, and there was no intention to continue the conversation. Just a simple eye contact. This time, Qin and Kaido didn't say any nonsense, and their eyes suddenly glared down. The two domineering auras exploded directly without reservation. Boom! The scarlet blood-like breath exploded in Qin body instantly. The violent air wave rolled back like a tide, and collided with the black domineering color that rushed out of Kaido's body. Bang! The thunder-like explosion tore up. Red and black electric lights splashed and stirred in the center of the collision. The surrounding space was distorted at this moment. The domineering impact formed was like a wave, sweeping around. The wilderness beneath his feet was the first to bear the brunt of the impact, cracking like a spider web. Along the way, the dust rolled back and directly crushed the 7 pirate ships in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the domineering aura passed, those who were slightly inferior in strength instantly rolled their eyes and fell heavily on the deck. Some even foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. In a blink of an eye, there were only a dozen people who could still stand in the same place after experiencing the baptism of thousands of people. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people watching the battle in the Den Mushi changed drastically. They had heard about the uniqueness of the domineering color domineering. But they never thought that at this moment, they could see two people with domineering postures fighting each other without any inferiority. However, more people felt regretful that the dignified Navy headquarters actually let such a dragon and phoenix among people be placed between life and death. Little boy, the domineering talent is indeed unique. I want to take you in even more. Kaido roared. The huge dragon claw suddenly reached out in the air, making a tearing sound, and grabbed Qin head on. As soon as it struck, the air around him seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand. It made Qin feel like he was in a whirlpool. However, it was precisely because of this feeling that he had the sudden realization during the battle between the Baboon King and Zoro and others not long ago. It got stronger and stronger. It can be said that this time was for Qin, who relied on the system to get to where he is now. For the first time, he had the feeling of self-reliance and ample food and clothing. However, this scene was not enough. Facing the attack from the air in front of him, Qin took a deep breath, raised his head suddenly, and his eyes were like lightning. Without any fancy moves, he raised his hand and punched out. Dragon Killing Secret Art, Thunder Dragon King Collapse Fist. Boom! A punch came out, carrying the might of thunder. It can be said that this punch was no less than the one he had just fought with Drought Jack. In a sense, it was even better. Bang! The lightning that shot up into the sky collided with the dragon claw in an instant. The huge impact force rolled back like a tidal wave. Together with the originally broken deserted island, the degree of cracking was even worse. Facing a blow that was no less than any, Kaido's eyes sank. A cold snort came from his mouth, and the huge dragon claw covered with scales suddenly tensed its muscles and pressed down violently. Bang! The explosion sounded again. The two forces that were originally colliding with each other were broken in an instant. The next moment, under the dissipation of thunder and light, the dragon claw pressed down towards Qin with its remaining power. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. However, Qin had already prepared for it. With a flicker of his body, the lightning on his body surged. The moment the flesh wings behind him opened, they suddenly flapped up. The speed was even faster than before. Bang! The lightning took the lead and moved horizontally more than 10 meters away under the dragon claw. The dragon claw, which fell with a mighty force, missed in an instant and smashed directly on the deserted island. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded above the clouds. The huge force brought about by the explosion even caused 2 huge cracks on the entire deserted island. The faces of the only pirates who were able to maintain consciousness on the 7 pirate ships docked on the shore suddenly changed drastically. At this moment, they had already cursed Jack's ancestors for 18 generations. If it weren't for him, who forced them to approach the battlefield, who would be stupid enough to approach such a battle site? However, no one would have thought that a Navy supernova could do such a crazy scene in front of them. Whoosh! The lightning flashed, like a thunder across the sky. The moment he appeared again, Qin had soared straight up and rushed out of the 9-day cloud. Arrived on the head of Kaido, the beast. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. There was no fancy at all. Qin clenched his hands suddenly, and the leaden clouds summoned by Kaido piled up all over the sky. At this moment, the lightning hidden in it seemed to have been summoned by Qin Yu. Lightning snakes slithered out quickly. At the same time, when Qin Yu's hands joined together, the magic power of Laxus, the character template, was driven madly. If he could not confront Kaido, the beast, head-on with his own Thunder Dragon Slayer secret technique, then the only thing Qin Yu could do was to use other external factors to infinitely amplify the power of his attack. Only in this way could he break Kaido's tortoise shell. Chapter 680 Everything for Testing. Bang! The sound of thunder echoed, and violent lightning flashes gathered madly towards Qin Yu's hands in the accumulated lead clouds. From a distance, it felt like Thor bathing in lightning. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned and instantly locked onto Kaido's dragon head. Without any fancy moves, the battle axe transformed by his hands slammed down. Dragon Slayer secret technique, the unicorn of the Thunder Dragon King. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded, and the violent lightning accumulated in Qin Yu's hands exploded instantly. One strike. The thunder power that stretched the sky, like a unicorn, penetrated the void with a sharp and unparalleled posture, and poured on Kaido's dragon head. Boom! The thunder light poured down, directly covering most of Kaido's body. The power of the unicorn, plus the power of the Thunder Dragon, instantly increased Qin Yu's attack power to the extreme. In Qin Yu's calculation, since his own strength alone could not increase Kaido's injury at all, then he would use the power of heaven to increase his attack power to the extreme. In an instant, the night was like daylight, illuminating the place within sight. Under the endless explosion wave, the accumulated lead cloud also dissipated. The huge lightning column not only covered Kaido, but also directly swallowed up most of the deserted island below. For a moment, thunder rolled, air waves rolled back, and even set off large waves, sweeping away the deserted island. The 7 pirate ships that were originally anchored on the shore were instantly submerged by the waves. What's worse, they were directly smashed by the waves. Looking at the doomsday-like scene, whether it was the pirates watching from a distance or the spectators watching the battle through the live broadcast, the pupils shrank suddenly, and I couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. With just one punch, the drought, one of the 3 disasters of the beast pirates, was directly sunk into the sea. Now he also mobilized the power of the sky thunder and performed a heavy blow like a unicorn. Looking around the entire sea, in this unexpected situation, there are very few people who can take it. This can already reach the level of a general, right? Rumble. The sound of thunder rolled away, and the dust and air waves that rolled back all over the sky dissipated. The huge waves on the sea gradually calmed down. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, locked on the deserted island. The broken deserted island had already been completely unrecognizable. The huge dragon body smashed heavily into the ruins. Most of the body was submerged by rocks. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. They knew clearly that the strength of the 4 emperors represented the emperors of the New World. The previous attack seemed unexpected. But being able to achieve such a result is enough to stand out from the crowd. Little ghost, you make me a little angry. Kaido's low roar suddenly sounded. The huge dragon head suddenly raised down, and the blood moon-like eyes locked on Qin Yu's figure in the void. Thunder Bagua. Bang! The dragon tail covered with scales, at the moment of covering the armed color domineering. With a stern sound of breaking through the air, it attacked Qin Yu head-on with a posture as fast as thunder. One hit. The air was broken, and the air rippled along the way, and there were lightning flashes. The sudden attack made everyone's nerves tense suddenly. Facing this powerful attack, they were eager to see how Qin Yu would react. However, the scene in front of them shook everyone's nerves. Qin Yu in the void exhaled a deep breath, and suddenly looked up at the attacking dragon's tail. With his hands intertwined, the armed color domineering quickly covered. The 6 secrets were running, and the body of the Thunder Dragon was pushed to the extreme. Without the slightest dodge, it collided head-on with the attacking dragon's tail. Bang! The thunder-like collision sounded throughout the world in an instant. The whole sky seemed to be pierced by the attack. The endless lightning flashed, and the air ripples were stirred like waves. Facing this violent attack, Qin Yu flew away like a cannonball. Is he crazy? The faces of all the people watching the battle changed drastically. In their eyes, Qin Yu should have all kinds of ways to deal with Kaido's attack. However, they never thought that Qin Yu would be so stupid as to take Kaido's attack head-on without dodging. This crazy behavior is undoubtedly the same as seeking death. Kaido obviously didn't expect Qin Yu to be so crazy. The huge dragon head suddenly raised its head, and its blood moon-like eyes looked far away. At the same time, the observation haki rolled back like a tidal wave, intending to lock Chinyu's figure as soon as possible. However, more people noticed that there was a trace of blood on the scales on Kaido's head. If I guessed correctly, Chinyu's Kylin attack from the sky just now might have worked. However, this scene made people feel terrified. Even Chinyu's powerful attack only slightly injured Kaido. What level would it take to seriously injure Kaido? The fight just now seemed very complicated, but it only took a little over a minute. The fight has reached such a white-hot point, so what will happen next? No. Now they have to consider that even if Chinyu used the strongest attack, Kaido would only be slightly injured. How should they deal with the next battle? Hey! The slight exhalation sound seemed a bit annoying in this depressing ruin. I saw a slightly embarrassed figure flying back in the sky. The armed color domineering of both hands still exists, the scales are covered with blood, and some are even directly shattered. However, it feels that there is no big problem. However, the only thing that makes people unable to understand is why Chinyu did not choose to escape after experiencing this short fight and enduring such a heavy blow. Hawkeye, why did the teacher take this blow? He was obviously knocked away, why didn't he choose to escape? Dashiki asked anxiously. No. It should be said that anyone who was watching the battle was also confused by the scene in front of them. Damn Kizaru, why haven't you arrived yet? Zifa crushed the teacup in his hand and said with gritted teeth. This kid is also stubborn. It was clearly a chance to escape just now, why didn't he escape? Escape? Sengoku said in a deep voice, Zef, you are also old and confused. Don't forget that the Four Emperors' haki training is not bad. When Laxus was knocked away, the observation haki could instantly lock him. With his flying ability of the mythical beast, don't forget that in the battle 30 years ago, that guy took half a day to cross the entire new world to sneak attack our base camp. If I'm not mistaken, the kid just took Kaido's attack without dodging or avoiding it, all for testing. Chapter 681 Warm-up is complete. All for testing? What a crazy idea. It can be said that this time Chinyu was facing Kaido, the beast, who was known as the overlord of the sea. If he was not careful, he might be knocked out with one blow. However, now there are people who are crazy enough to take Kaido's attack. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? Little ghost, I didn't expect that you could take my attack. Kaido propped up his body in the ruins and rose into the air again. The blood moon-like eyes suddenly turned and fell on Chinyu, saying, this is the last chance, surrender to me, or die. The rolling voice, like thunder, spewed out, echoing between heaven and earth, for a long time there was no way to disperse. Facing the entanglement just now, Kaido's patience was obviously exhausted. The ultimatum he uttered undoubtedly tightened everyone's nerves again. They were eager to know what Chinyu would do in this situation where the outcome was already decided. Sorry, I just finished warming up. Let's continue. Chinyu landed on the ruins. The dragon scales that emerged on his body faded like a tide, and he returned to the posture of Laxus. He raised his head suddenly and met Kaido's sight in the sky. Under this understated posture, what was more shocking was what he said just now. Crazy. No. It should be said that they were crazy. In their eyes, the fight that was played to the fullest just now should be Chinyu's full strength. Now it is even more desperate. However, now Chinyu told them that this was just the end of the warm-up exercise. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would be willing to believe that this is true? Haha, you little brat, you are really arrogant enough. Kaido was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. However, I also want to know, what ability do you have to dare to say such a thing? If you are deliberately mysterious, be careful that I will twist your head off directly. The rapid roar completely revealed everyone's thoughts. Chinyu exhaled a deep breath, took out the wooden box on his back with his backhand, and grabbed it with his 5 fingers at the moment of taking it in his hand. The seemingly solid wooden box was shattered in response. A dark black blade fell into Chinyu's hands first. The moment he took it in his hand, the cold touch, like the current flowing through his body, made Chinyu's pores stand up. The moment his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, the blade even made a soft humming sound. Black Knife Night Sky. Chinyu looked at the 3 characters of Dragon Walking and Tiger Step engraved on the scabbard, and couldn't help but smile playfully, saying, it seems that your previous master is also a man of temperament. However, Judging from your excitement, it seems that it has been sealed for a long time. How about taking some dragon blood with me this time? Buzz. As the voice fell, the slight sound of the knife rang loudly, giving people a sense of excitement in an instant. Connected with the knife. I didn't expect that this guy could control this knife so easily. Standing on the edge of the island belonging to the Kingdom of Ruins not far from the deserted island, Hawkeye looked over, and a trace of surprise flashed across his cold face. However, who doesn't want to bathe in dragon blood and kill the peak existence on the way to the supreme sword? Even the black knife in my hand is no exception. But whether it can be achieved is the fundamental reason. The slightly long voice echoed under the night sky. Not to mention Dashiji and Zoro, even everyone who saw Shinyu take out the black knife was shocked. Oh my god! Such a fierce boy, not only has extraordinary physical skills, but also has outstanding devil fruit ability development. Could it be that he also has experience in swordsmanship? Most importantly, he is holding a black knife in his hand. Is this a way to let people live? Little ghost, you are still hiding this identity. I really don't want to kill you anymore. Kaido's eyes turned and said ferociously, however, this kind of nail clippers can't hurt me. I have no patience to continue wasting time with you. If you still don't die after I lose my temper, I will consider letting you continue to be my subordinate. Bang! The huge dragon tail was covered with armed color domineering again, without any fancy. Bringing a stern gale, it was thrown towards Shinyu in the air. Wherever it passed, the air was directly sucked out. Looking at the fierce attack coming, Shinyu did not continue to fight hard this time. With a sudden step, violent lightning flashed wildly. Thunder breathing 8 thunderbolt flashes. Bang! With a flash of lightning, the whole person disappeared from the spot as if moving sideways. The huge dragon tail was directly emptied and hit the ruins. The huge impact force made the rock layer and the earth shatter. The island, which was already in danger, seemed to be unable to bear it and shattered several parts with a loud bang. The huge waves of sand and dust rushed straight into the sky. However, facing all this, Shinyu seemed to be completely unaware of it, and the lightning flashed every time. The moment the step fell, the breath expanded. The sound of the step was like thunder. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. No matter how fast it was dazzling, but more importantly, the power contained in each step became stronger. When he stepped on the 8th step, the 3-color domineering aura dormant in Shinyu's body had been stimulated to the extreme. The 6 style secrets and the activation of lightning made the muscles of his right hand expand to the extreme. Without any fancy moves, the moment when his 5 fingers clenched the scabbard, a terrifying breath exploded in Shinyu's body. The rock layer on which he stepped in the 8th step was directly shattered. 6 style secrets flowing Sakura Chongkong Night Climbing Tower. Bang! At the moment when the rock shattered, Shinyu's figure had crossed a distance of 100 meters and appeared in front of Kaido in the blink of an eye. The black knife clenched in his backhand suddenly came out of the sheath without any fancy moves. Buzz! As the knife came out, the sound of the knife was like the howling of ghosts and gods. The dark lightning turned into a long rainbow piercing the sun, quickly passing Kaido's body and rising straight into the sky. As the knife was swung out, the air flowing in the 4 directions of the sky seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. Pressing towards the target of attack. Sword pressure. This is to use the power of heaven and earth to maximize the pure vacuum //. It is also one of the characteristics of being a supreme swordsman. In an instant, black light shot up into the sky, and the light in the sky was taken away in an instant. Everything within sight fell into endless darkness in an instant. An inexplicable feeling of depression sprouted from the heart. Boom! A thunderous explosion sound suddenly echoed. The black light in the sky came and went quickly, and it dissipated in the sight in the blink of an eye. However, the scene in sight shook everyone's nerves. When I hurriedly looked up at the sky, the accumulated lead clouds seemed to be cut in half. Chapter 682 Goodbye Landlubber. No. It should be said that, looking at it from a distance, it seemed like a knife had cut the sky open. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the entire sea, there are probably very few people who can reach this level. If one really has to use a word to describe Shinyu's current strength, then there is only one. Supreme Swordsman. Puff. A low piercing sound of air sounded without any warning. A scarlet blood arrow splashed out on Kaido's huge dragon body. The shocking wound quickly spread from the chest to the shoulder. The large amount of blood splashed, giving people a dazzling feeling like fireworks. Looking at the blood rain that was splashed down, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Injured. One of the 4 emperors, Kaido, who is known for his unkillable monsters, was actually injured. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? It can be said that the crowd watching Chinyu fall on the shattered desert island again, are all gasping for air. Whitebeard, who is also one of the 4 emperors, and Sengoku and others, are even more shocked. If you have never fought Kaido head-on, you may just know that he is very powerful with the title of the 4 emperors. But only those who have really fought him can clearly understand where Kaido's strength lies. Especially after decades, Kaido, who is over 60 years old, is now in his prime. It is not like Whitebeard in the original work, dragging a half-sick body. However, the scene in front of them now tells them that Kaido, the beast who turned into a dragon, was actually broken by Chinyu. Looking at this at this age, there is probably no one else who can do this except Chinyu. I thought I could remove one of your arms, but I didn't expect it was still a little short. Chinyu dispersed the breath he had raised, looked up at the sky, and said, "But, Kaido, I overlooked one thing, nail clippers can also kill people. Let's fight again next time we meet." It can be said that the seemingly cumbersome fight only took a few minutes. However, facing Kaido, the beast, Laxus's character template, this is already the limit. If he uses the posture of the Bone King, it is probably difficult to break Kaido's defense. Unless he uses the power of his original body, he will be evenly matched with Kaido. Chinyu will definitely die. Now that things have progressed to this extent, Laxus's character template is enough. Damn kid, after hurting me, are you still going to leave? Kaido suddenly woke up and roared. Watching Chinyu sheath the black knife with his backhand, his bloodshot eyes widened and his mouth suddenly opened. The power accumulated in his body gathered wildly in his mouth. An indescribable breath spread like a frenzy. However, facing this crazy counterattack, Chinyu smiled and nodded, turned around and turned into a lightning, and plunged directly into the sea. "Goodbye, landlubber, we'll play again next time we meet." Bang! The figure wrapped in lightning exploded with a large splash in front of everyone. Seeing this suicidal scene, not to mention the spectators, even Kaido was stunned. As the users of the Devil Fruit ability, they knew clearly that they were landlubbers. They usually kept a distance from the sea, not to mention being crazy enough to dive into it. This is courting death. Damn kid, even if you die, I will make you die without a complete corpse. Kaido roared. The dragon breath accumulated in his bloody mouth suddenly swallowed and spit out. Bang! The hot beam of light tore through the air. Without any fancy, it directly crashed into the sea where Chinyu had plunged. Feeling this terrifying breath, Chinyu had already used lightning to dive into the deep sea of 1,000 meters, and changed direction several times in succession. When the dragon's breath in the distance plunged into the seabed of the deep sea, a dull explosion echoed. Chinyu directly switched to the posture of the Bone King, opened the portal, and disappeared into the sea. Boom! The dragon's breath hit the seabed, and the huge impact force exploded. The entire sea surface raised a wave of more than 10 meters. The deserted island, which had already been shattered, was completely swallowed up at this moment. After more than half a minute, the sea water poured down like a rainstorm. Kaido, who was running wild, just reacted and felt the range of the observation haki locked. There was no trace of Chinyu in the past. Kaido was stunned at first, and then roared hysterically. "Damn kid, I will kill you, no matter where you are." The rolling sound waves spread like a tide. Kaido turned into a giant dragon body and suddenly threw move, and rushed straight into the sky. Wherever it passes, the accumulated leaden clouds seem to be torn apart by a sharp blade. The dragon breath spit out and slammed down to the sea in all directions. Seeing the figure locked in the observation haki disappear without a trace, Kaido was obviously in a rampage. For a moment, the entire Fusa Sea seemed to have fallen into doomsday. The boats that were originally watching were accidentally injured in an instant, and the boats were destroyed and people died. Editor-in-Chief Morgans, are we going to retreat? If this goes on, Kaido will go crazy and we will all die. A deputy editor couldn't help but speak. Morgans's face was changing. Looking at Kaido, who flew to the end of the sky, stopped suddenly, and looked back again, the luck in his heart was gone. Retreat, retreat, retreat at full speed. As the order fell, whether it was Morgan's or other pirates' ships, they all set sail and fled. The live broadcast that was originally maintained was also directly cut off. For a time, the forces of all parties directly lost the only connection with the battlefield. However, they came back to their senses, and their mood became uncalm at this moment. Especially on the Moby Dick, standing beside Whitebeard, Ace, who was originally full of pride, now had a dark and ugly face. When boarding the ship, he used the skeleton demon as a stepping stone. Unfortunately, he is still standing still, and the other party has become the fifth emperor of the sea. At present, he has just found a fairly suitable navy supernova, and a deputy of the Pirate King, a legendary pirate to train himself. Originally planned to be able to avenge the previous shame and become famous again. Never thought that the other party not only sank the Drought Jack with a bounty of 1 billion into the sea with one punch, but also hid the title of the supreme swordsman who could hurt Kaido of the beasts. Is this still alive? No. Can this still be a stepping stone? I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll pick up a rock and hit my foot. At this moment, Ace only had one thought in his mind. I'm having a hard time. Chapter 683 The Legendary Dark Fruit. Ace, are you okay? Whitebeard hesitated for a moment and turned back to look at Ace. The result of the scene in front of him. At Laxus' age, Whitebeard knew that this report card was perfect. No. It should be said that there are very few people who can reach this level in the entire ocean. At least, Whitebeard knew clearly that on the Moby Dick, apart from him, even the captain of the first team, Marco, might not be able to reach this level. After all, Marco's strength tends to be all-round, and he has to fight Kaido, who has trained his physical defense to the extreme. At least he has to reach the level of Koshiki Oden, the former captain of the second team. Otherwise, all attacks are nonsense. Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. Ace came back to his senses and exhaled deeply. Just a little tired, I want to go back and rest. Tired? The people present were slightly startled, showing a look of astonishment on their faces. However, looking at Ace's lonely expression, they stopped talking and shut their mouths. They knew clearly that any words now could not comfort Ace's weak heart. Really, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Whitebeard sighed heavily. Originally, in Whitebeard's eyes, he thought that getting Roger's son would allow him to break the deadlock that he could not break by his own ability. He never thought that Ace would suffer Waterloo one after another. Haha, Whitebeard, you're sorry. Rayleigh laughed dryly. Life is like sailing on this sea. You must encounter a lot of wind and waves. If you can't even get through the wind and waves safely, how can you become a strong man? Rayleigh said with a smile. If Ace can't figure this out, why not follow Captain Roger's wishes, retire to the countryside, and live a peaceful life? Whitebeard was silent. He was not surprised by Rayleigh's answer. After all, he and Roger drank under the cherry tree, almost got drunk, and even burned incense to swear brotherhood. So, he still knew a little about Roger's boasting ideas. Facing Rayleigh's words now, there was no way to refute. At least, he never thought that two young monsters would appear one after another in a short period of time in the same era. Haha, Dad, I'm back from a mission. A loud laugh suddenly came from the slowly approaching pirate ship. Following the sound, you can soon see Captain Thatch of the 4th Division, wearing a sailor suit and a crew cut, appearing on the deck of the pirate ship. Looking at the wooden box in his hand, the people present were slightly stunned. Jaws was the first to laugh and say, Sachi, it seems that you have a great harvest this time. Is there a devil fruit in the wooden box in your hand? Everyone's eyes fell on Sachi's hand, even Rayleigh was no exception. Feeling this feeling of being the center of attention, Sachi was stunned at first, then laughed and said, Brother Jaws, you really have a sharp eye. The wooden box in my hand does contain the devil fruit I got in the comm belt. I checked the devil fruit illustration, this thing is a natural type, dark fruit. Natural type dark fruit? Rayleigh and Whitebeard's expression changed slightly. As pirates of the older generation, they knew clearly the value of this fruit. Whitebeard, I didn't expect to see this dark fruit in my lifetime. Rayleigh's glasses flashed, revealing a nostalgic expression. Whitebeard also nodded and said, I didn't expect that this devil fruit would fall into our hands after so many years. Dad, it seems that God blesses our Whitebeard pirates. Marco couldn't help but say excitedly. The sudden scene made most of the captains in the field change their expressions slightly. As the head of the 4 emperors, occupying most of the territory of the New World, or such an important sea area as Beehive Island, The probability of the appearance of devil fruits is much greater than that of ordinary places. It can be said that all the captains on this ship have seen rare devil fruits. Not to mention Whitebeard and Rayleigh, such legendary pirates. I'm afraid that the number of devil fruits they have seen is definitely no less than 10 fingers. Seeing a dark fruit now, although it is a natural type, this reaction is too big. Dad, is this dark fruit really important? Why don't I offer it? Thatch couldn't help but ask. As the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, his strength is also ranked among the best on the ship. Similarly, in the Whitebeard Pirates, there are still very few people who have become fruit ability users. It's not that they have never obtained devil fruits. It's just that the power of most fruits is obviously slightly inferior to their status level. At present, it is rare to have a natural devil fruit, and even Whitebeard and Rayleigh praise it. Then the most capable people should take it, which is probably the best way to convince the crowd. Haha, Thatch, you don't have to worry about it. Whitebeard laughed and said, this devil fruit is indeed of great origin, but there are rules on this ship. Whoever gets the most valuable thing has priority. If you really don't want it, you can exchange it for something else you like. Faced with Whitebeard's words, no one present had any objection. It can be said that among the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates should be considered the one with the best relationship among the members. Better than the Red Hair pirates. As for the Beasts pirates and Big Mom, there are too many open and secret struggles. Then. Thatch, thank you Dad first. Thatch hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Thatch, you picked up a good thing this time. I advise you to take it quickly, so as not to have more dreams at night. Marco said with a smile. As the most experienced Marco in the Whitebeard Pirates, he was also the first member to join the pirates. He knew clearly what this fruit meant. Once the trace of this fruit is spread, even with the blessing of the Whitebeard Pirates, it will probably cause a lot of ups and downs. Haha, it seems that this devil fruit is really not simple, so Marco brother values it so much. Thatch laughed. However, I promised my little ghost at home that if I get a devil fruit, I will bring it back for him to see. This is his birthday wish. It's rare that I got this amazing thing on this trip to the sea. I also want to let my little ghost at home see it. Looking at Thatch with a face full of nostalgia, Marco's expression could not help but stagnate, and he spoke with hesitation. Chapter 684 Qualifications for Recommending Admirals. This may be a bit too dangerous. Marco couldn't help but speak in the end. Dangerous? The people present were slightly startled. After all, they didn't know much about the origin of this devil fruit. What's more, as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, they also didn't believe that someone dared to stab them in the back and rob the Whitebeard Pirates of their things. Haha, Marco is fine. Whitebeard laughed and said, you are right to worry. However, a father should think about his son, and this is also right. This place is not far from Thatch's hometown. We can take a detour and go to Thatch in person. As long as his son's wish is satisfied, Thatch can take it. I don't believe that Thatch will have any accidents under our noses. The slightly long voice echoed on the deck and could not be dispersed for a long time. Seeing that even his father began to persuade him, Marco hesitated for a moment and could only suppress his worries. The most important thing is, as Whitebeard said, on the Moby Dick, he was in charge in person, and a group of captains gathered. It can be said that even if the main force of the Navy headquarters came in person, there would be absolutely no way to take advantage of it. Why don't you eat Teach? Isn't this cherry pie your favorite? A pirate said in a low voice. I heard that you are a veteran crew member, why don't you try to be the captain? When you get the devil fruit in the future, you will have the priority to distribute it, and you don't have to watch helplessly now. In the original work, Blackbeard was recruited into the Whitebeard Pirates not long after the Whitebeard Pirates were established. In the many battles with the Roger Pirates, he often appeared on the scene and played against Red Hair Buggy. It can be said that the 3 claw marks on the corners of Red Hair Shank's eyes were the wounds left at that time. If you really want to investigate, I'm afraid Blackbeard's seniority is higher than most captains. Haha, I'm just curious, what's so special about this dark fruit that makes my father and Captain Marco pay so much attention to it? Teacher came back to his senses, laughed and stuffed the cherry pie back into his mouth, and said, old bones like me have no strength and no opportunities. I'd better eat more and sleep more when I have time. With Captain Ace leading us, life will be better in the future. After saying this, Teach yawned, turned around and walked towards the cabin. However, at this moment, his attention was more on Thatch. It can be said that he has been waiting for this opportunity for too long. The huge square of the Navy headquarters fell into a brief silence. Looking at the live broadcast screen that darkened in an instant, the scene was quickly detonated. Oh my god, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was injured just now. Is this the strength of the 4 emperors? It's really shocking, but I didn't expect that Laxus actually hid the identity of the supreme swordsman. But, in the end, he actually jumped into the sea, which might be too risky. The huge square was completely boiling. Looking at the Navy soldiers talking at once, Zhang Guo punched the wall. Bang! The wall cracked like a spider web, and even the whole office shook. Asshole, if the support could arrive in time, I'm afraid this wouldn't happen at all. Zhang Guo clenched his fists in anger. No, I have to negotiate with the 5 elders. Laxus's strength and his status as the supreme swordsman are enough for him to be officially included. I would also like to recommend Laxus for the Admiral assessment. Admiral assessment? Garp and Zephyr trademark's expressions changed slightly. Since the incident on the Sabayati archipelago, Qin Yu has indeed been hailed as the supernova of the Navy headquarters. For this kind of record and reputation that can save the Navy headquarters trademark lost face. Not to mention the Navy headquarters, even the world government has acquiesced. However, as the senior officials of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr and others know that acquiescence is one thing, and whether it can be truly accepted is another. Otherwise, half a day ago, after receiving the information that the 4 emperors Kaido appeared in the Fusa Sea. Faced with the issue of whether to support Qin Yu, many naval generals hesitated. Especially under the opposition led by Akainu, if Sengoku still insisted on going to support, it would put the Navy headquarters in danger. I am afraid that waiting for Sengoku, in addition to the declaration of war from the 4 emperors pirate group, there are more internal complaints. It can be said that by that time, whether Sengoku trademark's position can still be firmly established is unknown. It is precisely for this reason that the Navy headquarters has never promoted anyone by exception. Unless the battle of the top between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters in the original work really happened, causing the Navy headquarters to suffer a great loss. After the later events of the Admiral dispute and the retirement of Marshal Sengoku. This special admission may make these Navy generals who have been promoted steadily convinced. Now Sengoku suddenly proposed this kind of recommendation action that transcends all degrees, which undoubtedly exceeded their cognition. Marshal Sengoku, are you really thinking too much? Akainu's voice suddenly sounded. Soon he was seen walking in the corridor quickly. Laxus just hurt Kaido a little bit, and you went to deal with the 5 elders for him. I advise Marshal Sengoku to change your focus. At least, you have to make sure that a devil fruit ability user, as a landlubber, can survive if he falls into the sea. This is what you really need to consider. Having said that, Akainu looked at Sengoku for a second and said, I really hope a miracle will happen. If he falls into the sea and is hunted by Kaido, the beast, but still appears alive in the gambling fight a month later, I will be very happy. By the way, Kizaru has already arrived in the Fusa Sea. He said that in addition to discovering the crazy Kaido, there are also a large number of broken ships and pirates flowing into the sea. Under this premise, if you use the observation haki to lock on Laxus, it may be a bit difficult. After saying this, Akainu turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face turned pale. Looking at Akainu who disappeared at the end of the corridor, he said angrily, the bastard Akainu is still as unruly as before. Laxus will definitely come back safely. I hope you don't lose too badly by then. Looking at the mysteriously confident Sengoku. For his protection of Qin Yu, not to mention Zifa, even Garp was no exception, showing a look of surprise. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes and knew the details of Sengoku. Looking at Sengoku who was protecting his cub. It really makes people mistakenly think that Laxus is his illegitimate son. Chapter 685 Urgent Telegram from Alabasta. Okay, Sengoku, don't compete with Akainu. You know his temper. Zifa patted Sengoku on the shoulder and said. In the next period of time, we can only ask the branch stationed near the Fusa Sea to find the whereabouts of Laxus. This time, Laxus has shown unparalleled potential. It's only a matter of time before he reaches the top of the general position. At this point, a trace of reminiscence flashed across Zephyr's face, and he sighed, we are all old and will soon be eliminated by this era. It can be said that Laxus is a first-class existence in terms of mind, strength, and experience in training newcomers. If possible, I hope he can inherit Sengoku's position. Inherit Sengoku's position. Garp was slightly startled, and chose to rub his nose and said, Zeph, I just suspected that Laxus was Sengoku's illegitimate son. Now I suspect that it has something to do with you, otherwise I wouldn't have such high expectations. No, next time we meet, I will ask Laxus if he is willing to be my grandson. You will call me Dad in the future. Get lost. Zifa and Sengoku glared at Garp in unison. However, after such a commotion, the tense atmosphere was slightly relieved. Sengoku said after a moment of hesitation, Okay, let's not worry too much about Laxus's affairs for the time being. I believe he will be blessed by good fortune. However, Zifa, I heard that you are going to conduct a practical assessment of new recruits. Is it really suitable in such a turbulent situation? Why not postpone it for a while and wait until Laxus joins the Marine recruit camp before making plans? For the training of this batch of naval recruits, Zhang Guo also spotted many outstanding recruits at the beginning. The only thing that makes people feel pity is the bet proposed by Akainu. As a result, the most outstanding recruits were all taken out by him. Now after being trained by Akainu himself, I am afraid that after being officially awarded naval positions in the future, they will only lean towards Akainu's camp. Once they grow up, in time, they will also form a sphere of influence headed by Akainu. However, these are all later stories. At present, the top combat power of this batch of naval recruits has been divided by half by Akainu and Qin Yu. In the face of the recent turbulent situation, Zifa insisted on carrying out the assessment of recruits, which may be inappropriate. Haha, Zhang Guo sees that you look worried, you don't really think that I'm old, right? Zifa laughed heartily. Don't worry, the sea is turbulent now, but I am not covered. What's more, the attention of all the major forces on the sea is now attracted by Laxus. Who will pay attention to us recruits' assessment? Speaking of this, Zifa patted the dust on his body and said, I am old too. When Laxus joins the recruit camp in the future, I also want to retire. It can be said that this class of freshmen is likely to be the last class I lead. If I can't take them through the last step, I will feel bad. The most important thing is to let Akainu and the others see that I have been the head coach for so many years, and it is not a lie. Looking at Zephyr who left after saying this, Garp and Sengoku fell into silence. The only thing they could do was to hope that nothing would happen at this critical juncture. Calm belt, somewhere in an unknown sea. A pirate ship as huge as an island was standing still for a long time without any movement. On the huge deck, several figures stood in front of the black screen of Den Den Mushi, with shock still on their faces. Old Sand, do you think there is a big pervert on the ship? Not only does he have the transformation fruit, but he can also make everyone's identity have excellent combat power and various fruit abilities. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I would be kept in the dark like the whole sea. Wald took a sip of wine and couldn't help saying, Humph, I don't care what his identity is. If I have a chance, I will definitely kill him. Crocodile's face sank, and he said sternly, Dare to deceive me, he will definitely pay a sufficient price. For Crocodile, who is a former Shishibukai and has great ambitions. I thought that the fight with Qin Yu in Alabasta was already his peak strength. Even if he was defeated, he would not lose too much face. However, Crocodile never expected it. Uchiha Qin Yu's fights with others are simply crazier and crazier. Meteorites fell from the sky. One punch sank Jack, one of the three disasters, into the sea. Now he is showing the posture of a supreme swordsman, bleeding Kaido, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? No. It should be said that if these battles are really put on hold, Crocodile can be called a grandson. Old Sand, do you want to kill me? I'm waiting for you at any time. The sudden voice made the people present tense up. He hurriedly followed the voice and saw Qin Yu who had torn out a space wormhole and walked out of it. Haha, Captain, I knew you were fine. Wald laughed first. I saw Kaido just now, and he was so arrogant. You, the captain, made me bleed hard. It felt so good. I don't think anyone would have thought that you, the captain, would change your identity and run to the windless place. Let Kaido, that bastard, go crazy alone. Looking at Wald, who almost laughed his chin off. Bin Jack, who was standing aside, coughed dryly and said, Wald, don't make trouble here. The captain must be tired after this battle. However, not long ago, Princess Vivi of Alabasta sent an urgent call saying that she had lost contact with Nico Robin. Robin? Qin Yu frowned. Humph, that scheming woman would suddenly disappear, which is not surprising. Crocodile snorted and suddenly said. When I met that woman, this was her most common method. However, the only thing that surprised me was that the woman liked a big backer, otherwise she would not have cooperated with me for so many years. Now that you are famous and have the call of the 5 emperors, she should prefer to hide under your protection. Now that she suddenly lost contact, it seems a bit inappropriate. As Nico Robin's former partner, Crocodile is very clear about her style of doing things. Faced with Nico Robin's sudden disappearance, he felt confused. Chapter 686 Activating the third character template. Naruto Chapter 686. Crocodile's words echoed on the huge deck of the ship. Seeing him analyze it clearly, Wald was the first to laugh and said, Haha, I didn't expect Lao Sha to be so thoughtful. Humph, I just don't want the captain's interests to be harmed. Don't want the captain's interests to be harmed? Didn't you just say that you wanted to kill the captain? Damn Wald, I want to fight you. Looking at the chaotic situation, Qin Yu shook his head helplessly and took out the Den Mushi to contact. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of the Den Mushi calling sounded. Mr. Uchiha Qin Yu, I am really happy to be able to contact you. Wei Wei's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and said, Wei Wei, can you stop talking to me in official language? I won't contact you next time. No. Wei Wei responded in a panic, Brother Qin Yu. After saying this, Wei Wei seemed to be deflated, her cheeks were mostly red, and she glared at Jiaka who was holding back his smile beside her, and said with a red face. Half a month ago, I found Nico Robin's whereabouts a little strange. I secretly asked Uncle Gika to follow her and found that she suddenly disappeared. Uncle Gika was also knocked unconscious on the way. It seems that he was killed in one blow. I didn't even see the other party clearly. Princess Wei Wei, don't talk nonsense. I fought with him, half a move. Uncle Gika, how is half a move calculated? I don't understand. You girl, you really have wings. You dare to mock your uncle. I must tell Lord Qin Yu that you're him. No. Looking at the situation that suddenly became noisy again. Qin Yu was helpless, but more comfortable. He finally understood why the pirate King Roger pursued freedom instead of the king's hegemony. However, looking back at the group of old men on the deck of the ship, Qin Yu still felt that there were 2 less targets to kill by patting his head. The silky texture in hand was smooth, but it made people yearn for it. Okay, Uncle Gika, shut up. If you keep going like this, I don't need your escort. Vivi's urgent cry sounded. The other part of the Den Mushi that was originally noisy finally calmed down a little. When Qin Yu came back to his senses, Vivi's voice sounded again. Brother Qin Yu, after Nico Robin disappeared, I used the remaining connections in Alabasta to investigate, but still didn't find any intelligence. It feels like Nico Robin disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared out of thin air? Qin Yu frowned, in fact, he had already thought of it roughly in his mind. In the original work, Nico Robin was the focus of pursuit by the world government. Except for living a stable life for a few years under the umbrella of Crocodile. She has been hunted by major intelligence agencies. At present, the only person who can make Nico Robin disappear out of thin air without any trace is probably the world government. However, what Qin Yu needs to confirm now is which intelligence agency took Nico Robin away. Where is Nico Robin now? Has she been taken to the Sifa Island, or has she reached the Red Earth continent, the headquarters of the world government? Qin Yu now needs to confirm Nico Robin's whereabouts. Wei Wei, I will handle this matter. I'm sorry to bother you during this period. Qin Yu dispelled his thoughts and said. Brother Qin Yu, you don't have to thank me. We should thank you. Wei Wei responded hurriedly. But, Brother Qin Yu, what are your plans, in case Nico Robin is targeted by others? Targeted? On the huge deck, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu. They are not ordinary people, especially Crocodile. He knows clearly what the things behind Nico Robin are involved in. If Qin Yu really intervenes in this matter for a woman, it is equivalent to taking on Nico Robin's affairs alone. Of course, go and rob her. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Haha, I knew that the captain was not simple, but I like his personality. Valder laughed first. Humph, I declare in advance that I just have some old grudges with them. If I take action next, it will be because of my own reasons, and it has nothing to do with you. Lord Crocodile, are you arrogant? Looking at Crocodile, who was a little bit blunt, Qin Yu was about to speak, and the long-lost system space sounded in his mind. Spiritual reminder sound. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for getting the opportunity to activate the third character template. Do you want to activate it immediately? The third character template. Qin Yu was slightly startled. It has been more than a month since the last character template was activated. Now suddenly activated, it will undoubtedly allow Qin Yu to release his own strength faster. However, Qin Yu still hopes that the character template that can be unlocked this time can be more powerful. What if a goblin or a slime comes? That's GG. However, Qin Yu believes that as the chosen son, a handsome guy who loves to smile, his luck is not bad. Activate the third character template immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait, the system is activating the third character template. If you quit halfway, it will be regarded as a failed activation. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the character template. The ethereal reminder sound of the system sounded again. Qin Yu just felt a large amount of warm current surging in the sea of consciousness. When he reacted, there was a third character template in the consciousness space. Qin Yu was stunned when he saw the character description and evaluation above. This time, maybe it's a bit too much, right? 3 days later, a single-masted sailboat appeared at the entrance of the Sabayati archipelago. After more than half a month, Jack, one of the 3 disasters, was defeated by the supernova of the Navy headquarters. The pirates who were temporarily eliminated rushed to the Sabayati archipelago again. Faced with the temptation to go to the New World, no pirate could resist. Most importantly, a day ago, the Beast's pirates issued a very important notice in the name of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Once this notice came out, the Sabayati archipelago became the center of the storm. One by one, the powerful pirate groups gathered here to get the opportunity to become affiliated pirate groups under the 4 emperors. It can be said that this time, for many pirates, it is a good opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. Get out of the way, your broken ship, don't hinder our Blood Wolf pirates from docking. A shout suddenly sounded. I saw a pirate ship with a scarlet Blood Wolf as the bow decoration, sailing up and approaching quickly. The reckless posture seemed to indicate that their bounty and strength were not simple. Chapter 687. It's your bad luck to meet me. Isn't that the Blood Wolf pirates that have been in the limelight recently? I heard that their captain has a bounty of 70 million. With a bounty of 70 million, if you complete the bounty mission of the 4 Emperors Kaido, I'm afraid that as long as you arrive in the New World safely, the bounty amount will definitely soar to over 100 million. This is an opportunity to join the ranks of the strong. If even the Blood Wolf rush is over, I'm afraid this hunting operation will be unprecedented. This is a good show, we must go and watch it carefully. The dock was boiling all of a sudden. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, a burly man with a rough face on the deck of the Blood Wolf pirates showed a cruel smile and said, I heard that the woman is at the end of her strength. It feels good to go over and pick up the ready-made one now. Once we can catch any of those on the list, it will be a huge benefit for us. Boss Blood Wolf, you are right. As long as we become a pirate group affiliated with the 4 emperors, we will be able to rise to prominence in the future and develop safely in the New World. In time, we will become a big pirate with a bounty of 400 million or 500 million. Boss can also lead us to become the core members of the Beast Pirates. A pirate standing next to Blood Wolf hurriedly echoed. At that time, our Blood Wolf pirates will also be famous in the Grand Line. Who knows, Boss Blood Wolf will even be able to get a supernova to play with. Yes, a supernova among pirates, it's exciting to think about it. The echoing laughter rang out one after another on the deck of the ship. However, facing these flattering words, although he is already in his 30s and approaching 40, Blood Wolf's rough cheeks still can't help but show a hint of pride. No one doesn't like this kind of flattery. Looking at the sloop that was still blocking the way ahead, a trace of ferocity flashed across Blood Wolf's face, and he said, what an ungrateful guy, he has already given a warning in advance, but he still dared to block my way. I just wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but I didn't expect that someone would run into my gun so soon. Zhang. Blood Wolf pulled out the big knife behind him with his backhand, and a trace of mockery appeared on his ferocious cheeks. In full view of the public, he suddenly clenched the handle of the knife with both hands. Oh my god, boss Bloodwolf is really angry. Is he going to show off his skills? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the bad luck of the people on this broken ship. However, it is worth it to let us appreciate boss Bloodwolf's strongest slash again. The huge deck of the ship suddenly became boiling. Even the pirates who were eating melons on the dock showed excited expressions. As a pirate who tied a head to his trouser waist. The most feared thing is that there is no excitement on this sea. Hey! Feeling the gazes from all around, a trace of ferocious excitement flashed across Bloodwolf's face, and he laughed unscrupulously. Ignorant person, if you want to blame someone, blame you for not knowing what it means to be low-key. You ran into the muzzle of a gun, and you can only blame your life for being too miserable. Go to hell! With a stern roar, Bloodwolf suddenly clenched his hands around the wolf's head. After the knife was drawn, it slashed towards the sloop. Wolf kill! Bang! The piercing sound of the air suddenly sounded. A vacuum slash of a meter in size instantly swept towards the sloop. The sudden scene shook the nerves of many people. Looking at the slash that swept towards the mast of the sailboat, the pirates present believed that as long as this attack could hit, the mast of the sailboat would definitely be cut in half. At that time, the sailboat would have been scrapped. Without the wind to move forward, the people on the ship would become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Ignorant person, blame it on your miserable life, blocking the road that should not be blocked. The Bloodwolf who witnessed this scene couldn't help but smile grimly. However, the smile just appeared on his face. A body like an iron tower suddenly turned over on the deck. Looking at the incoming vacuum slash, without any fancy moves, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it directly. Bang! The vacuum slash, which was as big as a meter, was crushed like paper. The sudden scene made the pirates who were eating melons stiffen the excitement on their faces. Looking at the man with golden hair and muscular body, who was like an iron tower, he was shocked. Brutal! This is too rough. Crushing the vacuum slash with bare hands. No one would have thought that such a terrifying existence would exist on such a simple single-masted sailing ship. If the Bloodwolf pirates did not have other trump cards, or if the Bloodwolf did not hide other means. I am afraid that this time it is like moving a stone and hitting its own foot. Does this feel like seeking death? The blonde sturdy man looked down at the white mark on his hand with a cold and arrogant look, and said, "Do you underestimate me or overestimate yourself? Just now, you seemed to say that you can only blame my miserable life. But I want to tell you that this sentence is more suitable for you." The cold and arrogant voice, like a magic sound, echoed between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Before they could react, the blond man suddenly raised his head, and his right hand, which was as muscular as a rock, suddenly merged the 5 fingers and turned into a hand knife, and chopped down in front without any fancy moves. Puff! The air in front seemed to be torn apart at this moment. A huge vacuum slash of 7 or 8 meters came casually. The speed was so fast that it approached in the blink of an eye at a distance of just tens of meters. The sea surface along the way was directly cut open, and the sea kings lurking in the sea were torn to pieces. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. However, at such a close distance, it was difficult to make a correct resistance. Even Bloodwolf only had time to raise the big knife in his hand to block, and watched the huge vacuum slash of 7 or 8 meters quickly enlarged in his pupils. Boom! The sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. Soon, scarlet blood splashed out like gorgeous fireworks. The snow-white big knife with cold light broke, and Bloodwolf's body, along with the pirate group, was cut in half. The pirates who were slightly closer were also severely injured by the slash. Accompanied by a low collision sound. The 2-masted pirate ship of nearly 20 meters, like a petal, collapsed on the sea surface. For a while, screams were heard everywhere. Blood, broken limbs, and debris were scattered on the sea. The sea kings lurking on the seabed were instantly alarmed. The bloody mouth opened and swallowed the pirates who fell into the water before they could even cry for help. Chapter 688, Escanor, the Sin of Pride. The huge dock fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the sloop with their pupils shrinking. They never thought that the man in front of them, who was as tall as an iron tower, could perform a vacuum slash with his bare hands. He could also cut the man and the boat in half with one knife. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? He chopped the man and the boat in half with one sword. He is simply a monster. What is his origin? He is not here for the bounty of the 4 emperors. Is he a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million? No, I have just looked through all the bounties that have appeared recently, and there is no bounty for this person. Look, is that man's body stronger than before? The voices of conversation in a low voice could not help but come out one after another. Facing the sloop that was gradually approaching with the wind, and the sturdy man standing on the deck, the posture that seemed to be doing something insignificant, everyone's nerves were tense again. Bang! The man took a big step and landed on the dock. After looking around and seeing the pirates around him, he grabbed the tattooed burly man beside him. The sudden scene made the burly man's face change drastically, and he begged for mercy in a hurry. "Sir, don't kill me. What do you want to do? I can satisfy you." Looking at the pirate with a bounty of tens of millions, he acted like a grandson as soon as he opened his mouth. Many pirates couldn't help but swallow their saliva and took a step back. In their eyes, this killer has been exuding arrogance from the beginning since his appearance. No matter who he faces or what attack he faces, his arrogance is like innate and can't be shaken off. "Shut up, only the weak will panic." Qin Yu looked at the pirate in his hand, who was lifted up by force, and said arrogantly, "Tell me what happened on this island, otherwise I don't mind breaking your neck." "That's right." This strong man who came on a sloop and cut the boat in half with a single stroke was Qin Yu, who activated the third character template. "My lord, please don't kill me, I will tell you everything I know." The big man begged for mercy. Qin Yu let go of his hand and let the big man fall directly to the ground. "Speak." The big man, who fell flat on his face, didn't dare to raise any objection after hearing this. He said hurriedly, 3 days ago, the Navy headquarters Supernova and Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, had a decisive battle in the Fusa Sea. 4 emperors Kaido was injured by the Navy Supernova. I heard that he let that guy jump into the sea and commit suicide right under his nose." At this point, the big man secretly glanced at Qin Yu, who was full of arrogance, and continued nervously, "The 4 emperors Kaido, who was ashamed, went berserk and issued a bounty order to vent his anger. No matter who it is, as long as they can catch someone related to the Navy Supernova, they can get a bounty of 500 million and have the opportunity to join the Beast Pirates." After this news was released, those who were related to the Navy Supernova were quickly put on the bounty list. Now there are many people on the island who are going to hunt down a Navy girl. I heard that this hunting operation has been going on for 2 days. Many powerful pirates from all over the world have gathered here, intending to take advantage of the opportunity. Take advantage? Qin Yu frowned. He never thought that things would develop to this point. As a navy, and a woman, Qin Yu only thought of Anne's existence. However, facing the hunting of these pirates, why didn't she return to the Navy headquarters? Why didn't the Navy headquarters support Anne? Looking at Qin Yu, who was a little distracted, the kneeling pirate man hesitated on his face, and suddenly clenched his teeth. He touched his waist with his right hand and immediately took out a short knife with a cold light. Without any fancy moves, he shot at Qin Yu's throat. Got it. A trace of joy flashed across the man's face, in such a close range. At the same time, Qin Yu was obviously in a state of unconsciousness. The big man believed that this attack would definitely take his life. The big man did not know Qin Yu's identity, nor did he find his origins on the bounty order. However, he was sure that a person with such outstanding strength was definitely not an ordinary person. As long as the head was removed, he would definitely be able to get a lot of money, whether in the Navy or in the underground black market. Dang! A crisp metal collision sound was heard. Looking at the scene of sparks and the huge recoil from the dagger in his hand, the big man's pupils suddenly contracted. It's armed color domineering. Is this your desperate attack? Too weak. Qin Yu glanced at him arrogantly, and his right hand turned into a hand knife, slashing down head-on. Bang! The iron tower-like body was cut in half in an instant. Under the splash of blood, the 2 halves of the body fell straight to the ground. Looking at the mess scattered on the ground, everyone's face turned pale. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the realism has reached 20%, and the merciless sun has been obtained. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. The character template that Qin Yu awakened this time was Escanor, who was known as the sin of pride among the 7 deadly sins. The man who has the favor of the sun god. The closer to noon, the higher the magic power. Once it is night, all magic power will be lost and become an ordinary person. Of course, under the intervention of the system, the character template of Escanor obtained by Qin Yu will not completely become an ordinary person at night. It's just that the overall strength is only 1/10 of the heyday. The current character template has only 20% of the realism, and the unlocked O-level energy is only 1/10 of the heyday. However, according to Chinyu's inference, the strength of Escanor's character template has now reached the strength of an ordinary lieutenant general. After using the Merciless Sun, he can crush any lieutenant general. Where is she? Chinyu came back to his senses and looked around. His observation haki exploded like a tidal wave. It turned into a wave and quickly covered the surroundings. 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. As the coverage expanded, Chinyu opened his eyes and instantly locked a direction. Found it! Chinyu muttered, tightened the muscles of his feet slightly, and stepped down suddenly. The whole person rushed into the sky like a cannonball. Where his feet stepped, the floor was shattered, and a cloud of dust was raised, giving people a feeling of earthquake. Chapter 689 The Hero Who Fell from the Sky. Who? The rapid panting sound echoed on the deserted coast. Anne, who looked a little embarrassed, clenched the dagger with her backhand, and her pretty face was full of fatigue. Looking at the pirates who were surrounded by 3 layers of pirates with ferocious faces, he could not take the time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He could only stare at the surroundings and be on guard. Haha, Boss Lacey, this girl is already at the end of her strength. As long as we catch her, give it to the beast's pirates, we won't be afraid when we arrive in the new world in the future. A pirate stood in front of him with a rapier in his hand, dressed like an aristocrat, flattering him. Humph, Lacey, this is the prey that our great axe pirates have set their eyes on, don't interfere, otherwise don't blame me, I'll chop off your arms. A burly man carrying a huge axe said fiercely. As long as I get this woman, I will have 500 million Baileys, which can make a good animal-type devil fruit. By then, even in the new world, I will have the power to protect myself. Zihu, you are daydreaming here, have you ever thought about whether I, Black Tiger, will agree? The man standing in another corner, forming a circle, also snorted coldly and spoke. For a moment, the 3 major pirate groups gave people a tense atmosphere. Humph, we are not in the time of internal strife. In order to avoid more trouble, we should catch this woman first, and then we will decide who will belong to us based on our strength. Blonde Lacey took the lead in snorting coldly. I really didn't expect that this girl would be so stupid as to insist on staying here and waiting for a devil fruit ability user to jump into the sea and commit suicide. Isn't this specially given to us to have the opportunity to join the beast pirates? Let's make a quick decision. Many people have received the news in advance and rushed here. If they are delayed, the credit will not fall on us. As soon as these words fell, the 3 of them looked at each other, and a fierce light flashed in their eyes. Action! Lacey was the first to shout. As the captain, and the strongest in the pirate group, the strength of the 3 people has undoubtedly been raised to the extreme. The noble Lacey with a bounty of 70 million Baileys, the giant axe Taiga of 57 million, and the black tiger Ada of 80 million, with the strength of that little girl, I'm afraid she can't hold on. Standing at the door of the extortion tavern, Xiaoqi looked at the scene in front of her and shook her head. During this period, she had spent a lot of time persuading Anne to leave. However, compared with others who returned to the Fossa Sea to find Chinyu, Anne volunteered to stay here. All because Chinyu said that he would meet in the Sabayati archipelago afterwards. Seeing that the 3 pirate captains who had experienced life and death battles for a long time, they showed a horn-like posture and came towards Anne. And Anne was in a state of spent force. Xiaoqi took a deep puff of cigarette and was about to throw away the cigarette butt to help. The next moment, her expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly looked up at the sky. Under the alert of her observation haki, a breath quickly approached here. Little girl, just surrender obediently. Lacey was the first to smile grimly, and the western sword in his hand, like a rain of stars, stabbed at Anne frantically. At the same time, Taigu, who was holding a giant axe, clenched his hands suddenly, and the giant axe made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and chopped Anne in the waist. Looking at this sudden joint effort, Anne's face changed suddenly, and she didn't have time to think about it, and stepped on the ground suddenly. Shave! Bang! Anne disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When she appeared again, she had moved 7 or 8 meters away, avoiding Ryan's saturation attack. In her eyes, as long as she freed her hands to use the devil fruit ability to offset the attack of the second person, then counterattack the third person, and the dilemma can be resolved. However, This idea just flashed through Anne's mind. A sound of breaking through the air, without any warning, sounded behind her. "Sorry, we have prepared a big gift for you." Hei-Hu laughed fiercely. Soon, he saw a sea stone handcuff, which he flipped out casually. In full view of everyone, he directly buckled it on Ai Yin's wrist. The coldness of the hand swept through her body like a cold wind. Ai Yin had trained to fight against sea stone. However, an accident happened at the beginning, and the sea stone had been released not long ago. There was no way to weaken the effect of sea stone, let alone resist it. The only thing he could do was to watch the back of the incoming axe rapidly enlarge in his pupils. Boom! A black shadow fell from the sky without any warning and landed in front of Ai Yin one step ahead. The huge impact force caused the ground to shatter. Looking at the incoming giant axe, without any fancy, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it suddenly. Dang! The dull sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. The axe that was chopped with a mighty force was stopped, and the strong wind it brought swept away a large amount of sand and dust. The figure that suddenly intervened was revealed. "Teacher!" Ai Yin shouted anxiously. However, when he saw the huge body in front of him, which was as huge as an iron tower, he was stunned. "Teacher!" Escanor looked back arrogantly and said, "Sorry, you recognized the wrong person. I am just a hero who fell from the sky. I can't stand so many people bullying a little girl." At this point, Escanor looked around again and said, "Are you men?" "Men?" The people present suddenly woke up, and looking at Escanor who suddenly intervened, Lacey was the first to roar in a hurry. "Iron Bone, let's join forces to kill this guy first. Everyone should use real kung fu. Don't drag it out here, in case others come and take advantage of us." However, after saying this, Lacey still looked at Taigu, with a flushed face. Taigu, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and get the axe back." Lacey stuttered and asked again. At this moment, even a blind man could clearly know that the man in front of him this scene is probably not simple. No. He is a monster, too strong. Taigu's breath was released in an instant, and he shouted in a hurry. However, as soon as the voice fell, Escanor's hand muscles suddenly bulged and he took the giant axe away directly. This is how to use the axe. After the cold voice fell, he grabbed the axe handle with his backhand. Without any fancy words, he chopped towards Taigu head-on. The axe was as big as a millstone, and even Taigu needed both hands to swing it freely. However, now Qin ignored it and easily flipped it in his hand, chopped it down towards Taigu. The difference between the front and the back, as long as you are not blind, can also clearly distinguish. Taigu didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised his hands, intending to defend with the iron armor on his arms. Chapter 690 Let them escape for a while. Puff! Scarlet blood splashed out like fireworks. The faces of all the people present turned pale at once. Looking at the armor on Taigu's arms, it was cut in half like paper. The giant axe, which was still powerful, split him in half. At a close distance, the hot blood splashed directly on Lacey and Haihu. Looking at the two halves of Taigu's body that fell to the ground with white eyes, which were already dead. A chill ran down their soles and rushed straight to their heads. A pirate with a bounty of tens of millions was killed in such a trifle. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Escape! Someone shouted in surprise, and the pirates who had gathered here quickly fled to the 3 pirate ships anchored at the estuary. Even Lacey and Haihu couldn't hold back and turned around to escape. Seeing this scene, Anne's expression tightened and she said in a hurry, "Don't let them escape. There is a cadre of the beast's pirates who happen to stay at the number 5 Island Tavern. If you let them escape, you will get into trouble." Trouble? Escanor looked back at Anne and said, "Let them escape for a while." Escape for a while? Anne was stunned. No. It should be said that even Xiaoqi is no exception. In their eyes, this arrogant strong man killed the giant axe as soon as he appeared. Now they are allowed to escape, the gap between the past and the present is too big. Damn guy, you dare to ruin our business. When we return to the number 5 island, we will definitely tell Lord Zhispute about this matter. As soon as Haihu boarded the deck of the ship, he couldn't wait to roar. When he thought that he almost caught Anne and had the opportunity to join the beast's pirates, it was ruined by the strong man in front of him. Even the sea stone handcuffs that he had worked so hard on were lost. This is simply a loss of both the wife and the army. Black Tiger, shut up, this guy seems to be a little bit wrong, don't provoke him. Lacey stopped him in a hurry. The fight that just happened was from the strongest of the 4 seas, the West Sea. His knowledge is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Lacey, we have already set sail. Even if he wants to chase, how can he chase? Black Tiger roared angrily. When I return to Lord Westsea Spud, I will definitely sue you severely. You just wait to be hunted down by the 4 Emperor's pirates. The hysterical roar echoed on the sea and dissipated with the sea breeze. Do you think it's far enough? Escanor suddenly spoke. His cold face was full of arrogance. Looking at the 3 pirate ships hundreds of meters away from the coast, Escanor walked out of the crowd. What do you want to do? Anne asked anxiously. However, Xiaoqi quickly stopped him and said, Girl, don't hinder him. Just watch obediently. Leave the next thing to him. Looking at Escanor, who was gradually walking more than 10 meters away, Xiaoqi frowned even more tightly. An absurd thought flashed through her mind. You bastard, it's too late for you to chase him now. Heihu retorted hastily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Escanor move. He looked up suddenly, his indifferent and proud eyes met Heihu's eyes in an instant, and said, the distance of 1,300 meters should be enough. It's just right to use you to try your hand. As for the adults you mentioned, I will also visit them once or twice. Merciless son. Puff. Escanor grabbed the void with his right hand, and the blazing magic power gathered quickly in his hand like a raging tide. The next moment, a sphere of fire the size of a human head condensed out of thin air. The scorching heat dissipated with the sea breeze. The grass underfoot, as well as the scattered corpses and blood, dried up quickly. The leaves falling from the sky burned to ashes when they got closer. Anne and Xiaoqi, who were standing more than 10 meters away, turned pale. Sweat poured down their faces. Feeling the stinging pain on their skin, especially the clothes that were burning and crackling, Anne couldn't help but said, Is this, the sun? I don't know. Xiaoqi quickly clenched Anne's hand and hurriedly pulled away and said, Let's retreat quickly, otherwise the clothes on our bodies will be in trouble. You probably don't want to let others see your other side except your teacher, right? Sister Xiaoqi, what are you talking about? Anne's cheeks flushed. However, they also retreated quickly. At this moment, let alone them, even Heihu and others people also understood instantly. Why did the other party let them escape for a while? Perhaps, it was because they knew clearly that the power of this move was too great. Quick, run away. Lacey suddenly woke up and roared. Too late. Escanor replied lightly. With the muscles of his legs slightly tightened, he kicked the ground suddenly. Bang! The dull sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. Escanor appeared in the sky tens of meters high like a ghost. The hot fireball gathered wildly in his right hand and threw it over his head. His left hand suddenly slapped downwards. Bang! The piercing sound of the air suddenly sounded. The next moment, the merciless sun appeared in front of the 3 pirate ships in the blink of an eye. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded instantly. The hot flames rushed out like a volcano. It turned into a frenzy and directly swallowed the 3 pirate ships. The blazing air waves swept across the entire number 13 estuary. Anne and Xiaoqi only had time to quickly hide in the tavern, and their sight was directly captured by the flames. After more than half a minute, Anne and Xiaoqi gradually recovered their sight. The coastline in sight was as black as red soil. The azure sea surface was evaporated into a huge sea bowl of hundreds of meters. A large number of burned sea king corpses were quickly rolled back into the seabed with the current. As for the 3 pirate ships and other pirates, they had long disappeared. Gurgle. Anne's eyes were also straight, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Looking at the scene in front of her, her face was full of disbelief. Sister Xiaoqi, is this the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates, the user of the Flame Fruit ability, Fire Fist Ace? Fire Fist Ace? Xiaoqi was slightly startled, then smiled bitterly and said, I also think he is Ace of the Fire Fist. My intuition tells me that he is probably more worthy of being terrified than Ace of the Fire Fist. But don't worry, he may not have any ill will towards you, otherwise he would not have saved you. Hey! Escanor landed in the void, exhaled deeply, and looked at the sea surface that was gradually filled with seawater, frowning. In the original work, Escanor has the title of the strongest human. In the state of being the only one in the world, he can evaporate the water in the entire lake with one blow. Compared with the original work now, the difference is too big. Chapter 691 Nico Robin's whereabouts. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 5% realism, the current realism is 25%, and the next time you unlock a new skill, you need to reach 30%. 30%? Qin Yu withdrew under the restriction of Escanor's template personality and looked at An and Xiaoqi hiding in the tavern. As soon as he took a step, he used the shave skill, and appeared in front of the tavern in a few flashes like a ghost. Seeing this scene, Aiyan's nerves suddenly tensed up. He quickly grabbed Shi Yu and quickly stood in front of Xiaoqi and said, I don't know why you want to save me, but if you want the bounty of Kaido, then come to me. Also, my teacher is a very powerful existence. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, he will never let you go. Also, my teacher is very protective of his shortcomings. The hurried shouting echoed between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Aiyan raised her head stubbornly and met Qin Yu's gaze. She knew that Xiaoqi was strong, but after seeing with her own eyes that 3 pirates with a bounty of tens of millions were killed instantly by the sun, she didn't dare to bet whether the strong man in front of her would attack them. What's more, Aiyan was absolutely unwilling to let Xiaoqi be implicated because of her own affairs. However, these messy thoughts just emerged in her mind. Aiyan's beautiful pupils suddenly shrank, looking at the big hand that quickly enlarged and directly covered her head. The feeling of gently rubbing her head made Aiyan feel inexplicably familiar. However, before she could react, the fatigue accumulated in her body from the battles in the past few days came like a tide. Under this familiar feeling, it was even more uncontrollable. After slightly raising her eyelids and intending to take another look at Qin Yu, her whole tired body fell directly into Qin Yu's arms. You. Looking at Qin Yu who took Aiyan up, Xiaoqi showed a trace of hesitation. Sister Xiaoqi, this is not a place to talk, let's go in and talk. Qin Yu said lightly. Thank you for taking care of this willful girl during this time. Hearing this tone that was completely different from the previous one, Xiaoqi was stunned at first, then she lit a cigarette helplessly and sighed, I knew that only you, a kid, would act so crazy and completely disregard the consequences. People outside all thought you were dead. By the way, let's talk inside. There are many spies here. Maybe your move just now has spread the news. After leaving these words, Xiaoqi looked at Qin Yu with a slightly reproachful look, and then turned back to the tavern. This tavern that has been rooted in Pier 13 for a long time has not changed since the last time. If you have to say what has changed, I'm afraid that there are more people being blackmailed. Would you like some beer? Xiaoqi walked to the bar by herself, closed the window with his backhand, and said, looking at your new face, I really doubt what devil fruit ability you have. You still don't belong here at all world. Looking at Xiaoqi who handed over the beer with a helpless look, Qin Yu put Aiyan on the sofa beside him. He directly removed the character template of Escanor, took the beer, sat on the chair, took a sip and said, Sister Xiaoqi, you are always sophisticated. However, don't ask who I am. This time I came to ask you to help me investigate something. Looking at Uchiha Qin Yu who showed his true attitude, Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and did not continue to ask. As an old hand in the sea, Xiaoqi knew clearly that everyone has secrets. Stop when you have enough, but this is the most basic survival skill in this sea. After adding wine to Qin Yu, he said, is there any new target, or for the beauty? If that girl knew that the person who saved her just now was the teacher she had been waiting for, I don't know what expression she would have. Looking at Xiaoqi with a teasing look on his face, Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, did everyone else go to the Fossa Sea? When they fought just now, Anne mentioned this matter briefly. Yes, after seeing you, a madman, jump into the sea and be chased by Kaido, the king of beasts, those little guys chose to act separately after returning to the Sabayati archipelago. Xiaoqi nodded. However, you have recruited many good students, but this time, the commotion was too big, and even Kaido was not spared. No, it should be said that this is in line with your usual style of doing things. Looking at the young man in front of him, when they first met, he was so crazy that he planned to break out of the city prison. Publicly executed the celestial dragons and escaped unscathed under the eyes of the 2 admirals. Intervened in the Navy headquarters' encirclement of the World Destroyer. It can be said that any incident is as crazy as this one. Xiaoqi is also numb. Sister Xiaoqi, don't make fun of me. Qin Yu took a sip of beer and said, after I leave, you notify those guys to hide and train well. When the time comes, meet at the Navy headquarters. Next, I need you to help me find a woman named Nico Robin. Nico Robin? The devil's son of Olaha. Xiaoqi's expression changed, and said, Brother Qin Yu, you are not going to have a relationship with the devil's son, are you? You should know that the world government spares no effort to hunt down this woman. If you like him, it is equivalent to confronting the world government face to face. As a person who mainly sells intelligence, Xiaoqi is of course very aware of Nico Robin's existence and affairs. Now that Qin Yu suddenly came to her door and made such a request, it was beyond her cognition. She is my companion, who disappeared half a month ago. Qin Yu did not avoid it. It can be said that apart from the Empress Hancock, Rayleigh and Xiaoqi are among the people who know Qin Yu's identity the most. Companion. Xiaoqi smiled playfully and said, Isn't she a woman? You kid, your personality charm is really not simple. If Hancock knew that there were so many people around you, I'm afraid she would go crazy. But don't worry, I don't care about your private affairs. As she spoke, Xiaoqi turned and walked to the back room. After a little more than 20 seconds, she showed up again. However, this time there was obviously an extra file bag in her hand. A few years ago, many people have been looking for Nico Robin's information. I have been paying attention to it. Later, she disappeared for a while. Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, Until more than a month ago, someone found her trace in Alabasta, and then I suspected that it was related to you. Chapter 692 Supernova Number 2. Sister Xiaoqi, your vision is as sharp as ever. Qin Yu said with a helpless smile. Brother Qin Yu, you are too ostentatious. Xiaoqi extinguished the cigarette and said, However, I think you are probably responsible for the girl's capture. If you hadn't made such a big fuss, she would still be free and easy now. Qin Yu did not refute Xiaoqi's words. In the original work, Nico Robin's whereabouts were exposed only after Luffy defeated Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea. That's why she fell into the hands of CP9 and was sent to the island of Siege. Originally, Qin Yu thought that leaving Robin in the Narasak Great Tomb would keep her safe. Now it seems that Qin Yu is still a little too naive. Brother, what are your plans now? Xiaoqi looked at the silent Qin Yu and asked first. Plan. Qin Yu came back to his senses, smiled and drank the beer in one gulp, and said, Of course it's to save people, even in the Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair. Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair. Xiaoqi smiled and said, I finally understand where your personality charm comes from. With someone like you who protects his shortcomings, I feel very safe. If I were younger, I would also be willing to go with you. Looking at Xiaoqi who was about to kill him, Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, It seems that Sister Xiaoqi, the information you got is a bit difficult. Brother, you are really a smart person. Xiaoqi refilled his cigarette and said, I received information 3 days ago that the girl has been sent to Si-Fa Island. Now that 3 days have passed, whether she will stay in Si-Fa Island is the key. Don't forget that the identity of that girl is too sensitive for the world government. She went in 3 days ago. Qin Yu frowned, a trace of apology flashed in his pupils, and he said, It's good to have news, I'll go and see. You go and see. Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, Are you going to force your way in? In what identity? If you use the skeleton demon to come forward, I'm afraid it will lead to a war with the world government. As one of the people who clearly knew Qin Yu's other identities, Xiaoqi understood that the skeleton demon had now climbed to the position of the 5th Emperor of the Sea in a short period of time. He also saved the world destroyer Walt. If he chose to come this time, that would be completely a blow to the Navy headquarters and even the world government. At that time, the world government and the Navy headquarters would definitely launch a siege against Qin Yu. Once that time comes, Qin Yu will be in an extremely passive situation. Other forces on the sea will definitely not stand idly by, and may even reap the benefits. Sister Xiaoqi, don't worry. I will use the identity of Escanor for the next action. Qin Yu took another sip of the newly added beer, stood up suddenly, turned around and left. Is the name of that identity Escanor? He seems quite arrogant. Xiaoqi crossed her arms and smiled, I hope everything goes well for you. Are you going to leave now? No, I still need to clean up the mess. If that girl wakes up, let her practice with peace of mind. Qin Yu pushed open the door and said, Please, Sister Xiaoqi, help me promote the reputation of Escanor, the sin of arrogance. You kid, you are really not afraid of big things, but I will help you make a big deal about this matter, so that the attention of this sea will be transferred to you. Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of cigarette and watched Qin Yu's back disappear in front of her. The third island of the Sabayati archipelago. After the first island was destroyed by the skeleton demon and the second island was hit by Laxus, the third island undoubtedly inherited the prosperity of the first two islands. As long as they set foot on the island, the pirates who use the Sabayati archipelago as a springboard to go to the New World will replenish and rest here. Along the way, there is an endless stream of pirates. However, most of the people who landed on the island seemed to have already had a goal, and they all walked towards the tavern in the center of the island. Have you heard? The three major pirate groups that rushed to island number 13 to capture people just now seem to have been wiped out by one person. A burly pirate lowered his voice and said to the pirates beside him. But they deserved to be killed. The mission issued by Lord Sipshed clearly gave everyone a chance to try, but they insisted on monopolizing it. Now that they are dead, we will also have a chance. You think too naively. There are now 12 pirate groups with a bounty of tens of millions gathered in the tavern. Among them, there are at least 3 captains of the pirate groups with animal-type fruit abilities. With such a lineup, what can you do with a mere bounty of more than 30 million? The conversations that came out one after another echoed on the street. Looking at the tavern at the end of the road, Qin Yu had already entered Escanor's character template. Hey, are you planning to take the mission too? We can go and have a look together. A shout suddenly sounded. Qin Yu looked back and saw an unexpected figure. Supernova number 2. White Horse Cavendish. Do you know me? Cavendish, who was dressed in a white aristocratic costume, couldn't help but pick up her golden hair and said conceitedly, if you plan to get an autograph, you need to queue up. However, seeing your good figure, I can cut you in line. I didn't expect that I would meet my die-hard fans as soon as I landed on the Sabayati archipelago. During this period, the rude guys who appeared were really ugly. They dared to cover up my light. I will never let them go. Looking at Cavendish, who started to complain as soon as he opened his mouth, Qin Yu instantly understood that this guy was going to join in the fun. I'm afraid he still planned to try to improve his fame. In the original work, Cavendish and Ace of Fire Fist are also considered supernovas with a year difference. However, because of the appearance of the worst generation, Cavendish's fame and halo were suddenly overshadowed. This reason also led to Cavendish's hostility towards Luffy. According to the original work, the current Cavendish may have just gone to sea. How much bounty do you have? Cavendish asked first. Bounty? Escanor said calmly, none for the time being. No bounty? Are you a native of the Sabayati archipelago? Cavendish was stunned. In his eyes, those who can come to the Sabayati archipelago alive are more or less pirates with some strength. On the basis of strength, there will be a corresponding bounty. What's more, Escanor gave Cavendish the feeling that he was definitely not as simple as those cannon fodder. The only explanation is that he is a native of the Sabayati archipelago. Chapter 693 Invitation from the Four Emperors. I see you have a good physique. If you are willing, you can join my handsome pirate group. You should know that people like me will become famous in this sea sooner or later. Cavendish raised his bangs in front of his forehead and said conceitedly. My bounty now has reached 98 million. If I go further, the bounty will be over 100 million. By then, there will be many people joining me. This is good opportunity. As soon as these words fell, the pirates who were still talking in the field looked at Cavendish, with a hint of shock in their eyes. In their eyes, being able to break through the first half of the Grand Line and get a bounty of over 100 million. Moreover, looking at Cavendish's age, he is only in his early 17s or 18s. At this age, reaching this level is definitely a promising future. Who knows, he can really get the title of a supernova. Once he sets foot in the New World and performs a little, the bounty will definitely skyrocket. If he is not careful, he may be able to get an olive branch from the Four Emperors like the last pirate supernova, Ace of Fire Fist. It can be said that facing Cavendish's invitation, many pirates were a little tempted. Sorry, I don't need it. Escanor replied indifferently. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he turned around and left, leaving Cavendish, who was originally narcissistic, directly on the side. Hey, why are you running? I'm offering a reward of 98 million, a future supernova. Cavendish suddenly reacted and shouted in a hurry. Are you going there to join the Four Emperors' mission? There is no benefit at all. As he spoke, Cavendish quickly followed Escanor's pace and said, "Can you tell me your purpose? As a candidate for my future crew, I may be able to help you a little." Looking at Escanor, who rejected him without hesitation, Cavendish thought that the strong man in front of him was not simple. Perhaps, this is the legendary sadism and licking dog. The more you want to chase someone and lick him, the more you show that your invitation is worthless. "No, I'm going to deal with some personal matters. I advise you to stay away from me." Escanor came straight to the door of the tavern without even turning his head. This tavern, located in the center of the third island, is very advantageous in both location and location. The built area can accommodate more than 500 people at the same time. Since Sip's Head is stationed here, the pirates from all directions have already burst the tavern and are directly overcrowded. Even outside the tavern, there are many tables and people sitting. These pirates are drinking in groups of 3 or 5. However, when his eyes turn, most of the time they are still on the table in the center of the tavern. The fanatical look is as if anyone on this table throws a bone, they will also risk their lives to grab it. "Hey, who are you? Don't block the way here. This is the tavern frequented by Lord Sip's Head. If the bounty is not more than 50 million, you must not set foot here." A burly man who was blocking the door shouted drunkenly. As soon as these words fell, many people in the field were immediately alarmed. Even Sip's Head, who was sitting in the main seat, cast a look and said, "Don't be too rude. Which blonde kid? I seem to remember that your name was on the new bounty list not long ago. Let me think about who you are. By the way, you seem to be from the West Sea, the captain of the handsome pirate group, White Horse Cavendish. As one of the 3 calamities, he is the confidant of Jack the Drought. Sip's Head is also responsible for collecting the list of pirates entering the Grand Line. The threshold for recruitment is different from that of Red Hair and Whitebeard. The Beast's pirates have always been open to everyone because they want to conduct experiments on artificial devil fruits. The failure rate of obtaining the ability of artificial devil fruits is a bit high. However, after many experiments, they found a rule. The stronger the person, the higher the success rate. Of course, this is also a question of probability. In the original work, one of the supernovas, Killer Underkid, also failed to take the artificial devil fruit and turned into a laughing manslayer. Therefore, joining the Beast's pirates seems to be very glorious. But the real result is all gambling on luck. Cavendish, is that a newcomer with a bounty of 98 million? 98 million? I heard that once you reach 100 million, you can be called a supernova. This is an existence with unlimited prospects. OE. The scene was boiling all of a sudden. Facing the appearance of Cavendish, it was also an unexpected surprise for Sip's Head. It can be said that the pursuit of Laxus and others in the Farsa Sea not long ago has caused a large-scale annihilation of the affiliated pirate groups attached to the Beast's pirates. This seems to be unable to damage the core combat power of the Beast's pirates. However, the experimental progress of artificial devil fruits is still greatly discounted. It is for this reason that Sip's Head will listen to the advice of Plague Queen and recruit some pirate groups in the Sabayati archipelago to go to the New World to act as cannon fodder and run errands. It can also be added that the experimental candidates for artificial devil fruit ability users. However, after 3 days, the people gathered here also took a long time to raise the bounty to tens of millions. There are not many people who can really look up to it. Now suddenly a Cavendish appeared, who was the tallest among the short people, which made people's eyes bright. "Kid, you came here to join our Beast's pirates, right?" Sip's Head said with a smile, "I see that you are so young, but you have already reached this level. I can personally recommend you to Master Jack. When the time comes, as long as you show a little bit of ability, you can become one of us." As soon as these words fell, the scene was in an uproar. In the eyes of all the pirates present, they could not join the Beast's pirates even if they tried their best. Now hundreds of people are still here, waiting for an opportunity. Now that Cavendish appears, he asks Sip's Head, who has always ignored them, to personally invite them. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? This is completely the same person with different fates. Cavendish was also stunned. He came here mainly to join in the fun. Originally, he planned to keep a low profile and never thought that he would become the focus of the whole audience. Feeling the envious eyes from all around, Cavendish couldn't help but lift his bangs and said conceitedly, "Escanor, did you see it? This is my personality, charm and strength. Even the 4 Emperors pirate group is inviting me. Do you want to become my crew member? Chapter 694 Super Popular. In the huge tavern, hundreds of people's eyes were all locked on Cavendish and Escanor. Feeling the urgent envy around, Cavendish's face flashed a hint of pride and continued to ask. Escanor, what have you thought about? With no bounty on your head, joining my army is the quickest way. Looking at Escanor, who had a calm and arrogant aura, and a huge body of more than 2 meters, Cavendish liked him more and more. After all, he was not Luffy, who was the protagonist in the original work. He had so many awesome companions around him. Even Captain Kidd, who was also a supernova, only had Killer as his subordinate. Not to mention, Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates, as Luffy's ally, only had Popo, a bear, who was acting cute and funny. So, when Cavendish saw Escanor for the first time, he felt like he was in love at first sight. He fell in love with him. Sorry, I'm not here to join any pirate group, nor am I here for the so-called beasts pirates. Escanor suddenly raised his head and looked at the things placed on the ground not far away. Like a door panel, the giant axe with a diameter of several meters walked straight over and grabbed the heavy axe. Hey, you little brat, dare to touch my things? This axe is made of heavy iron steel and weighs 1,000 pounds. Only a giant like me can move it. A giant who was 5 or 6 meters tall and sitting cross-legged on the side roared first with a ferocious face. If you don't apologize, I will crush your head with one hand. The sudden scene made the attention of the audience leave Cavendish all of a sudden. Facing Escanor's ruthless words just now, and this inexplicable behavior, it obviously touched the nerves of everyone present. For watching the fun, there is no shortage of spectators in any dimension world. Most importantly, they are eager to see how Escanor can save the face that made Sip's head black. However, as soon as this thought flashed through their minds, the scene they saw made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Watching the giant axe with a handle of nearly 2 meters, falling into Escanor's hands, being easily lifted with one hand. His pupils suddenly contracted, and the words that fell into his ears shook his nerves. Did you just say that you were going to kill me? Escanor weighed the axe in his hand and said arrogantly, you should not be a purebred giant. Is it a fish giant? No wonder you say this axe is too heavy. The small voice and the frivolous taste mixed in the words shook everyone's nerves at once. For the fish giant, this kind of identity revelation is a complete shame. Damn kid, you dare to challenge the majesty of the great giant, die. The fish giant's face sank and roared angrily. He grabbed the iron bar next to him with his right hand and smashed it towards Escanor. The sudden scene immediately tensed everyone's nerves. Cavendish's expression changed, and he was about to rescue. However, before he could react, the scene he saw made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Escanor, who was several times taller than him, suddenly raised his head, holding the 1,000-pound axe in his right hand, without any fancy moves, and raised his head to axe. Puff! The piercing sound of the air suddenly sounded. The heavy iron rod suddenly stopped half a meter away from Escanor. Looking at the scene that seemed to be frozen, and the blood spurting from the throat of the fish giant. As the huge head flew, the steady iron rod clenched in his hand was cut off in the middle. Bang! The sound of 4 heavy objects falling to the ground suddenly echoed. The blood splattered, dyeing the area of more than 10 meters red. Looking at this scene, the huge scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Escanor with a little more disbelief. Others may not know, but the giant in front of them, who was easily killed by Escanor with a wave of his hand, has a bounty of more than 70 million. It can be said that in this competition for the quota to join the beast pirates, the fish giant is the most popular one. However, now it is so childish, in full view of the public, it was easily killed. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? This axe is still too light. Escanor glanced at the black axe dripping with blood. This fish giant is too slow and lacks strength. It's really not worth my effort. It seems that it's more fun to take your head. They. Voice was like a tide, and at this moment, it swept the whole place like a hurricane. When the people present saw Escanor's eyes fall on Sip's head, not to mention them, even Cavendish, who was traveling with them, was suddenly nervous. It can be said that in the face of Escanor's arrogance, they never thought that they would give such an answer. Let alone, Sip's head is a pirate with a bounty of more than 200 million. The fact that he has the beast's pirates as a big backer behind him is enough to make people think twice. Even some pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions dare not say such provocative words. Now this arrogant guy in front of him is still saying such crazy words in front of more than 500 pirates. This is simply a madman. No. It should be said that for the pirates present, this seems to be a new opportunity to join the four emperors' pirates. Haha, you arrogant guy, your personality is really likable. Sip's head laughed unexpectedly, and the next moment a trace of haze flashed across his face and said, however, being likable is one thing, and challenging the dignity of our beasts pirates in public is another thing. Cavendish, is this your man? Today, I plan to recruit you to join the beasts pirates, but according to the habit of Boss Kaido, it seems that I should beat you half to death first, and then drag you back. At this point, Sipshed's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and said, come on, as long as you can take them down, no matter what means you use, you can get the qualification to join the beasts pirates. In other words, at the end of this game, the people who can stand here, whether it is one pirate group or 10, can do it. The small voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound. At the beginning, they were scrambling for an opportunity. Now Escanor took the initiative to deliver it to the door, which has become a hot commodity. What's more, there is no number requirement for joining this time. Chapter 695 Everyone in front of him is a younger brother. Kill. The shouts of killing resounded throughout the venue in an instant. It can be said that most of the pirates gathered in this place are rushing for the opportunity to join the beast pirates. Sip's head threw it again, which undoubtedly touched their nerves. Looking at the chaotic situation and the pirates rushing in, Cavendish was stunned. He never thought that he would casually chat with a madman. He also labeled the other party as an accomplice, and he might become the enemy of the beast pirates afterwards. No. It should be said that whether he can survive is another matter. Go to hell. A pirate came to Cavendish first. The heavy sword in his hand was raised suddenly and chopped down at Cavendish. The sudden scene made Cavendish suddenly wake up, looking at the sharp blade with a cold light flowing in his pupils. The moment his nerves were tense, he quickly pulled himself away and moved sideways quickly. At the same time, he flipped his hand and the sword on his waist, Durantel, was instantly unsheathed. Beautiful sword Swan Lake. Puff. The piercing sound of the air suddenly sounded. The blue cold light flowed on the blade. Cavendish was like a dancing swan, rushing directly through the crowd of people who were attacking. When he appeared again, he was already more than 10 meters away. The dozens of pirates who were rushing to attack were like frozen. Puff. The scarlet blood arrows, without any warning, splashed out on the throats of the pirates. The pirates who were like frozen stared with wide eyes and fell to the ground in disbelief. They already knew that the bounty of 9,000 was coming. Beautiful sword Bluebird. Cavendish's face changed, and he swung the Durand in his hand back in an instant. Puff. The blue blade instantly tore the spider web that was covering him. A pirate who turned into a half spider with 6 arms stopped him. Little devil, just stay here and watch that arrogant guy being torn into pieces. Maybe you still have a glimmer of hope of survival. A hurried shout fell. Seeing the person with the devil fruit ability sniping Cavendish, the pirates in the field gathered around and stopped. No one is unwilling to do the principle of adding insult to injury. However, facing this lineup, more eyes were subconsciously locked on Escanor. The moment Cavendish was stopped, 5 pirates with a bounty of tens of millions of yuan freed their hands and attacked Escanor together. Flashing out from the crowd, holding various weapons tightly in their hands, shining with cold light, they slashed down with force. Arrogant man, no matter how strong you are, just be our stepping stone to join the beast pirates. The bald man who led the way, holding a heavy hammer in his hand, smashed it into Escanor's chest the moment he appeared in front of him. The powerful blow immediately brought the sound of wind and thunder. At a close distance, Escanor, with an arrogant face, seemed unable to react. Watching the attacks from all directions fall quietly. It's done. The 5 people who took action looked at Escanor, who was as dumb as a statue, and a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Bang! A dull thunder-like heavy blow suddenly sounded. The powerful impact force rolled back like a hurricane, raising a large piece of sand and dust. However, the scene they saw and the huge recoil force in their hands made their pupils Kong suddenly shrank. Looking at Escanor standing there like a rock. The body covered with black metal, like an iron tower, shook everyone's nerves. Full body armament Haki, is this a monster from the New World? A lost voice exclaimed suddenly. In the first half of the Grand Line, the use of haki was basically zero. That's because they didn't have the right way to learn haki. The only way is to join a large pirate group to have a chance to get in touch with it. However, haki also has strong and weak points. Partial armament haki is just the entry level. Those who can use full-body armament haki and can defend accurately are also extraordinary in the second half of the Grand Line. It can be said that these pirates who think they are extraordinary and have a bounty of tens of millions are all little brothers in front of him. Is this your attack? Escanor tilted his head slightly, looked at the 5 people who attacked arrogantly and said, I also want to be your stepping stone, but unfortunately, you have disappointed me too much. Ryasakura and Dan. The black and domineering aura quickly covered the giant axe, and the moment when the Ryasakura was surging like water. Escanor did not have any fancy moves, and slashed it across the air. Puff! The black slashing ripples were surging like a full moon. Wherever he passed, the 5 captains who were close at hand were the first to bear the brunt of it, along with the weapons in their hands, and were directly cut off in the waist. Under the splashing of blood, the slashing momentum swept away with the remaining power. Wherever he passed, the pirates along the way were cut in half. The final slash hit the rock dozens of meters away, accompanied by a low roar and explosion. Finally, it collapsed in the void. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the vacuum area that was directly cleared and the bodies lying in a pool of blood, the people present couldn't help swallowing their saliva, revealing a look of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 696 Your opponent is me. The huge battlefield fell into a brief silence. The dozens of bodies lying on the ground, the blood spurting out, dyed a large area of the floor red. Broken limbs, debris, and internal organs were scattered on the ground. Facing this scene, many people still had an urge to vomit. If it weren't for the iron rule that the first bird to stick out will be shot, I'm afraid he would have fled long ago. This guy, it turns out that he is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No wonder he didn't take my invitation just now seriously. Cavendish's expression couldn't help but stagnate. Thinking of the various invitations just now, he couldn't hold his face. This is just a wrong expression of affection. However, this messy thought just flashed through Cavendish's mind. A dignified sound of breaking through the air sounded behind him without any warning. Looking at Sip's head, a cotter from the Beast Pirates, who appeared behind him like a ghost, with a bounty of more than 200 million. Cavendish's expression changed drastically. He had never expected it. The other party would attack him as soon as he saw that the wind was not right. Kid, die for me. You can only blame yourself for being related to this guy. Sip's head shouted coldly with a gloomy look. The clenched sword in his hand, covered by the armed color domineering, made a dignified sound of breaking through the air and stabbed towards Cavendish. The speed was so fast and the force was so strong that it made people feel that there was no way to hide at this close distance. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, Cavendish was unwilling to surrender. With a flick of his right hand, Durand shot out again. Puff! A white thread shot out from the side without warning and directly wrapped around Durand. This caused Cavendish's attack to stagnate. With this delay, he could not stop Sipshed's attack at all. The only thing he could do was to watch the sword wrapped in armed color domineering being sent into his chest. Are you going to die? Cavendish's expression froze, and a trace of bitterness flashed across his face. He closed his eyes subconsciously. A dignified sound of breaking through the air rang in his ears without warning. Dang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly rang. Cavendish's nerves were tensed all of a sudden. He hurriedly opened his eyes, and what he saw was an Escanor that seemed to have grown a circle bigger. The katana that was thrusting at him was caught by his bare hands just an inch away from his chest. Your opponent is me. Don't attack others. It will bother me. Escanor turned his head and looked at Sip's head, who was close at hand. Looking at this ghost-like Escanor who appeared in front of him first. His movements were not hindered by his huge body. Sipshed's face sank and he roared angrily. Sheep thunder! Bang! The light blue lightning bloomed on Sipshed's left hand. With his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, without any fancy moves, he smashed down towards Chinyu's chest. Boom! At such a close distance, there was no way to hide. No. It should be said that Escanor, who was like an iron tower, had no intention of dodging at all. He just looked down at his chest with an arrogant look on his face and said, Is this your confidence? I really waited for nothing. The small voice echoed in the void. At this moment, it was as if it was infused with magic sound, and it took a long time to dissipate. Seeing Escanor, who remained indifferent after enduring 2 killing moves in succession, everyone's nerves were almost broken. No. The next scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Escanor grabbed the void with his left hand, and the blazing flames bloomed like a frenzy under the tense muscles of his 5 fingers. The merciless sun. The arrogant words came out. The dormant magic power in the body was compressed and condensed in Escanor's hands, turning into a fireball the size of a human head. It emitted a scorching high temperature, not only making the surrounding air sizzle. The pirates who were slightly closer, even Cavendish, felt a stinging pain in their skin. No. It should be said that some of the pirates' weapons, leather armor, and clothes, etc., showed signs of melting under such high temperatures. Crazy. No. It should be said that they are crazy. Looking at the terrifying attack in Escanor's hand, under such a hot temperature, there is an inexplicable chill, rushing straight to the forehead from the soles of the feet. This is a natural reaction of the body and cannot be suppressed at all. If this attack falls on them, who can resist it? Originally thought that it was a rare opportunity to join the beast pirates in a century. Now it seems that it is just a very thick iron plate. Escape. The only thought flashed through Sipshed's mind. At this moment, he felt that the shadow of death directly enveloped him. The nerve reflex under the years of rolling on the edge of life and death made him react immediately. Forced the artificial devil fruit, the power of sheep, to the extreme. The muscles of both feet were quickly tightened, like a slingshot, and the whole shot retreated violently. The force of the ejection was so great that the ground beneath his feet also shattered, and he appeared dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. In Sipshed's eyes, he only needed 2 more breaths to appear 200 meters away. Once he had a sufficient distance, as a sheep, his running speed was also outstanding in the animal system. However, as soon as this thought came up, Sipshed subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him. Escanor moved. After releasing his right hand that was clenching the blade, he suddenly pressed Sipshed through the air. Magic shock. Boom. When his 5 fingers were tensed, a huge tide of magic, like a vast ocean, instantly enveloped Sipshed. In an instant, Sipshed felt like he was trapped in a quagmire, making people feel inexplicably suffocated. Before he could react, Escanor glared, and the powerful magic that had trapped Sipshed exploded. He fled in a hurry, and only felt a loud sound of breaking air in his ears. The whole person flew backwards as if he had changed his shape, and flew to an open space hundreds of meters away. Before he could react, a body like an iron tower followed him. As soon as he appeared above Sip's head, Escanor spoke again with an arrogant look. Merciful explosion. Boom. A low air explosion sounded without warning. The hot flame ball was thrown by Escanor. It rolled across the air towards Sip's head below. It was so fast that it appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Sip's head, who was in midair, had no time to defend himself. The only way was to push his armament haki to the extreme. Chapter 697, Another Rising Star. Bang! The sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky. The sudden attack not only broke Sipshed's tension, but also everyone in the field. Looking at the blazing fireball that appeared in front of him in an instant, the only thing Sipshed could do was to hastily raise his hands covered with armament haki to block it. Boom! The merciless sun instantly hit Sipshed's hands. The flames that were compressed to the extreme were detonated. Bang! The blazing flames rolled back like a wave. The flames all over the sky rushed up to the sky. The pirates present only felt the flames in front of them rise, and their vision was completely taken away. An extremely hot hurricane rolled in. Some pirates who were slightly inferior in strength were the first to be overwhelmed and were directly thrown out. For a time, the huge tavern area seemed to have fallen into doomsday. The wind and dust rolled back, the flames shot up into the sky, and the sound of the explosion was like thunder, resounding through the sky. The aftermath of the impact swept across a radius of several thousand meters. Some pirates and merchants passing by were shocked by the scene in front of them. Especially those who knew what kind of existence was stationed here, their nerves were pried open at once. They never thought that after just 1.5 months, the third island of the Sabayati archipelago would encounter the fate of a big commotion again. Moreover, this incident was related to one of the 4 emperors, the beast pirates. Who did they provoke? No. It should be said that the beast pirates had encountered some bad luck and were once again found by someone. Boom! The thunder-like explosion rolled and spread. Xiaoqi, who was standing on a tree branch in the distance, blew out a puff of cigarette, looked at Ai Yin beside her, and said, "You, head, the show is over, it's time to go back. Next, you don't need to stay here stubbornly and wait for Laxus to come back." He said that he would meet you at the Navy headquarters. After saying this, Xiaoqi turned around and left. In her eyes, she already knew the result of this battle. If it weren't for Anne, who had just woken up and insisted on coming to join in the fun, she didn't want to waste her energy and run here to eat dust. "Sister Xiaoqi, is Escanor a friend of the teacher?" Anne couldn't help asking. "Friend?" Xiaoqi's steps stopped in mid-air, and she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It should be said that way." Just at that moment, Xiaoqi was still worried, and Anne suddenly said that Escanor was her teacher. If, facing such questions, Xiaoqi didn't know how to explain. "Well, Sister Xiaoqi, let's go." After Indo glanced at the center of the explosion, he quickly turned around and left. During this time, Zifa also sent Bins to take her back. However, Anne refused again and again because of her determination to wait for Laxus to return safely. Later, Bins finally returned to the Navy headquarters because he had to participate in the recruit assessment. Then the conflict between Kaido, the king of beasts, who was ashamed and angry, and issued a bounty warrant was staged. At present, all things have come to an end because of the appearance of Escanor, and Anne has put his focus back on training. After all, there is less than 1.5 months left before the bet with Admiral Akainu. Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion rolled and dispersed. The dust that rolled back in the sky dissipated with the sea breeze. When everything returned to calm, the center of the explosion, which originally belonged to the battlefield, directly added a huge deep pit of hundreds of meters. The surrounding rocks were burned by high temperatures and appeared scorched. A charred corpse, half covered by sand and dust, lay in a deep pit. Within a radius of several thousand meters, many pirates gathered here, whose strength was slightly inferior, also died here. Even Cavendish, who had a bounty of 98 million, looked grey at this moment, and his clothes were burned by the high temperature, with holes appearing one after another. In normal times, Cavendish would definitely turn on the rampage mode directly because of the damage to his beauty. However, after seeing Escanor's powerful strength with his own eyes, he now has no confidence to hate. In particular, seeing that even Sip's head, who had a bounty of more than 200 million, was also severely injured in an instant and turned into charcoal. Cavendish knew clearly that he had not even mastered his domineering power, and rashly looking for a place to fight would be a dead end. "Hey!" Escanor exhaled a deep breath and fell into the ruins. Looking at Sip's head lying motionless in the dust, he spoke again indifferently. As expected of an animal-type devil fruit user, the strength of this vitality is not comparable to that of ordinary people, but I still don't have the habit of leaving behind evil. The inexplicable words made Cavendish's expression stagnate. Bang! Sip's head, who was hiding in the ruins, suddenly jumped up with a charred body. At this close distance, he appeared in front of Escanor like a madman. "Damn guy, even if I die, I will drag you to the bottom. Master Jack and Boss Kaido will never let you go." A hysterical roar suddenly echoed. However, looking at Sip's head who suddenly attacked as if he was in his last moments, Escanor was already prepared. The moment the right hand was covered with the armed color domineering, the 5 fingers merged into a hand knife, without any fancy moves, and chopped down at the attacking Sip's head. Hand axe, 1 cut. Bang! A powerful air wave slashed out from under the hand axe. Sip's head, who was attacking head-on, suddenly stopped in mid-air. The invisible slash passed over his body and quickly extended to the ruins and rocks dozens of meters away. Accompanied by a rumbling explosion, the huge rock was cut in two. No. It should be said that Sip's head was no exception and was directly split in half. Looking at the body that fell heavily on the ground, blood gushed out wildly, and dyed the ground red. After taking a look, Escanor turned around and walked slowly towards the port as if he had done something insignificant. Looking at this scene, the remaining pirates secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in all directions without thinking too much. Facing the mindless and short-sighted behavior of the beast pirates. At the moment, Alaxis has made Kaido go berserk. Now suddenly, Escanor appeared and killed Sip's head, one of the 3 calamities and Jack the Drought's confidant. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that not only would Escanor be hunted down, but even the survivors would be affected. When he thought of this, the scene suddenly became completely chaotic. Only Cavendish was still standing there in a daze. After thinking again and again, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward quickly. Hey, wait for me, after all, we have fought side by side just now. I am being targeted by the beast's pirates now, and you have the greatest responsibility. Hey, can you speak and respond? After all, you are a supernova in the future. You should be honored to be with me. Accompanied by Cavendish and with the departure of Escanor, the huge ruins did not become dead silent. Instead, more people came to hear the news. At the same time, spies from all major powers were stationed in the Sabayati archipelago. The news that the Sabayati archipelago was in turmoil again after a month and a half spread quickly across the ocean. It means that another new star is rising. Chapter 698, Poking the Dragon in the Ass. In the Admiral's office in Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. Sengoku was frowning as he looked at the report document in his hand, and Garp was lying on the sofa as usual, eating senbei. From time to time, he looked up at the frowning Zhangguo and said, "Don't look at it. That kid won't die so easily. If he really died, that kid wouldn't be so crazy and free and easy." Listening to Garp's words, Zhangguo sighed heavily, put down the documents in his hand and said, "Garp, you are still the same, and you don't take business seriously at all. Don't forget that there is a bet between Laxus and Akainu. If he misses the time, it will not only be a loss for our navy, but also for that kid. It will become difficult to enter the navy recruit training camp." At this point, Zhangguo sighed and said, "And the girl who stayed in the Sabayati archipelago has repeatedly refused our recall. I heard that recently in the Sabayati archipelago, because Kaido of the Beasts suffered a loss and finally couldn't find Laxus, he took his anger out on the students studying on the ship. After Zifa learned about this, he immediately contacted me and asked me to help him take care of his students. Hey, Garp, stop thinking about food all day, okay? Isn't your grandson also training with Laxus? Aren't you worried?" Sengoku couldn't accept Garp's wolfing down. It can be said that they are best friends and biggest enemies. The hatred of the stolen senbei alone is enough to make them love and hate each other. It's a pity that there is no sure chance of winning against Sengoku alone. The only thing he can do is to stare and let the so-called food hatred end. "Sengoku, what's there to worry about?" Garp put the last piece of senbei into his mouth, then patted the dust off his body and secretly reached his hand into the cabinet. However, as soon as he touched the counter, Garp felt the murderous gaze, and quickly coughed, pulled his hand back and said, "Zhangguo, don't worry so much, I'm not worried about the extinction of my descendants. If those guys are really in danger, I think that guy will be impatient and run out at the first time. If I'm not mistaken, Laxus is reluctant to come out, it must be to let Anne and the others train well alone. If we intervene rashly now, I'm afraid it will ruin his plan. What if it delays my grandson from becoming stronger?" Looking at Garp who was talking so well, Zhangguo was silent for a while. At least, for the strange training plan proposed by Laxus, this is completely beyond their common sense. As Garp said, if Laxus didn't show up this time, it was because he was training them to be independent. What if they intervened rashly and destroyed Laxus's original intention? This is not what they want to see. Okay, Sengoku, what you need to pay attention to now is the changes in the sea during this period. Not long ago, I seemed to hear that the rubbish on Judicial Island did something big. After a slight hesitation, Garp changed the subject. The sea is unpredictable now, especially with the appearance of a crazy skeleton demon. As a marshal, you, Sengoku, need to be calmer, just like me, always keeping an outsider's identity, so that you can see the overall situation. The slightly long voice echoed in the office. Looking at Garp who suddenly turned on the mouth cannon mode, Sengoku rolled his eyes helplessly and was about to say something. A burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the closed door. Bang! The door was pushed open in response. Looking at the Spider Ghost rushing in quickly, Zhangguo frowned and said, "Vice Admiral Spider Ghost, didn't I appoint you to track down things related to Laxus? How come you suddenly broke in?" "Jean. Marshal Zhangguo, something bad is going to happen." Spider Ghost panted a few times and said in a hurry. "Spider Ghost, what happened?" Garp exploded all of a sudden, stood up and roared angrily, "Is it that bastard Kaido of the Beasts, who doesn't even want the last face, and dares to attack my grandson? I'm going to fuck him. Looking at the front and back is not a human. No. It should be said that he didn't care at all the moment before. Now, seeing that Spider Demon hurried back and Garp had completely become uneasy, Sengoku rolled his eyes and said, "Garp, I think you are the one who is embarrassed. Don't stop Spider Demon, let him speak clearly." Seeing that Garp was about to go berserk and chase Kaido all over the sea, Spider Demon couldn't help swallowing his saliva. After recovering a little, he said, 10 minutes ago, I received information that there was an accident on the third island of the Sabayati archipelago. Sabayati archipelago. Sengoku was stunned for a moment and said, "Zeph, it seems that there is a top student named Anne. Isn't she in the Sabayati archipelago? Did the Beast's pirates attack her?" In Sengoku's eyes, if Luffy was bullied by the Beast's pirates, Garp, as a naval hero, would go berserk. So if Anne was bullied, I'm afraid Zephyr's behavior would be very different. The movement is no exception. What's more, compared with Garp, Zephyr's family was killed by pirates. If he is not careful, Zephyr's rampage may be more ferocious than Garp. No. Ghost Spider hurriedly explained, "Yes. It was the Beast's pirates, one of the 3 disasters, and the trusted cotter under Drought Jack, Sipshed, who was killed in public in a tavern on the third island of the Sabayati archipelago." This is the surveillance video of the incident. It seems that the West Sea's recent super rookie, the Handsome Pirates, and the White Horse Cavendish with a bounty of 98 million are also involved. What? Sengoku and Garp were stunned. Now on this sea, whether it is the Navy or the pirates, they all want to hide, suffer a loss, and are full of anger at the Beast's Kaido, worried that his anger will be vented on them. Even the Navy headquarters turned a blind eye to the bounty order issued by Kaido, the Beast. They only issued a recall order to bring Anne and the others back to the Navy headquarters for protection. It can be said that this is also the consensus reached by their Navy and Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, to avoid a head-on conflict. However, now someone suddenly came out and told them. Someone is not afraid of death. At this critical moment, he poked the dragon's butt. Once the burning Kaido knew about it, he would definitely become the target of his rage. Damn, it's a bad time. When they thought of this, whether it was Garp or Sengoku, they couldn't wait and quickly turned on the monitoring Den Mushi. They were eager to know who dared to poke the dragon's butt at this time. Chapter 699 Candidates to fill the vacancies of the 7 warlords of the sea. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed. Watching the last interruption of the surveillance Den Mushi, the scene of the sky-high flames, Sengoku and Garp were stunned. After looking at each other, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. Full-body armament haki, 6-style shave and the ability of the flame fruit that seems to be natural, and he killed Sip's head with a bounty of more than 200 million in one move, that kind of arrogance that seems to be engraved in his bones. This guy is not an ordinary person. Sengoku was the first to speak. Looking at this strong man who appeared without any signs, he killed the 4 emperors with a bounty of more than 200 million as soon as he appeared. With such means and ruthlessness, if he is not a fool, he would choose to attack Kaido's people at this critical moment. Then it means that this guy may have some unknown confidence. Could it be the same as Laxus? Hidden. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Sengoku's mind. Facing Sengoku's analysis, Garp also fell into silence. After a moment, he said, "No, Sengoku, I think this guy named Escanor is not a natural type flame fruit user. Don't forget that the flame fruit fell into the hands of Whitebeard's current captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace. In the video just now, the guy named Escanor used a means of attack similar to flame. However, the way he took the attack, he chose to use full-body armament haki, which alone can rule out the natural type." For Garp's analysis, Sengoku nodded silently and said, "Garp, you are right, but why did this guy suddenly attack Sip's head? The indifference and arrogance engraved in his bones make people feel unnatural. In the battle just now, he gave people the feeling that he might not have fully exerted his strength. If his strength is measured by the bounty, it might be around 500 million. 500 million? The face of Ghost Spider, who was waiting on the side, changed slightly. On this sea, a pirate with a bounty of 500 million is also a very important existence in the New World. Some outstanding ones can even be crowned with the title of Great Pirates. Marshal Sengoku, is your definition too high?" Ghost Spider couldn't help but speak. "High?" Sengoku raised his eyebrows and said, "Ghost Spider, what you have to consider is too superficial. If you have the strength to defeat Sip's head, but at this juncture, without any confidence, who would be crazy enough to challenge the madman Kaido of beasts. At this point, Sengoku couldn't help but pause and said, unless he is also a madman. Madman? Ghost Spider couldn't help but be stunned and fell into silence. Facing Sengoku's words, he had no way to refute. As Sengoku said, unless he was really a madman, how could he choose to attack the beast's pirates at this juncture? Gurgle gurgle. The rapid sound of the den mushi suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the office. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, and when they saw the den mushi calling, their expressions changed drastically. A call from the world government. Garp raised his eyebrows and said, is it that old immortal Sora? I don't know. Sengoku shook his head and said, it's been more than half a year since he last contacted me. Now he suddenly started a call. Could something big have happened? As he spoke, Sengoku answered the den mushi and said, I'm Sengoku. What's the matter? Sengoku. I'm from the Five Elders. Next, I will inform you of the target list of those who will inherit the position of the former Shishibukai, Crocodile. After receiving the list, your navy will be responsible for contacting the target person and recruiting new candidates to fill the loss of the 7 warlords of the sea. A deep voice, with an unquestionable flavor, came from the den mushi. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of Ghost Spider, Sengoku, and Garp changed drastically. At the same time, in the calm belt of the New World, the huge deck of the Moby Dick. It was late at night, and the banquet on the ship was still going on. However, most of them gathered in front of the den mushi video. As the leader of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates also have their own spies in the Sabaody archipelago. In particular, during this period of time, so many major events have occurred one after another in the Sabaody archipelago. It can be said that as long as the power reaches a certain level, they will choose to arrange personnel on the island. First, it is helpful to monitor the huge movements of Marineford. Second, it can be obtained as soon as possible, what new people appear in the 4 seas in the first half of the Grand Line. Once they set foot in the New World, they can make a prediction as soon as possible whether it is worth recruiting. During this period, the third island was affected by the presence of the beast's pirates Cotter, Sip's Head, and the release of a bounty hunting mission for Laxus. This undoubtedly touched the nerves of many people, and Whitebeard also issued a real-time monitoring order. Facing this, Laxus who directly challenged Kaido, the beasts, and finally jumped into the sea and disappeared. They also wanted to know whether this boy, who was hailed as the Navy's supernova, would come back to life and jump out to save people because of Kaido's hunting order. It was for this reason that when Escanor was making trouble on the third island, Whitebeard had already received the information at the first time. Dad, this guy seems to be at ease. Jaws frowned and spoke first. A few years ago, I fought with Jack for territory and had conflicts, and I also fought with Sip's Head. That guy is very strong. To defeat him so easily is enough to prove that this guy named Escanor is not simple. Jaws' analysis is correct. Marco nodded and agreed, it's just that he chose to attack the beast's pirates at this time. This man is really crazy. If there is a chance, let Ace fight him. If he can defeat him, it can make up for the gap in challenging Laxus during this period of time. At this point, Marco looked at Ace who was absent-minded, patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Ace, don't take it too seriously. This sea believes in the way of the strong. I believe that you, who have the domineering color domineering and the natural devil fruit, will become stronger sooner or later. Yes, Boss Marco is right. We all believe in Ace. You can become a big pirate who can stand on your own. Dad's position is our duty. If you want, you have to defeat us. Ace, didn't you say that you wanted Dad to become the Pirate King? Don't let us down. Chapter 700 The Second Runaway 4 Emperors. On the huge deck, voices of comfort rang out one after another. Even Whitebeard reached out his big hand and patted Ace on the shoulder as a comfort. It can be said that Rayleigh was the only one in the field who was stunned after watching the surveillance of the den mushi. Compared with other people who were kept in the dark, Rayleigh's first thought was that this person was 90% Uchiha Chinyu. It was just that Rayleigh didn't know how he changed his identity. However, at this critical moment, there was absolutely no one else who could attack Kaido, the beast, except him. Dad, the USA island is ahead. A deep voice came from the observation deck on the main mast. Whitebeard came back to his senses and nodded, well, you have worked hard during this period. I deliberately took a detour and took the time to go back to my hometown with Thatch. Dad, you are too kind. We and Thatch are like brothers. This short journey won't delay anything. Captain of the 13th Division, Buffalo Atmos, spoke first. The other captains also nodded in agreement. Well, I, Whitebeard, am so lucky to have sons like you. Whitebeard laughed and said, however, the existence of the dark fruit does need to be kept secret. Otherwise, once it is spread, it will probably make many old immortals greedy, which will also be a shock to our Whitebeard pirates. By the way, where did Thatch go? Why didn't he attend the party? Is he impatient and planning to go back to reunite with his precious son? As soon as these words fell, everyone was stunned. As a pirate, and the leader of the 4 emperors, it was a routine to hold a banquet every time they met. Therefore, they did not pay much attention to who attended and who did not. Now Whitebeard suddenly called Thatch's name, which made them wake up. When the banquet started, he seemed a little uncomfortable and went back to his pirate ship to rest. Jaws was the first to speak. They are the 16 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. However, they also have their own pirate ships to perform some assigned tasks. Otherwise, if the Moby Dick was running all over the sea every day to perform some small tasks, I am afraid that Whitebeard would not know where his face was. Oh, Thatch will also be uncomfortable, it's really rare. Whitebeard exclaimed, Jaws, go and inform Thatch, and the others are ready to dock. When this is over, we will return to Beehive Island. Dad, I'll go now. Jaws responded, turned around and prepared to leave. However, just after taking a few steps, a stumbling figure came at the stern. Big things are not good. Captain Thatch has been killed. The hurried voice roared out without any warning. The extremely noisy scene suddenly became so noisy that you could hear a pin drop. Rayleigh's face also changed all of a sudden. He subconsciously looked at Whitebeard, and the change in his expression made him know clearly. The Whitebeard pirates are going to change. As a former opponent, Rayleigh knew clearly what Whitebeard's reverse scale was as the leader of the 4 emperors. The father was heartbroken when his son died. However, Rayleigh didn't know who was crazy enough to attack Whitebeard's godson. Was he coming for the dark fruit? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Rayleigh's mind, looking at Whitebeard who crushed the wine bowl. Rayleigh knew clearly that this long silent man had awakened again on this sea. Bang! Whitebeard crushed the wine bowl, and the dormant domineering aura in his body exploded directly like a frenzy. He roared angrily, damn it, who killed Sachi? Stop the banquet, everyone, check it out. I want to know who killed Sachi right away. Even if it's the King of Heaven, I will kill him. The rolling voices exploded like thunder. Feeling the violent domineering aura that penetrated the body, the faces of all the people present suddenly changed. Even Ace, who was absent-minded, suddenly woke up and took action. For a time, facing the sudden death of Thatch, the entire Whitebeard pirates became agitated. According to Rayleigh, if the first pirate group to run away was Kaido, the Beast, then the second 4 emperors to run away would be Whitebeard. Looking at the 15 captains who were mobilized in an instant, there were dozens of captains of affiliated pirate groups. This means that once this matter spreads, half of the sea in the New World will be shaken. 3 days later, a single-masted pirate ship appeared in a sea area in the first half of the New World. Only 2 figures appeared on the deck of the small ship. Brother Escanor, why don't you go to the New World and run to the first half of the Grand Line? Is it to avoid the pursuit of the 4 emperors Kaido? Cavendish couldn't help asking. Thinking of what happened 3 days ago, Cavendish's intestines were about to turn green. He finally understood what it meant to flirt and get himself into trouble. Looking at the bounty in his hand, which finally broke 100 million not long ago and reached 110 million, Cavendish couldn't laugh. If Kaido, the Beast, was not hanging behind him, he might still be able to burn incense. Now the only idea is how to live longer. I'm going to the 7 Water City. Escanor glanced at Cavendish and said, I advise you not to follow me, otherwise you will get into trouble. Big trouble. Cavendish couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, don't you think the trouble I got in the Sabayati archipelago is not big enough? Kaido, the Beast, can come out and kill me at any time. You have implicated me in this matter, and you are driving me away now. You are irresponsible. At this point, Cavendish grabbed the wine jug next to him, took a sip, and said, I am now in your hands. What could be bigger than provoking Kaido, the King of Beasts? Looking at Cavendish who was determined not to leave, Qin Yu, who used the character template of Escanor, was full of helplessness. If Cavendish knew what the purpose of his trip was. I'm afraid that it's possible to jump off the ship and draw a clear line now. However, since the reminder has been given, Cavendish insisted on not leaving, and Qin Yu was too lazy to waste his words. His eyes turned in vain and followed the outline of the huge city in the distance. Qin Yu knew that the Seven Waters City was finally coming. From Xiaqi mouth, Qin Yu learned the whereabouts of Robin. However, it is not so easy to enter the judicial island. At least, the vortex turbulence caused by the Gate of Justice is impossible for ordinary ships to approach.